sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V side. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V side. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V side. I give the V side.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Last year, one team made waves all across the PUBG Mobile Esports world by winning not only one, but 2 events back-to-back, getting so much money in their pockets and left teams around the world wondering, when are we going to have our chance to do that? Well, that time is now, as it's the PUBG Mobile World Invitational. Teams from all around the world will be participating over the course of the next 6 days to make their name known. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host for the next 6 days, hopefully. But I got 2 gentlemen to my left-hand side. You're right, over at home. But right off, break everything down. Looking fantastic, looking great. And 7, you're looking tall.
Thank you. I am. You have a great tan, by the way.
Thank you, thank you. We actually do have an official PMWI branded Apple box that you're standing on. But Max, how you doing, man?
Yeah, looks great. I love that box, by the way. It looks really good. No, but hyped to be back for another season of PMWI, and even better teams going to be here present this time around. And we're going to have 6 days of continuous action and actually cool storylines. All-Stars main tournament is linked this time, so even more fun to check out.
Okay, well, you know what? We take a look at Vampire Esports in particular, the team that won back-to-back last year. It's a lot of pressure on them in particular. We're not going to dive too much into it, but if you win both events last year, you're coming to the event yet again because you have the auto invite. I wouldn't want to be on your team right now. I wouldn't want to have to deal with like everyone looking at you like, okay, do it again.
Yeah, I mean, they got the experience from last year, of course, and they got 2 new player additions we're going to touch upon later. That I could tell you, like, they brought even more skill inside this team. So I'm telling you, Vampire, they're here to get some extra money in the bank. And they've already got a lot, but they want even more.
Yeah, I mean, with Vampire, a team that's currently champions, right, out of Thailand from the split that they just did, too. I think they're going to be coming in confident. We got a chance to talk to their coach as well, Sir Tanning, who was saying, yeah, I think that is going to give them a little bit more confidence and trust themselves in their teammates a little bit more.
Yeah, they got a fun approach to the tournament. Okay, we're not going to say anything right now, but they got some stuff up there.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Wait.
Well, now you got me like interested, right? I actually want to know what this is about. But before we can dive into, obviously, we need to get things going, get things running today. So we hop into our Savvy Gaming Group pre-show to start to break down the entire event for you guys who are unfamiliar with how this whole thing works. So we dive into our format of the event. Remember, there's 2 events. There's an all-star event, and there's the main event as well, the main tournament, where there's different prize pools for each of these events. And of course, the most important thing of this event coming up here, Max, it's the teams who are the most popular because they got voted in, minus 2 of them. But also, this is your chance to get into the main event, unless you're Alpha7, because you were that good, you qualified, and you were popular.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Alpha7, they just got everything. they got the best of both worlds. They're popular, and they're just dominating in PMGC in their region with Americas, and of course also with PMPL Brazil. So they're looking great. But of course, here in the All-Stars, a lot of popular teams. Some teams, I would say, 7, a lot more successful in the spring season of this year. So we've got already potentially, I would say, a few favorites heading into the All-Stars. Yeah,
and then you have some teams, right, like Bigetron, a team that's usually known for being so good, but oh man, they haven't been doing so good, especially with the changes when they made those roster changes.
Yeah, it's time to have the land buff, though.
A bit of a fall.
Give the land buff. Hey,
yeah,
don't have it often.
Yeah, and also something really interesting here, if you guys are looking on this little pretty graphic, the map order. Now, typically, you're used to having like Battleground A, followed by B, followed by C, followed by A, B, C, or something like that. We're actually mixing things up quite a bit here. So we're going to be doing Battlegrounds back-to-back. Well, if you're Erangel, to back. You're going to play 3 in a row. So we start things off on Sanhok, we go to 3 Erangels, and then we go to 2 Miramars. Now, Max, this is interesting in so many different ways because teams, you obviously have to change your mindset, change your strat, depending on what battleground you're going to. But the fact that you're going to the same battleground 3, potentially 2 times in a row, makes things more interesting and I'd say even more difficult for some of the teams out there.
Especially for Erangel. Like, you're going to have the first Erangel. If it does not work out on the first day, sometimes things don't really go your way. You can instantly adapt on the fly, get some changes done on your second, then third iteration of Erangel. And I mean, it's good also Sanhok is the first game. You just get it out of the way, and then you just focus on the big maps.
Since you say that, I wish it was Sanhok was in the middle of the day because it's usually kind of like a break for the teams, especially with Erangel being played 3 times in a row. I feel like it would have been a nice little break for some teams, but I do enjoy what you were saying. Like, they are going to be able to readjust in the next Erangel, and it's going to come down to I want to see how the drops are going to be like, especially George Bull. I mean, we have had some ego contest in the past between G Gladiators and Alpha7. So
it's not the only hot drop. There's going to be a few that I think has not been resolved in scrims at all. Like Alpha7 and Gladiators is one of them in Northern George Bowl. Sanhok, we saw I think 3-4 hot drops happening. In the scrims, is that going to translate in the tournament? We'll have to see, but the early game could be interesting.
As we know, scrims are a direct reflection of how the teams are going to do in the event. But what's
if you're Alpha7.
Yeah, well, if you're Alpha, they did win quite a few of the scrims, to be fair. But let's get into the points, right, and how that works here for all these teams and how you acquire these points to potentially get into the main event. And it's pretty similar to what we've been seeing for, I'd say, quite a bit of time now. 10 points for chicken dinner, 1 elimination equals 1 point. But the interesting thing, kind of interesting thing, if you haven't noticed at home, is that last place, 9 through 16/18. That means we have 18 teams playing in the All-Star event. And that makes me think of Sanhok.
Yeah.
That makes me think of like, how are you going to find a clean drop location with 17 other teams to deal with?
And this is kind of what Max was alluding to, right? We saw a lot of hot drops, especially during those scrims. I'm wondering if those teams are going to be willing to readjust. I'm already thinking about Vampire Esports. I'm thinking about some of the other teams as well.
Can you readjust that much on Sanhok, though?
Not really. Not really.
It is pretty small compared to your Miramars and your Wrangles, so you can try and make ends meet, but there is a limit because Sanhok is just so much smaller than the rest.
And that's why I actually kind of like, I'm going to be the opposite of you, the devil's advocate, why I like Sanhok first, because it's more like TDM-y, 18 teams. Like, it's a little warm-up into the event instead of like, okay, we played really well for 3 matches, then we got to do a little TDM, and then we get back into the real matches. So,
DBS everywhere.
Kind of warm up early on, and yeah, we're going to see ka-chung, ka-chung quite a few times, I would imagine.
You don't want the madness in the middle. You want the madness just right off the get-go.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Got it.
Like a show match, right? Put
Yeah,
it at the
yeah, yeah.
beginning, put it at the end. You don't put it in the middle of the whole day.
It's a weird cut. Just keep the hype, keep the momentum. Yeah.
I still want it in the middle. Just saying. Just
two
putting
you
that
want.
out there
That's
for
fine.
the
You can be
future.
different. You can be different. Let's take a look at the prize pool, though. $3 million on the line here across both of these events, but it's going to be $1 million for the All-Star Stage. $125,000 you can win here off the bat if you come out as the Supreme Team. But this is a lot of money, and I think like this is the crazy thing about this is like you want to be one of those popular teams, and not necessarily the best team in your region if we look at how they kind of got here. But the amount of money you win just for being here, 18th place, you still get 10 grand.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the thing is also is that a lot of the teams that got invited, I would say a lot of them at a similar level. So I think that it is going to be pretty nice to see how some of these teams can make their way up in the leaderboards. I think a lot of the teams can make it into the position to qualify for main tournament. We'll have to see. But yeah, $125,000 for that first place. A decent chunk of change there, 7 is your day rate, as we know.
I was going to say, that's Jason's
$1
day
million
rate.
or the
What are you
10,000?
talking about?
No, 10,000. No,
Hey.
125K.
No, 125, that's Jason's day rate.
That's Jason?
Yeah, yeah.
$125?
Whoa.
But the main tournament, $2 million on the line, and yes, $400,000 for first place. Now, obviously, if you guys have your calculators out there and you're sitting there crunching numbers and you're like, "Well, Jason, this doesn't equal $2 million." That's I don't know why. I don't know why that's how I imagine people at home watching sound like. But that does not add up to $2 million, and we'll get to that in just a second. But still, double the prize pool, $2 million, 400 grand for first place, and then you get into those steep drop-offs from there on.
Yep.
This is still life-changing money, Max.
Oh, yeah.
If we see a Vampire Esport type performance this event, $500,000, more than $500,000 actually, with all the extra like awards and everything on the side
Well,
of it.
it's $525,000 if you win both events, plus
Exactly.
the extra stuff, right?
Alpha7 are looking good to potentially get both because they've been looking good this season so far. PMGC results have been going good on the international stage, so there's a chance we could see a team
and they
again
look good
win.
in scrims.
In scrims. That's very important, Jason. We have to mention the scrims again.
They were so try-hard scrims.
They really
It was
are.
kind of silly
Everyone's
watching
like
it.
just messing around.
We
They're,
were
like,
watching.
Always there.
We were watching, and we were actually asking ourselves, like, do you think Alpha7 are trying? And we're looking like 17 eliminations,
Yep.
3 teams left. Yeah, probably they're trying a little bit.
Korea, you're just peeking and crouching and just taking it super serious. Like, yeah, they're definitely trying.
Even the hot drop on Gladiators are like, no, get out.
Well, taking a look here at our teams in this event. There's teams from all across the world going head-to-head. And we'll touch on a couple of them in particular, but just give us a little bit of a tease, Max. Which ones are you really eyeing out?
If I don't say S2G, I feel like that would be kind of disrespect to the team. Like, they're currently the world champions of PMGC 2022 Grand Finals. Not
But-
having the best spring season in Turkey, though. I do have to say, not even qualifying to the spring championship for Europe. Apparently, there's been a lot of internal conflict, apparently some injuries too, but I talked to some of the Turkish casters. They said they're fully ready for PMWI, and apparently, he told me they're going to dominate All-Stars, so I'm going to wait and see.
So if they don't dominate, we can roast them.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Yeah,
we
I mean,
can roast them no matter what, 7. That's the luxury of being on the
like
analysis
that.
desk.
Yeah.
they did end up getting like 13th place in Turkey. So, I mean, out of a PMGC champion, I feel like that's one of the biggest fall-offs that we have ever
Apparently,
seen.
they had a bit of a confidence issue after winning PMGC. They were like, oh, okay, we can just dominate back in Turkey,
Oh,
but Turkey is a
okay.
rough region, so
Okay,
you can't you just
I always
rest on
want to
your
say
laurels.
Turkey might even just be more tough because you're playing against people who know your style. You're playing against a region that you have a general understanding of, like the meta, and it makes it much more difficult. For me, I'm actually looking at the team coming from Korea, D+, and of course, team coming from Japan, Vero, because we've seen over the last 2-3 years, like ever since the first PMGC back in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, we got to see the likes of these two countries in particular just improving year after year after year, and I really want to see what they two can do.
Yeah, they just keep coming back to these international events, and they are the two teams then that did not get voted in through a popularity contest in game. They actually had to qualify for this event, so I think they just got a little bit more they're a little bit more legit to make it in the All-Stars, so I feel like they could back up their results in the All-Stars just a little bit better.
For me, I'm going to shock you guys. It's actually not going to be Alpha7. I'm actually going to be talking about BTR, because this team, I mean, they ended up 10th place.
I'm not going to shock you guys by talking about Alpha7, but I'm going to talk about BTR.
You guys were probably expecting me to talk about Alpha7. That'll go down the line. Not yet. It's too soon.
He has that Senna Texas jersey under his shirt. I can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Let me button them up. But with BTR, I mean, they ended up 10th place a month ago in the PMPL Indonesia Fall Split, right? And then this is Ryzen's first big international tournament in 2.5 years. So I wonder what kind of pressure he's going to be put under. And out of all, I mean, they have a new roster as well. They have Yuhai, right? He was here last year with a different team, and now he's going to be able to be here with a BTR. And on top of that, they do have Genfos that was here last year with the previous BTR squad.
Yeah. On paper, this team is looking great. They've got really strong individual star players. I just haven't seen the synergy in spring, so I'm hoping to see it.
I'm giving you that sigh because I feel like we're literally on repeat. We say that every time we see BTR. On paper, they look really strong. This team, they've been dominating in the past. The problem is we've never really seen them have that same rise again. I think for us now, I think the current BTR roster has, I can't believe I'm actually saying this, more pressure on them than BTR has ever had on them.
Oh, yeah.
With the twins gone, it's like, okay, because people always criticize who's the problem on the team. They replaced one player. Michael Boy back then didn't really improve. They replaced people constantly. And people always wonder, we've even said on the desk, is it the twins?
It wasn't.
And if
everyone
now,
changed.
Exactly, right? And if BTR can't, like, have that resurgence, what's going to happen to them?
I mean, they made roster changes very recently. Like, I think it was May. They added 2 players in Lapar and Cap too. So they're continuing to change stuff. But I feel like they got to give their new squad some time to grow. And being thrown into PMWI, that's going to be a little bit rough. I would be shocked, honestly, if they move on to the main event.
I think the main question is this too early for them to try and like perform this well on an international stage? Is this too early for this roster to do well? I think it might be, because spring has not been going their way at all. So we'll see. Trial by fire right now.
Yeah, the thing is, it's so weird, right? Looking at the past results, you don't have high expectations for them, but when you're under the name of BTR, you immediately have high expectations put back on you, right? We always talk about BTR win. Well, the question is, can they do that here today? For you guys at home who are watching, though, we want to see what you can come up with. Head over to TikTok with the hashtag PMWI 2023 and create videos. Doesn't matter what it's going to be. Maybe if you put a video of just me on camera, maybe you can win. And you get some skins in-game for that as well. So make sure you guys check that out, because I want to see what you guys are going to make. I know Seven, Max, and I are going to be sitting there in the green room while the match is happening, just scrolling through you guys' posts. So any shout-outs to any 3 of us also works, and we'll talk to Papa Tencent and be like, come on, help him out.
Can we join? Can we do TikTok?
Can we do some?
Yeah.
I think
we got some ideas.
We say this every time. In your contract, you're not allowed to win any contests.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. That's disappointing.
We can still join, though. We can still join for the views.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, well, you know what? Vampire Esports, they dominated PMWI last season. We're going to actually talk about them quite a bit here in just a second, even be joined by a special guest here. And I want to see what they're going to do. This is going to be an exciting event for them yet again. So let's actually get Sertani in here in just a second, and we'll catch you guys in a moment. Oh, man, it is going to be exciting to see what happens here. Sertani, thank you for joining us yet again here on the desk. And I almost want to say, because we had you on the desk last year, you guys ended up winning both events.
Yes.
Could it happen yet again? I got to start off by asking, man, like, before we dive into you and the team, like, what have you guys been up to since you won last year?
We are just thinking about, it's just a normal tournament. We have to focus on other to improve ourselves. We are not stopped to improve ourselves as the just winning PMWI and then done. No. Yeah.
Just a normal $3 million tournament.
Yeah, just another one. Just another trophy to add to the case.
I feel like that's what he said last year too, and then they ended up walking out with both championships. I was like, okay, nice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see any Rolex watches on him or anything.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to didn't bring it, but I have 2 Rolex right now. Just kidding, bro.
All right, well then, man, coming into this event, right, you're saying just looking at it as another event, but you cannot deny that there's a lot of people looking at you guys to replicate that performance last year. So how do you kind of overcome that pressure that's kind of looked on and put onto you guys as a team?
Honestly, when you want to become the champion, it's really hard. But if you want to defend the champion, it's more harder.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pressure and a lot of expectation. So yeah, I always tell my guys, just don't focus on it. Just focus on what you have to do. Just like playing game for fun, and then you get what the thing you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I have one big question for you. I think that this is one that everyone is kind of asking themselves about your team. As we know now, into PMWI, you got 2 new players, which is Tony K and Nuzi. I would love to know how has that potentially affected the inner workings of the team before this event and now heading into PMWI.
In my plan, I would love to get 2 more players because I want something fresh and I want more attacker. And these 2 players have a potential to make something new to our team. You know, our style is just like an aggressive style. So that's why I bring the 2 attacker. But honestly, for now is I think our gameplay is more dangerous because we can play anything I want, just defensive or attack style or something. We can get more all around for the tactics.
If you want 2 fraggers, I think Tony K and Nuzi is definitely 2 good pickups in Thailand with their background. Okay.
And I mean, so far it has worked, right? And recently, you guys were crowned champions of PMPL Thailand full split. How does that affect the team coming into PMWI? You said it is kind of, you're basically like a normal tournament. Does it give you a confidence boost? How is it affecting the team?
I think it's make more confidence because we won the PMPL fall. That's make us have more teamwork. Yeah, you know, when you bring some new players, the first thing is you must let them understand your strategy or tactic or the timing of the team. If they got more teamwork, yeah, it's my style. I love how to play like a synergy, energy. They must all the same. So we won. Let's make the confidence that, okay, it's a trust your teammate. Your teammate doing well. Everyone is doing well. Let's make more confidence. So to PMWI, I think it's more confident to have confidence. Yeah.
So this has got to be a big talking point for us here. We're obviously playing on the esports clients. This is before the DBS has gotten nerfed a little bit. Yeah, I mean, we were laughing about it, but we've been talking for quite a long time about how strong this weapon is.
Yes.
Do you perceive it being a still extremely impactful weapon here in this event?
Yeah, I think DBS is honestly is the meta guns that are also strong. When you got this gun, it's 50-50%. You can win the fight, but the other is around 70-30. But the thing is, DBS is more dangerous, but you have to know how to defend against them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're going to find out. We obviously have quite a few matches come up here. Thank you again for joining us here on the desk. But as you can see on the screen, we're going to be heading over to the stage here to bring all the teams in to kick off PMWI.
The process of being mentally stimulated in order to create or achieve something. This is the definition of inspiration. Without a shadow of a doubt, this stage, this competition, and these players will play a vital role in inspiring the next generation of champions.
أعزائنا المشاهدين أعزائنا الحضور حياكم الله في جيمرز 8 معنا في بطولة PMWI. كل الفرق اللي جونا من هنا من كل أنحاء العالم ينافسون على هذا اللقب العظيم.
A clutch moment in-game, an inspirational interview, or even just a pure moment of happiness competing alongside your best friends. These are the moments that we seek to create on this stage.
هذه اللحظة اللي جمعوا فيها 18 منتخب أو 18 فريق راح يشارك هنا في هذه المنافسة. شفناهم كلهم جانا من كل أنحاء العالم وراح ينافسون على الألقاب. معنا الحين المباريات الأولى اللي راح تكون نظام مختلف حتى برضو وراح نشوف برضو من المراكز الستة الأولى اللي راح يكملون معنا في البطولة الأساسية.
It is right here where champions are made and glory is claimed. Welcome to the PUBG MOBILE World Invitational Allstars Stage. My name is Banks and I am your host, and joining me here on the main stage is my co-host, Atik.
باذن الله راح نشوف مباريات جدا ممتعه. مبارياتنا الاولى اللي راح تكون بالاول ستارز اللي راح نعرف منهم ال6 مراكز الاولى اللي راح يكملون معنا الى البطوله الاساسيه. معكم مقدمكم عتيق باللغه العربيه ومعنا برضو مقدمنا بانكس باللغه الانجليزيه. راح نشوف مباريات جدا ممتعه.
18 teams will enter the Gamers8 arena and battle for one of the 6 spots up for grabs in our main tournament later this week. With countless eliminations across multiple maps, we will find our champion. So without any further delay, it is time to introduce our teams to the stage.
والحين اعزائنا المشاهدين راح نبدا نرحب بالفرق معنا هنا على المسرح راح يتنافسون على هذه الجوائز بالثلاث ايام الاولى اللي راح تكون معنا.
Entering first into the Gamers8 arena, Bigetron Red Villains.
والحين أعزائي المشاهدين أعطونا تحية ليوكوهاما دونات فارو.
DRS Gaming.
Aton Esports.
Team Falcons.
D+ Kia.
AGONxI8 Esports.
Gamers8 Esports.
Yangon Galacticos.
iKURD Esports.
SEM9.
S2G.
Infinity IQ.
Gladiators.
FaZe Clan.
Alpha7.
Your reigning champions of PMWI and the After Party Showdown, Vampire Esports.
والحين مع ممثل المملكة العربية السعودية أعطونا تحية لفريق R8 Esports.
Gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Mobile World Invitational at the Gamers8 stage. Firstly, I would just like to ask you, how does it feel being here and competing for the second time at PMWI for your team, but also to be representing your home country?
We feel very good, and we are so excited to present Saudi Arabia in this tournament.
سألنا اللاعب قد ايش ثقته حتى العالية هنا اللي موجودة معنا وكيف شعوره بالأصح بعد المشاركة الثانية له في هذه البطولة، وذكر كم قال انه يشعر بشعور جدا ممتاز وبإذن الله راح يشرف في هذه المباراة. وبرضه راح نسأل سؤال للاعب برستيج هنا معنا، راح نبغى نعرف قد ايش ثقتهم على تحقيقهم اللقب في هذه المرة وفي الفرصة الثانية. كيف كانت خلينا نقول التجربة في المرة الماضية وكيف ثقتكم لهذه المرة؟
الثقة والحماس جدا عالي، بس منتظرين الجيم يبدأ بس.
بإذن الله كل التوفيق لكم. So he mentioned the player. We asked him how confident you are to participate in this time in this tournament. He said we are so confident, we are so excited, and we cannot wait to start our first match.
That sounds amazing. Now, lastly, I would just like to ask you what message you have for your fans who are supporting you throughout this tournament.
طبعا شكرا على الدعم الكبير اللي قدمتوا لنا اياه واللي راح تقدموا لنا اياه المستمر دائما، وان شاء الله راح نبيض وجوهكم بهاي البطولة.
سألنا اللاعب ايش الرسالة اللي حاب توصلها لجمهورك وللمشاهدين كلهم، وذكر انه راح باذن الله راح يبيض وجوهنا وحتى برضه راح يؤدي الاداء الممتاز وراح يلعب بكامل طاقته. فاعطونا تحية ثانية لفريق R8 Esports.
Thank you so much for joining us here on the main stage. Please go and take your seats and prepare yourselves for your first map of the day.
والحين أعزائنا المشاهدين كلنا منتظرين نبدأ فيها المباراة على طول. اللاعبين جالسين ياخذون أماكنهم وراح نبداها اليوم.
Our teams are prepped and ready to go. 18 matches, 3 days, $1 million. It truly is going to be such a spectacle here. Who has the nerve to maintain calm in the face of adversity? Only time will tell. But for now, let's head over to our casters to break everything down before we go into our first map of the day.
عندنا الفرق الحين جاهزين ماخذين اماكنهم، راح يتبارون وراح يلعبون في الثلاث الايام هذه، وراح نعرف منهم الست مراكز الاولى اللي راح يكملون معنا في البطوله الرئيسيه. هذه البطوله ما هي سهله، البطوله عاليه برضو راح تكون بالمستوى العظيم، فخلونا نبدا المباريات وننتقل لكم مع المعلقين.
We are getting into the first match of the World Invitational. This All-Star Stage is heating up to be a good one. Blank, I'm here with you. It's a good pleasure to have you with me, as always. We are going to be getting into this first match. Pretty lickety-split.
Absolutely, straight after the player introductions, our team introductions coming straight through. Obviously, Vampire Esports coming through from their unbelievable victory last year on PMWI with their back-to-back wins. It was a crazy tournament overall. I think R8 can't be taken out of the picture, though, because last year they had one of the most unbelievable comebacks on one of their maps, picking up an unreal amount of points, honestly, to shoot themselves up the standings. So really well done to them. But yeah, Vampire, a lot of eyes on their backs at the moment. They have painted a big bullseye over there, and I think a lot of teams will be targeting them just a little bit. They're staying out of the way, though. We watched a little bit in scrims. They're picking up some of their original spots, but typically trying to play from the outer edges. It's quite interesting to see, and I think they realise that there are a lot of teams here out to get them. Alpha7, on the other hand, looking absolutely phenomenal, John.
Yeah, they have got such strength in the back pocket, looking really, really good. Obviously got a lot of support from their home grounds as well, so it's going to be great to see what they're able to bring to this All-Star Stage. They will be dropping sort of similar locations to another very notable team, Gladiators, right? These two teams do have a little bit of rivalry across some of their drop spots, so we'll see who's going to be able to win out on the day. Of course, it is only the first day, but we're kicking things off with a Sanhok, so that could be quite an interesting one to see the match up on. I don't think Alpha7 dropped towards them on this map, but we are going to see that as days progress.
For sure, man. I think Alpha7, I don't know what's happened, but someone strapped a rocket, Nate, 2 rockets to their backs recently.
7 rockets.
7 rockets. You know, and 7 supported him, so maybe it was him who actually did it.
It might have been.
But they are absolutely sending it to space and beyond, taking this to infinity, which is incredible to see. And I think for Alpha7, they deserve all the praise that they're currently getting across the world because their playstyle is just really, really good. I was talking to Hot Jukes, talking about, you know, Senatexa coming back into the fold as well. And yes, he really does provide a very good role. He's not absolutely amazing, but I think he fits in very nicely. He's like that last piece to the puzzle that they were looking for. And I think overall, the atmosphere in that team looks electric. And I think a lot of teams are just looking not to get zapped as they move through these lobbies. But it looks like most of the players are in, getting ready to go in the lobby. We have our boy himself, the actual original PUBG Mobile man.
Mr. PUBG Mobile.
It's Mr. PUBG Mobile up on the stage.
Look at him, he's ready to go. He's got the level 3 already. That's not fair. You can't be dropping in with level 3s. You've got to find them. You've got to loot them up. Look at that. They are in the lobby there. You can see it. The phone's getting loaded on in pretty soon. The plane path is going to come through as well. Match number 1 to kick off the All-Star Stage, starting from Bantai. Going to head it up towards Cal on the first Sanhok.
Straight through the middle. A very nice little playing path here for most of these teams here on Sanhok. Obviously, if you guys weren't already aware, we are playing these matches with 18 teams. So that is a different kind of game to what we usually see with only 16 teams. So if you're your first time watching PUBG Mobile, this is a little bit different to what we're maybe used to, but I'm sure you'll have a good time anyway because it is going to be carnage, action, all the rest from the get-go as the map comes through. So a lot of these teams may be hot dropping on this map. It is a small map. It is our smallest map. So there certainly will be these positions around the map where we will see particularly hot drops, because there's not many other places to go unless you want to find yourself out in the field, crawling belly on the floor through the grass, desperately picking out some blades and hoping those blades of grass are sharp enough to attack your enemies. That's your ideal route. if you aren't going to go for these hot drops.
That's quite a close-range weapon, I think. A
It
blade
really
of grass.
is.
You've got to get within 3 centimeters, and that's for a long blade of grass.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys, if they are going to be using that particular weapon, which they
They shouldn't
won't
be.
which they won't be, they should know exactly what they're doing, considering the amount of snaking they'll have to do in that early game. But that will be a factor when you head towards that end game. You're more than likely going to see a lot of these teams go down with 3 players in the early game itself. You're left at that 1 man in the squad. He has to go forward, you know, maybe pick a central spot within the lobby and just play from there.
Try and find those spots where they come through. Looks like we do have a little bit of a false start on the lobby here. So they'll be getting back in fairly soon. You talked about how you don't want to be losing players early, and we talked about that 18-team difficulty. So the 3-player impact in the late game could be that knock-on thing that we're going to see, right? And it is what we've talked about a lot when it comes to Sanhok. It's keeping 4 players alive towards the end is super, super important.
Yeah, it really is. I think for Sanhok, if you have 4 players alive in the end, you're very much guaranteed to be in one of those winning positions, right? You might not be getting the first place, but you're certainly going to be in top 3, because a lot of times, right, you get towards that end game, you are going to be in the top 3. Top 3 teams maybe have 4 teams. There might be some stragglers around in the place if you have like 8 teams still remaining, but there's not going to be many teams with 4 players still alive. So I think that if you can make it that far, you are guaranteeing yourself a very, very good spot, a very good scoring at the end of that game. So a lot of these teams will be looking to not lose teams and players early. The fact of the matter is, John, 18 teams is going to make that very difficult.
Absolutely. I think, especially on Sanhok as well, it's going to dramatically increase the importance and strength of central position in these circles. When if you get into those compounds that get shrunk onto wards, normally on Sanhok that's very powerful. I think even now it's going to be even more so, because you're going to have those teams fighting with 3 around the edge, and most likely they'll get gummed up in each other's gears and really start to slow things down in a way that you don't see as much with a 16-team lobby. The difference, to be fair, will be slightly minimal, but it will definitely be noticeable, especially at this top level of gameplay for these teams who have been training, who have been playing their hearts out over the course of this first half of the year, over the season.
I mean, it's really hard. When you put it like that as well, it's an interesting point you bring up, and I would somewhat disagree with your point. And I think that just to explain it, the fact of the matter is that you're coming into this drop, you're dropping as 18, right? You want to head central. You'd love to head central early. I think that's doable and possible on maps like Erangel and Miramar. But the problem still stands that you will see on Sanhok is that if you head towards that central position too early, there is quite a big likelihood that that circle moves away from your compound. Suddenly you're on the edge, you're trying to move in, you get caught up in the crossfire, in that mulch that's trying to stampede their way through. It's very, very difficult to make those early game decisions. So I'm thinking that you will still see teams on the outer edges towards Zone 2 and Zone 3 before they make that mad dash towards the central position. And even then, it's not guaranteed for them, and they will get caught up in this whirlwind of players that will be moving through the map. I think it's less of an issue on our angle. Still is a problem there though, but for that Zone 1, Zone 2, Zone 3 where you're playing on the edge, you are on the edge the entire time. The nerves are high because you do not want to get yourself caught up in an engagement because third parties are more prevalent. Looping back to our original point, John, that's how you lose a player.
Not what you want to happen. See some of the coaches, some of the staff from the teams there getting ready, biding their time, checking their feeds, making sure everything's all in order as the players get lined up, get ready. Just waiting on the lobby to be sorted to kick off the All-Star Stage. It's been great to see all of these players coming together, interacting as well over the course of the last couple of days. We've been sort of hanging around towards where we've seen these media days coming through and seeing all of these teams interact. I know a lot of these players have developed friendships across the board, but they're going to have to set those aside here, Blaine. They're going to have to be out for blood.
Yeah, I did think you were going to just stop there with I know a lot of these players. No big deal. I'm a big deal, though. But no, you carried on. You carried on. I respect it. I like it. But yeah, it is lovely to see all these players come together. And I think that we were talking about this the other day, is that this is probably the most stacked PMWI has been. And I know that seems a little bit weird saying that, considering we've only really had one last year, but the thing with it is that last year, it was a really good lobby, an extremely strong lobby. We saw a lot of really big teams around the world coming here to compete, but I think this time around, we have even better players joining us. I think reform teams, Bigetron Red Villains, obviously they lost the twins. They've had to remake the roster, and I think that it's almost starting from scratch here just a little bit. Jem Foster still on the team, but I think that he did make some good plays. He was slightly lackluster, but he was a bit more safe than the other players. And I think a lot of times when you're playing with Luxy, Zuxi, the likes of Ryzen, who all love to go off and do their own thing, if you're Jem Foster, you're just forced to play that backstop. It might be quite nice for him to play around a team that is a little bit more cautious and a little bit more careful in the approach. We've already seen them play in scrims. They do look pretty good overall. We got some other teams coming through, D+ Kia as well. We all know them. Very famous Korean team coming through into the lobby. Some really good players over on that side. Fabian will be joining us once again, probably one of my favorite players coming through from Korea. Has some very good off-angle play, which I think for his region in particular, you don't see that very often. So it's nice to see them actually picking up some more of this westernized play that we see a lot in Europe.
And that's a massive advantage of events like this, of the PMGC as well, is you do have these playstyles meshing and merging and learning from one another. It's really great to see how these games develop and how these strategies develop. Of course, it's not going to be a lot of time you've got to develop those strategies, to change things up as we head into our first game. The plane path this time set for Sami up to Hatin, so a little bit further west, but on Sanhok, it's all small enough to be pretty much okay for anyone to get wherever they're trying to go. So I'll have to break out east on those parachutes and head in, grab some of those vehicles, head out towards places like Camp Bravo, AGONxI8 as well in the northeast.
I think the issue you see with this plane path in particular is the fact that it will crunch players off towards this western side. And also, if you want to drop boot camp, everyone's going to be waiting to jump out the plane this early on, John. So what you're going to have what's going to end up happening is that anyone that's dropping towards boot camp, once they're locked into that decision now at the start of the game, they will just have to commit to it. I wouldn't be surprised to see a completely empty boot camp. It is a very dangerous spot to go in, but I say that, I've seen previous tournaments where we've had 3 teams over in boot camp. But we will see at the start here, a lot of teams have to feel each other out, figure out where they're playing. At the moment, we are seeing a very much standard play from the Gladiators heading up towards that northwest island, with Infinity IQ heading up towards Hatin. We do have some teams going over towards boot camp. I believe that's FaZe actually hitting in straight away, as well as D+ Kia, yeah, just underneath them.
I believe that's D+ Kia. Is that? I'm not entirely sure, but we'll hopefully jump on board with this boot camp position. Over in the south, you've got SEM and iKURD fairly close to each other, but they should have given each other enough of a berth to be getting on with. Everybody else seemingly keeping their distance right now. S2G have got a Lone Ranger coming through to deal with over in Paradise Resort. They're going to have to try and flush out that one. They should see that parachute. Northwest Circle to kick things off. So the Gladiators potentially with a good stronghold to start.
It's amusing to see this one, honestly, for the Gladiators, considering European Championships. They were praying for this Northwest Circle to come through every single time. It didn't come through till much later, in which case I think those guys were a little bit burned out. But right at the start of PMWI Allstars, we are going to get it straight away, which I imagine that they are very pleased to be seeing. Now, FaZe versus D+ Kia. I have to stay away from that one. Again, tripping me up. You change your names every year. It's fine. I'm going to get on board with it. It's okay. Right now, Forest, Seidan, was Fabian off in the distance. We know he likes to take these off angles on the back of his teams. Torres steps out, but immediately gets put down.
Torres first to fall on the FaZe squad. Damage sent back towards Forest, but they're staying alive, and the extra barrel important in the fight in close range in these quarters. Single bullet can change everything. Ventura's seemingly looking to get rezzed here. D+ Kia fading back. They're going to try and reposition around to the east side of the fight. As Osal breaks forward. Fabian playing 1-2 punch on this. Mela. On Zenks. Try and face off there. Will he be able to get through the door frame? Just about sneaks away from Fabian. On the top rope, there's a little bit of a worry as well. Mela with the DBS. We're going to try and suppress these off angles. Seidan through the window with the M249, needs to lay this suppressing fire down, keep them in this staircase, and allow your teammate to try and roll on through. 1 for 2 is the trade, and actually it's looking good for FaZe. 2 of them are knocked short, but they've managed to come up. Quid's in here, down 1, D plus Kia, trying to wrestle things back into their favor. They've managed to get 1 flush blank to start things off. Fabian will fall, but FaZe on 2. Gonna have a bad time of it. FaZe eliminated. D plus Kia take boot camp, but they lose 3 players.
Damn, Sadie was looking very chillaxed towards the end of that fight as well with the auto shot. He made it happen. Obviously, D plus Kia, not the ideal result for you, but as long as you're keeping 1 player in boot camp, not likely anyone's going to be coming towards your position soon, and you can cross the river quite early on. So this is good news for Satan. He will pick up 4 elimination points for his troubles, which is great. I think overall they should be happy with this one. Ozzy-san from Yokohama steps out into a nade.
Traded off though. Missile is there for the 1-2 for the second trade. Now, up the top there, Ozzy-san getting flushed away though, so not going to be able to keep the team safe. Maybe if he'd had some of that, some of those cool skins from the PMWI crate that you can see on your screens now, he would have been able to stay a little bit safer.
Maybe these things are made of a bit of a tougher type of Kevlar, which still certainly looks very cool. That's available through from July 15th to August 15th, as well as our milestone event at the PUBG MOBILE Esports Center, which you can access by going to the app on your phone. So check that one out, certainly. Make sure that you're all involved with the skins and the prizes that are available over on the Esports Center. Back to the game, though, where we're playing esports ourselves, making sure we know who is the top of the top, who's the best of the best, and we're just starting out already, and there is so much action to be seen. Naoto for Yokohama, 2 of his teammates already out of the game, so a lot of action. We talked about this before. 18 teams makes misery in this early game for a lot of these players.
4 teams bearing the brunt of that damage right now. Falcons down to 1 player. FaZe obviously eliminated. D plus Kia down to that last player from the bootcamp fight that they were able to win in the end. The Yokohama Donuts down on 2 after their scrap with Falcons. So everybody who's been engaged in a fight right now has had a bad time on this start. And that's kind of what we expected coming into this 18-team lobby.
Yeah, you come into an 18-team lobby, you're going to have a bad time. That's about all we can tell these teams. We can try and reassure them a little bit, but I think a lot of them have to be very, very concerned with the fact that these early games will have to be slightly more quiet than usual. And this is something that Vampire does very well. As they wrap the cape around themselves, they're able to move through under the cover of shadow towards some very interesting positions on the map. Right now, they've already headed up towards that south side of Camp Alpha. They're pretty entrenched towards that position. It's a slight hill up towards the mountaintop itself on that northwest island, so they have cover in that sense. Try and isolate teams like DRS, who drop down towards Sami and are now moving up towards that bridge that heads over towards Camp Alpha. Aton Esports also looking for something similar. And in the meantime, Alpha7, who a lot of players, a lot of fans at home have eyes on, as well as the players in game, they're currently down towards that southeast side, rotating through Kampong. We've got them on our screen. Carrillo's going for a little bit of some interesting action on the front of the bumper.
Getting some surfing done there. Healing necessary. They're going to stop off close by to SEM9 near the south bridge. We'll be able to take a shot. Rio pulls up with the squad. And that should be fairly unresable. Do they want to stay here and stick out the scrap? It looks like Kenny wants to get this res. The smokes are already being invested. Alpha7 now have a chance to just try and leapfrog this rotation or choose to go for the fight.
Yeah, I think for Korea, it's a pretty damn good shot. I'm not going to lie. He was quick on the trigger, pulling the M4 off the back there. Instantly down the sights. The problem for them is Sem9's actually set up in several different spots at the moment. So for them who were looking to just heal up inside this building, there's now 2 separate angles that they'll have to deal with. I think Carrillo's going to have to be really, really good with the remaining bullets that he still has. Only 40 in the actual gun itself and 16 in backup. So a little bit difficult for Carrillo. And I think at this point in time, maybe that was just a little bit of a flex that he could hit that shot. Was it necessary that he hit that shot? I don't think so. I think you could have left Sem9 to their devices and they could have just gone on their way, making Alpha7's recovery into this circle just a little bit easier.
Sem9 seemingly recovered now, and all 4 of them alive will be able to get ahead of Alpha7. So that engagement really did just slow both of those teams down. See if they're able to pick up some speed and move in from the south side because the circle shrunk up towards the north flank. R8, they've managed to send all the way across that north bridge, and they have managed to get to the northwest side of this island.
Yeah, you got Ragnarok, D77, SK Aton, and Prestige over on this seed. Not actually fielding Blade, which I'm a little bit curious about, because I mean, Ragnarok better be real good during this tournament, because I remember Blade being very, very strong for R8, but if it's just a case of being able to rotate in players for when you want them, when you need them, I totally respect that, but we'll see what happens as we go on. Again, only first game, I can only comment on what they've fielded for the first time, and that's the one thing that I'm going to notice here, because I do think that he is an extremely strong player, but maybe they're waiting to pull him out for those big moments. Right now, Gladiators in an incredible position towards that top side. They need to be very careful, though. Again, we know that this team is quite cautious, but they still need to have that extra added little bit of urgency. They need to start taking shots towards members outside of the arena that may be getting a little bit too close, because I think they played the safe game, the smart game for a very long time, to the point where when they need that bronze, it is just not there available to muscle their way through to a chicken dinner.
Ooh, SEM9 losing Tam and flushed as well. Aton holding strong on the southwest island atop the hill. Such a crucial position to control those river crossings to try and get up towards that northwest island. They're really well done to hold out a player there, but they have only managed to take one down so far, and Alpha7 are going to be knocking on the door in a couple of seconds, less than a minute you'd assume. We'll see if they're able to keep control there and try and assault onto the Gladiator stronghold.
S2G moving in, but Kelsey with the Vector. That is so instantaneous, finds one. Second player tries to step out for the challenge, but Kelsey too quick for it. Gives him the red card, sends him out the lobby. That was disgusting.
Kelsey able to hit some really sweet shots over towards R8 earlier as well. Doing a lot of work, both of the eliminations for the squad so far. R8 on 2, they reposition over towards the junction.
Taking quick stock of the map here. I mean, these are really good players. The fact that we have so many teams on the outer edges as well, they're still just being able to creep their way in a little bit, is fantastic to see. Everyone seems to have done the homework that I was talking about yesterday that you guys at home didn't hear about. But I'm sorry. We'll reiterate it now. And I think a lot of these teams have to have done the homework. 18 teams, you need to know where all these rotations are. You need to know where all these teams will be dropping and how high you need to arc a grenade to get a nade like that one off from Mazex. This trick really made a meal out of that one. It looked good.
AGONxI8 now down to just 2 active. iKURD wants to try and play on this ridge side, but it's really not going to be too easy here. The zone ticking away very, very heavily. You got Mazexus in the way. The shrink goes up northwest, keeps the mountaintop in, but S2G in a very, very favorable coastal position.
Yeah, I think S2G coming off from their slightly subpar performance over in the finals of Turkey, they are looking for a much stronger performance here in PMWI, not able to represent their country over in the European Championship, despite coming off from their massive win over at PMGC. I do think that S2G has had a lot of time to put in the work to do that homework, and I think that they're ready to show us what they've got here in the PMWI at the start. SEM9 though finds Mafioso. Kenny has to pull out the DBS, but Schweppes taking down R8 at the same time. But I think for Alpha7, that just looked a little bit too easy. Unfortunately, their actual traversal into this circle, John, has left them so barren in terms of medical supplies. This has been a difficult time coming, and I think it was only a matter of time before they started losing members.
Vampire managed to get onto the junction compound north of Camp Alpha. They will take position to the south of S2G and under the purview of Matic from Gladiators, who have still got control over the whole of the high ground in that position. No one really looking to try and push up there. Aton may be the only team in a position to do so from that south side. I'd imagine Yangon Galacticos just happy to play underneath them. Milios, though, has trouble brewing as Revo turns the corner. Easy pickings, but there's shots from the top of the hill to try and slow things down. Will not be able to find the shot. Revo can heal it back.
Revo is such a good player, man. It is hard to really talk about the greatest players in the world at this moment without mentioning Revo's name. He has been such a star player overall. Nade bounced off the window though, unfortunately, but happy to bring out the DPS, get close up in towards the action. Actually going to go for a bit of a fake out here towards into the blue. This will really ruin the day, and he's in front now. Now you've got the Aton player stuck inside. This is disgusting behavior.
How are you doing it to him, Revo? You can't do that. That's unbelievable. Revo spinning him time and time again. Alpha7, one player alive, but it seems like they're playing with 4 at this stage. Gladiators were able to pick up a couple of frags in the meantime as Bigetron Red Villains on the northeast side tried to move in. And now you can see, look at that, yeah. Yangon Galacticos trimmed down, given a haircut, as they try and shimmy into the shadow of the mountain.
Yeah, got a little too close for comfort. Gladiators are happy to pull out the cutters there. I think for Yangon Galacticos, been sent down to this position is really unideal. You typically want to head up towards that valley side because now you're stuck between Camp Alpha, which has very good sightlines over towards the position that Yangon Galacticos is currently trapped in. They can just sit behind this wall for as long as possible and allow DRS to potentially take shots up towards Gladiators, keep them as safe as possible for as long as possible, but it's not an ideal spot to be in at the moment. Falcons finally make their way into the circle through Aton of all places, and they're just sending it directly towards the center. Infinity on the northern side, back to basics from about a year ago, I would say, is Infinity playing from that northern edge, slowly moving down on Sanhok. Had a lot of success before, but they did fall off just a little bit.
Silas in the watchtower, just keeping players at bay as we get another peek at Revo's pop shots. Going for 2 of them with the DBS. I love the glove, the boxing glove on the front of that DBS. It just makes it so much more insulting when you get popped by it.
Yeah, he's delivering uppercuts left, right, and center because this guy, he's only going up in the world of PUBG Mobile, never going down for the count, 210. This guy is seriously good. For Alpha7, though, he has kept things alive just a little bit, up to 5 eliminations so far for the team, highest in the lobby so far, but I think that's about to change as we move up towards that northern side of Sanhok itself on this northwest island. Aton get a little bit too close, and it's Super Andrew to take him down.
There's not much you can do about that. If you didn't know there was a player there, you're pushing along this cliff face, you are just going to go down. But Zohan now, not to be messed with. Behind the ridge, pushing up. Should know there's a player there at this stage. Took down a teammate. DRS, we hop on board with them as iKURD are under pressure from them. A nice spin around the back there for Killer. The Molotov to force them into these fights. The DBS so just pouring damage through the door frame. And a third as well. Lighten them up. Killer takes it down.
DRS have come a long way since last year. Super Andrew could not get up the hill there as Zohan twists him into a pretzel before he is placed in the oven and taken down. Cute Loki from Yangon Galacticos will try and recall his player back towards him. Revo's trying to make his way in. He lived for far longer than I expected him to there. Inactive from Mazexis will be taking them down. Going down 11th place. Won't be going at the lobby with absolutely nothing. Will get at least 1 point for his troubles there. I think that takes them up to 6 points total. So decent stuff for Alpha7. It's not exactly a 100% loss game. Really good push though coming through from DRS there on their side of the map. Vampire in the meantime, I currently sat very healthily underneath the mountainside, kept clear of Gladiator's sightlines at the moment with the compound they're holding. Matic will have to back off as the shots sent back his way.
Still a really solid overlook over the coming battlefields here. A lot of open ground though, and with that circle shift blank, it's going to be playing in the foothills underneath Matic towards S2G with Infinity across the road.
You know, this is a mistake that we've seen Gladiators make quite frequently, actually, is this particular position that Matic and Kitsuda are playing in together. It is not quick enough for the rest of the team to recall towards that position. And I love this because this is a mistake they've made several times in the past, John, as we see Killer just absolutely decimate the opposition. They have not instantly all regrouped on this spot because if you are S2G, if you are Vampires, you can actually quite easily move down on the south side of this circle and up the hillside to backstab. And a lot of times Gladiators have just held 2 players there and then everything falls apart. So I am a massive fan of the fact of how quickly Gladiators actually came back together. You can tell I'm happy. You can tell I'm passionate.
Ecstatic.
It's
really.
very good. I like it. I love seeing mistakes fixed.
It's almost like They reviewed what they did and have improved since then. It's great. Oh, you love it. You love it.
You'd think that was easy. It's not.
It really isn't. It's harder than you'd imagine. But looking at the teams with 4 players alive, we highlighted that as a really important factor in Sanhok's. We're looking at Gladiators atop the mountain, Vampire from the west side. DRS, they had 4, then they got cut down to 3. Now it looks like they might be losing a couple more. S2G playing underneath the mountain, the Gladiators hold, and Infinity on the northern side, staying quiet.
Yeah, that is a position that Gladiators will have to be 100% worried about, because eventually they'll have to make the decision to drop down. And S2G being there, I think Gladiators has been taken down by 1 player from this position before, so let alone 4, this is a little bit more difficult. Trick from the Zexes tried to make the move out from the valley on the right-hand side. Luckily, Meku and Tixi are locking that one down. Overall, Gladiators are exerting a lot of pressure over the lobby right now from this high ground. It's unlikely that this position will stay within the circle going forward, so they have to get as much presence from the circle as possible. In the meantime, though, Vampire continue to assault the guys from S2G.
S2G don't really have great cover from Vampire's position. You can see that is being brought to bear by a lot of the players from the Vampire roster. They are just plinking away at S2G's ranks, making it all the harder. Down to 3 players alive underneath them. Infinity will have to leave and shift down south. Good. Look at the nade coming through. Genfos opens the can of worms and sends them wriggling straight on over to the Infinity hold. Another nade. Could he do it again? They are both close together once more. Ferrari breaks out wide to try and get the advantage. The nade goes a little bit long, but a lot of damage. Feltz, unfortunately, there's a third party. The story is drawn short, but 3 players are alive. Infinity are going to be plinked away by Gladiators. A lot of damage found, but now the Gladiators will need to reposition.
That was incredible there coming through from Genfos. I mean, you saw Bensu pull out the Molotov and then wonder why things were getting so hot. It's just a Molotov after all, but then Genfos sends the Inferno his way and he understands and finds out straight away of what was happening in that situation. Sadly, is not able to recover the entire scenario for Bigetron Villains, so I think right now, for Infinity, their run's sort of over, just down to 1 player and delaying them. That's how much damage delay can do you in these endgame circles where they are a little bit barren. Rules from DRS will be taken down from a distance as S2G claims the watchtower for themselves.
Dangerous, though, to hold this watchtower from the players up top. They can find some of those ankles to get the right angle. You can't see them in return, so you need to be careful about how you position there. 2 players from Infinity will be taken down. Just 1 player remains. Obviously, with the Sanhok changes that came through at the start of the year, you cannot just sit out and heal in the blue, so we'll need to try and run in. That's going to force Infinity to play with the blue at the back, and it's not going to go well. Eliminated. 4 teams remain.
This is good for Gladiators. I think that they will be going down very shortly, though. You can see the amount of bullets that Tixi's currently rocking on his M4. He does have a DBS. Spots Calci underneath, and you wonder if he can actually take these shots before someone else spots him. Oh. Does take them. Calci goes very low, but it's sadly not enough. But they will continue to go down the mountainside. I think they should have quite a few bullets still in those DBSs, which is absolutely what you need in this situation, in this late-game scenario. The circle moves away from everyone. Everyone's drawn towards that spot, but Meku will go down. Matic has to head in.
Moves forwards and 3 players down for Gladiators. They are drawn short, and it's S2G to stay alive, but now they have to move past Vampires, who have used this opportunity to move straight on up. Razy, Hamzy both down, trying to get into position now to re-wrap back round to the Falcon spot as well, who have managed to stay alive. Blank, these guys have sent in so early and just tried to stay alive near the Infinity. They will finally go down in 3rd place. 1 player, Calci, alive, and he'll burn himself away. It is the returning champions, Vampire, to open up the bidding with the first chicken dinner of the All-Stars.
Unbelievable stuff. I mean, talking to Coach Danny earlier on, he was saying to the players that, you know what, guys, just play for fun. And you can see these guys having fun here on this map. Absolutely decimating everyone in their way, standing between them and that chicken dinner. You know what, John? With this kind of start, could they be the one to break their own record from last year on PMWI with chicken dinners actually achieved in 1 day?
Hey, I don't know, man. That's a tall order, but if anyone's up to it, they are for sure. I mean, that was really, really well played by Vampires. They took their time. They knew what they were doing. They struck while the iron was hot, and they're heating up the lobby as well. first 18-match game on Sanhok goes the way of Vampires.
Yes, they did, John and Blake. Thank you very much for that. That was a phenomenal start here to the event for them. They won back-to-back events last year. They come out winning the first match of the first event. And I do also have to, I guess, ask myself as well, is could they potentially break their own record from before? There's a couple of records they could potentially do, but that's going to be in the main event. That's not going to be for the All-Star stage. But let's talk about how the match started off for them as well here, Max, because if I'm not mistaken, they dropped towards Ruins, and then that first zone hit.
Yeah, the hot drop did not happen like we saw in the scrims, which is good. That's a really good start to have at the very start of the match. And then it just instantly transitioned to the northwestern island because phase 1 pops, everyone was like, oh, Gladiator Circle, which for some time it actually was. And then they just transition instantly across the road to make sure they can serve that gatekeeping situation. Vampire are so good at understanding where teams like to play and position and rotate, and they instantly knew they had a good position there to maximize the elimination count.
Yeah, they did, and the way they were able to rotate so fast. I mean, we saw the complete opposite of some of the other teams, right? Alpha7, you were talking about how you wanted to see a rotation out of them. It didn't end up working out, and Alpha7 just ended up rotating so late. And then another team that did a big rotation too was BTR, but I felt like
Genfos. That was insane.
It was so close there at the end for him to be able to actually get a highlight play, but they were just too passive for my liking. They seemed like they just wanted to go for those placement points and not for the actual elims. But the opposite of that, I want to counter my own point, saying that they did end up getting a third-party Ilum at the start of the game between the fight that we saw in boot camp.
Yeah, exactly. It's good presence. They did drop Northern Pine and then into Trifecta. It didn't seem like there was an actual game plan though. If that was my critical point for them, it seemed they were just trying to survive as long as possible. Luckily enough, Genfos did get himself a nice clutch versus Infinity IQ, I believe it was. So still got himself a few limbs here and there, but I want to see more structure going into these games.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, obviously, like we talked about before, Bigetron have a lot of pressure on them and a lot to live up to replicate from prior years. However, let's talk about a couple of other teams. Alpha7. Wait, let's talk about Alpha7. Let's talk about Revo, because Revo was doing God's work for them.
That's what you said.
4 Ilums. I mean, 4 Ilums that he was able to get, and 2 Ilums out of Aton Esports, where Aton Esports, it should have been an easy elimination for them. They should have been able to wipe them up. Aton Esports was a little bit too spread out. And Revo, I mean, the MVP, the caliber player that he is, he was able to take full advantage on that. But going back even a little bit earlier in the game is they were just rotating way too slow. They need to be able to rotate a lot faster. And they were getting into fights way out of the circle that they didn't even have to get into those fights. So maybe it's Alpha7 just starting slow as they've been known for doing in the past. I hope that's not the case here.
We have seen it a lot in Europe where rotations are actually pretty meta. If you're on the other side of the map from where the circle actually goes, go for rotation. And there was actually a lot of space northwest on those coastal lines to get into. So they could have done it, but Revo was the DBS made. Still at least made the game worth their time.
I mean, when we were watching the game, you told me about the rotation. I was like, nah, not yet. I think they're actually going to be rotating so fast, but they were just so slow at that rotation.
And you got also the rivers. Like, you're making your life so much easier because crossing those rivers when the circle is northwest on the first phase, you just want to avoid it, and I think rotations kind of make it easier on yourself.
By the way, I do want to point this out. Carrillo, I believe he ended up with 0 eliminations. That's a player I feel like that has a lot of pressure coming into PMWI. He needs to be able to get those eliminations. He needs to be able to put up those numbers for his team.
I mean, that's just a flashback to the regionals that we were just doing a couple of, well, I guess like a month or two ago. That Carrillo just didn't really perform that well. Alpha7, they won the whole event, but it didn't look like the true strength of what Alpha7 can be. And maybe this is the event they can get things back online. But let's take a look here at our match rankings. This is all brought to you by STC Play. Get an idea of how many points all the teams did get for themselves, because Vampire Esports have put themselves up to a pretty 13 points. So that's G Gladiators. 17 points here off the bat in the first match. But honestly, looking at this list, I'm pretty happy with our top 3. I mean, S2G, obviously the reigning champions from PMGC, getting to see them do some work here, starting off strong with 6 eliminations. But also G Gladiators, I think there were some questions of like, okay, what are they going to do from this high ground? They obviously got a top 3 position there, and they did a decent amount of work with limited ammunition, Max.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the phase 1 circle, and as we said in the green room, we were all thinking, oh, that's a Gladiators game, potentially. They can go for the chicken dinners. They had this split that they held on to, Jason, for so long that we were just a little bit surprised. And also the fact that you're on that hilltop, if you get eliminations and knocks, that's great. You cannot loot those crates. And we saw at one point, I think Matic had 1 bullet. You got to make those bullets and shots count, because when you're out, you're not going to transition and leave that spot.
It was actually 2 players running out of ammo there at the end. And you mentioned it too, they were just holding those splits way too long. I feel like, they did end up with 9 Ilums, but with the amount of high ground that they have, with the power with the power that they had in that circle, I feel like they could have ended up with even more eliminations.
I agree.
But it's the first
That's,
match of
that's
the
just me
event, right?
being greedy, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I feel like you want, because there's only 18 matches, right? This isn't like a long extended league stage format, right? You have 18 matches to get yourself into the main event. And for a team like G Gladiators, they want to be able to qualify. Alpha7, they don't really have that pressure on their shoulders to deal with trying to qualify for the main event. So maybe they can play a little bit more loose. But for them, I mean, they had a good start, 13 points. Like that's a strong start.
Yeah, it's a great
what
start.
the other teams had.
Yeah, that was a circle that they are known to play extremely well, though. So I want to see no circles going away from them. How are they going to play? We do know that this is not a Sanhok only issue where they hold on to the splits for too long. Heading on Miramar, Erangel, I want to see how that's going to go because, I mean, Erangel in particular, Alpha7 fight, is that going to happen? Are they going to have a bit of a truce? I'm really hyped to see in this next match.
I hope that's not the case. I mean, we already saw a hot drop earlier in Sanhok. And yeah, even though the team that won the hot drop, the team that was able to beat FaZe Clan, they only ended up with just one player. He was barely able to clutch it up with just 1 HP left.
Yeah, Satan, it was interesting. I mean, bootcamp fight, I don't expect that to continue throughout the next days, but the thing is, DBS, as we see, DBS is so strong. If you split, that is going to be a big weakness. The DBS will overwhelm you.
That's true. There was a lot of questions, right, of where we'd see a lot of DBS, and well, guess what?
We did.
To no one's surprise, we saw a lot of DBS here. But let's actually take a look here at Vampire Esports one more time and take a look at who was the real standout players for their team. You can take a look here at, I'm assuming that's Damage. Yeah, you can see Damage there coming in. Tony K at 400. Not as much damage as I expected considering the eliminations they had.
I mean, Sir Tani said he wanted to bring in some fragging power, okay? And we said Tony K is one of the best fraggers in Thailand that he picked up with, of course, Newsy from the previous Infinity team, and Tony K was from the previous FaZe squad, so that's a great pickup, and they were putting so much pressure on the southern western edge of this game pretty much the entirety of the match. It's looking great.
And you were saying not a lot of damage. I'm actually not surprised because they weren't wanting to take those engagement. They were just waiting for everything else to happen and then being able to strike at the right moment. So they played that out perfectly. Yeah, the passiveness really helped them out in contrast to what we were talking about earlier with BTR.
Yeah, they're just really focused on getting access and control of POIs on the map. And then they just know that teams can't push it because it's so strong, you can't really contest it and pull it away.
I mean, obviously the rotation coming early. I guess you have a little bit of a dichotomy between them and Alpha7 in that last match. But you were talking about something with Alpha7, the leapfrog that they do. And I kind of wanted you to go into that a little bit just to see if it continues to happen throughout the rest of the day.
I mean, let's go back to like Americas, right? They usually start slow. And then they pick it up, and then they are being able to carry momentum. With the way that they were able to rotate into that circle, it was too late. They decided to just take on the fights. They decided to wait out for people and see if they were going to be willing to get those fights early on as well, which wasn't just happening at all.
Yeah.
For Alpha7, they should have just been able to back out of that one. They decided not to. I hope they just need to start rotating early, and going into the next Erangels, the thing that I'm afraid of is that they might end up on those ego fights with G Gladiators.
Exactly. The thing is, also, I would keep in mind is that they already qualified for the main tournament, right? We know that as a fact. If they can get rid of Gladiators in the All-Stars, they kind of setting themselves up really well for the main tournament. So if they do take that hot drop, there's a lot less risk for Alpha7 compared to a Gladiators.
Well, the tricky thing is, right, and I said this in our rehearsals, but not quite so today, is the fact that, like, a lot of the teams who are in this event, I guess maybe I did say it today, we've had quite a few rehearsals.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily the top of their region when it comes to, like, performances. There's obviously a couple of teams in there, right? It's going to be tough for some of these teams to really kind of push through into the main event. I mean, we have a lot of teams, like, sub-10th in their own respective PMPLs. You do have, obviously, a couple of teams who are able to, like, place first out of their own regions or place in, like, the top 5. But this is like, I guess, a little bit of a testing ground and maybe a little bit of a testament that maybe the most popular teams aren't necessarily the best teams.
Exactly. I mean, that's why I think you're going to see some teams be relatively close to one another in this event. And you've got some clear favorites that are going to be your Vampire, clearly from what we saw in this first game. Alpha7 being popular and also the winning team from Americas and from Brazil. And you also got the South Korean and the Japanese team that I think D+ are going to be doing relatively well going into this. So I think we've got some clear teams that we are expecting to be in the top 6.
Oh. Okay, so we actually had a question while we were watching the match. How much damage has G Gladiators been able to do from that high ground? And 2,100 is actually quite a lot, to be fair.
Could have been a lot more if they had more bullets.
Yeah.
If they could loot up, I'm sure that could have been potentially 3K, but it was a bit rough to get that loot up.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they just waited there for so long. But it worked out for them, right? 9 elims. You can't really be mad at that. 2,100 damage for them to be able to get that too.
on Alpha7, I'm looking at the 1,100 damage. I'm like, how much of that does Revel have?
Most of it.
Yeah. I was gonna say most of it.
At least 600, I would say.
But look at efficiency's sake, right? Vampire, again, 900 damage, 7 eliminations. We even see D+ Kia in there at the end, having some good damage, having some decent eliminations. And I talked about before we start the day, right? Of like, what would teams from Korea and Japan be able to bring, considering they've been able to improve every single year? I'd say probably the most improved region over the last 3 years. I'm waiting for anyone in this room to look at me like, no, Jason.
I mean, I would.
Okay, we got one. We got. Okay, then why? Why?
I don't think so. I think it's if we're gonna talk about regions like improvement, I think it's Brazil.
What? I feel like Brazil's always been ridiculously
That's the thing.
strong.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
They recently actually started.
Loops.
Yeah. I'm thinking about like they recently started actually being strong. They were always known for being strong, but then when we would actually get to like the international events, they will flop.
Max, thoughts?
Not until PMGC. I mean, PMGC they did great.
So well, recently, like, I'm saying recently, yeah.
It is kind of recent, yeah, I guess, in that sense. But Alpha7, I feel like have always been able to perform well internationally. Of course, maybe not sometimes top 3, top 5s, but they've always been at least relevant in the conversation of like some of the best teams in the world. So sure, there's been some improvements. I mean, you've been watching that region and that team for a long time, but I feel like they've definitely now reached a peak that I feel if Carrier steps up the way we do, I think it's just going to be easy sailing for like some parts of this tournament.
Yeah, I think so too.
Don't worry about it, Simon. Like the thing is, I like having you two on the desk because you have Sony's based mostly in Europe and covering Europe. You have someone based mostly in Americas covering Americas. So it's great to actually have you two kind of hash it out and figure things out and give your own opinions when it comes to this. As I don't know, Blank just trying to throw punches over there, but it is interesting to take a look at. I think of when I think of like Japan and Korea, I think of like Bluebees. I think of them way back in the day and what they could do. You obviously think of like Archer and Forcewell coming from Korea. They have such strong players, and I feel like they've been, in my opinion, doesn't matter if you guys agree or Blake or John agree, they've definitely improved a lot, and I love to see that. But I guess maybe one other region, MENA.
Ooh.
MENA's actually improved quite a bit. They've got a lot of strong players. We've even seen some players from other regions go to their region.
No comment.
Falcon? What?
No, okay. Well, gentlemen, it is time to kick off our marathon of Erangels. That's right, 3 Erangels back to back. It's all going to be kicking off right here, right now, with our commentators, Blink and John Allen.
One thing we can say for certain, Blank, is the most improved region isn't North America. I feel like I'm safe in saying that. I'm making that claim, and I don't think it's a bold one.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's fair. I think they've always been here, that's for sure. Yeah.
Well, they're not here.
They're not, well, yeah, not here right now, but they have existed.
Zex is their closest representative.
I'd agree with Jason, though. I think Korea and Japan have definitely improved a lot.
Yes.
I think that, you know, D plus Kia is a very key team to actually look at. Because looking at them, they really... How to put this? You know, they...
I don't know what you're saying. You're pointing at me like I know what you're trying to say.
I need him to get in my brain and then like pluck out the words that I'm looking for.
They've gained momentum?
No. I would say that they really formed that idea of, you know, that playing central and just holding onto that compound, then being able to be very confident and taking other players down.
They led the charge of the DBS change.
Absolutely, they really did. And I think a lot of teams have moved in on that. So D plus Kia have a really good legacy, there we go, behind them in that sense. So I think for looking at D plus Kia, you really do see a team that has evolved and has not only evolved as a team and a region, but they evolved the entirety of the PUBG MOBILE Esport. They changed things up massively. Yes, they might not have perfected it, but they were the first ones to actually even give it a go. So you can say Korea and Japan maybe will never be up towards that top 5.
Never say never.
Never say never. Unlike D plus Kia, who have had some really strong finishes. But I would say that they are certainly always inventing new stuff, implementing new things into their gameplay, and innovating. Innovating is a big one, so which is really, really good to see. It's also great to see the guys over here giving the love hearts over in the stands. Very nice. We like to see it. But we will be heading into our next map shortly. As Jason said over on the desk, a whole host of our angles coming your way very, very soon. So back to basics for the rest of the day. Sorry, no mixing and matching it. You just have to eat the same bland wrangle for the next 3 matches.
Hey, you know what? People say vanilla isn't a flavor. I disagree. I think it's a fantastic flavor.
You know how, you know, Claris likes to say that Arangle is like the bookends?
He does like to say that.
Or the 2 pieces of bread on the ends of a sandwich, right?
Can't stop him. Yeah.
This is literally an Arangle sandwich. It is Arangle sandwiched by 2 Arangles.
Have you ever heard of the toast sandwich?
I have heard of the toast sandwich. This is exactly what we got right here.
But apparently, very tasty.
I've never tried it.
No, well, I have not tried
How
it myself.
toasty must your
but
toast
I've
sandwich
heard
be?
reviews of it.
You've heard reviews?
I've heard reviews, and they are
You're not
raving.
a reputable source.
It
Shut
was on
up.
QI. What are you talking about?
You can't bring QI into
Sandy
this.
Totsvig told me.
You need to try it yourself and then come back to me later. I might actually ask for it for breakfast tomorrow and see what I think.
Ramesh Ranganathan.
Okay, anyway, PUBG Mobile. It's what we're all really about here. You saw Vampire Esports actually cheersing. You know, waters with the boys. I'm all about it. It's good to see. Stay hydrated. You help me
Got to
out.
make sure. What? Yeah, no. Got to make sure that you're
hydrated,
up to. Yeah. There's a lot. I mean, it's a hot country, right? We're in a pretty heated atmosphere. Cool in the arena, though. I have to say, the air conditioning is pretty top notch here. So hopefully, just staying cool, staying calm, getting ready for the tumult to come, or rather, maybe not. If we're sticking to Erangel for 3 maps on a trot, it's something a little bit more calm and collected. Yesterday in the scrims, if you were able to catch those, there was a military island circle right at the start. The first scrim we had was a military island circle, which was very, very chaotic. Alpha7 did very, very well. DRS as well made good headway into the circle. And they had a good time of it, picking up a lot of eliminations. I think DRS is a team that is sort of one of those teams that you might not immediately look at, but definitely have got a lot of power, a lot of firepower to them. Playing from that PMPL South Asia region, they have really deserved their spot to compete in the All-Stars.
Yeah, DRS recently have had that massive breakout in terms of performance, John. I think it's lovely to see, in my opinion. I think DRS, back in the day, weren't very good as a team. I think that DRS has slowly but surely just, attracted new players, got some different changes happening in the roster, and they have been fairly persistent, very determined to be one of the best teams in the world. And I think that they can comfortably say that they are probably one of the greats now at the top. I think DRS was just never that team that I would have said to myself 2 years ago, yes, they'll be at PMWI, and yes, they will be making waves, they'll be making moves, and they certainly are here, just throwing some on the stage dance floor, which is always good to see. And I think DRS have a whole host of really, really strong players on their team. Killer, extremely good overall. Love to see this guy playing. Giante, been a real good mainstay for their team overall. And I think that, looking at those two players in particular, they're really good powerhouses, but also very consistent. You've got Delta as well, who plays in the back of the wings. He's very strong when it comes to making sure you got those off angles. And Rules as well, great scouter. Not the best player on the team by far, but really fits in, honestly. And I don't mean to diss the guy. I think it's more in the sense of he doesn't have those standout pop-out moments, but I think that's because he supports the team so well.
Yeah, to clarify that, it's not that he is bad or not that he isn't as good, it's that he's fantastic at other things. Yeah. And he allows the other players to shine.
Which doesn't stand out on when we come to actually watching it on our
screens. He's the wall upon which they paint their mural.
Exactly, man. 100%. He's the pillow on which you rest your phone.
Don't want to do that. The heat dissipation is terrible. The fan. Well, he's the fan upon which you rest your phone. I'm not trying to
suffocate the phone with the pillow. It's just resting on top of the pillow, bro. Come on.
Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. You still want to get it on one of those fans they've got.
You play like just like pushing it down into the pillow.
Yeah, I have an ice bucket. Yeah. Cooled.
Okay, cool. I see. You just dip it in now and again.
Yeah. It's generally ill-advised to get your phone wet, but you know what?
Because you will have tech problems if you put it in the water.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we are going to have to take a moment to fix a couple of the problems getting this lobby ready. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with you for the first Erangel of the All-Stars.
Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the peace sign. To the hologram, you jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means, and I won't take no more. The bitter end don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. Not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Being pulled to the hollow ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much
come out from this one. They ranked pretty highly on that Sanhok. Yes, it wasn't as good as maybe they wanted, but this is certainly a chance now for them. Looking at the circle itself, i8 once again still hold those strong compounds towards that northern side. We're still waiting for the shift to happen because this could be very much different from how I imagine i8 thinks this game's going to play out. Vampire could even really have a strong standout position on that south side. They're one of the most central teams at this point in time. Gladiators, you said they had the pick of the litter at the start of the game. They're currently on the outer edges on the east, and they're waiting to see if they are forced to move it.
They've lost a player already as well, so playing as 3 from that military base position, it's going to be tricky to try and find your way out here, with Yokohama Donuts Barrel ahead of them. They'll have to figure out their path. iKURD, Lone Ranger, sailing on in, or I'm trying to find some sort of safety, but you send straight towards Meku. It's going to be tough to find that. The circle shift hard up north, but it does mean that the military base is fully out of it.
This is a real good chance now for Vampire Esports, to be honest. They could move up towards that northern side. i8 haven't regrouped either, and playing with 3 after losing Blade over on the bridge, this does mean that they are susceptible to a crash on that western side. And a lot of times you can isolate that engagement on the western side because this is the compound with all the houses and buildings. It's the compound on the eastern side that has the warehouse, which is easy to spot through, and you can take shots to the other side. So this is why you are seeing i8 set up 2 players on that western side, because they can kind of more easily support Falak on that eastern edge. But I do think that they are 100% susceptible to a crash from Vampire.
With 3 players as well, it's a lot harder to hold split. See, with the threat from DRS on the western front as well, it is going to be very, very tricky. You're talking about how that warehouse with the open sides can be spotted through. You've got FaZe who are going to be looking that direction, DRS as well, going to be putting pressure on that west edge. And when Yokohama Donuts Barrel or Gladiators move up that eastern side, it is again under threat. So difficult to hold, not only from the Vampires, but from everywhere else.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle. And I think Vampires are doing a good job to hold for the time being. Instantly, Gladiators send out. You can see here, Infinity IQ have a good idea of what's going on as Matic drops out the vehicle, does reveal the position, so Gladiators have a little bit of a better idea of what's going on there. But there is clapback coming their way. 7 eliminations for Infinity IQ, but Gladiators not willing to give up just yet.
DRS moving along their position, but FaZe have looked to try and challenge them for it. 3 players alive for FaZe, 4 for DRS. Nobody really can move up into this position, so it is a straight 4v3 between these 2 rosters. And DRS do have the high ground here. Venturez wants to try and force them up towards it, but it's going to be pretty tricky. Yeah, Venturez goes down, Killer just runs him over in that close range position. Finally, AGONxI8 go down back towards that military bases. The Gladiators are finding their way out. No meds on board for the Infinity, and the nades are going to be able to close it down. Another rundown for Delta to flush Vintours in the meantime. Means that high ground for DRS is looking all the more safe.
I mean, it was poetic justice there for Gladiators that Infinity IQ would go down to nades, right? They have been causing absolute pandemonium with the nades of their own. The Gladiators just give them a tiny taste of their own medicine at the end of the day. I don't like that you said finally AGONxI8 went down. You sounded relieved.
Well, they had been hiding.
Stop that.
They had been hiding around Gladiators for a long time. So I was saying finally, not in a relief sense, but finally. No, it was a relief sense. You're right. You're right. No, you're right. I don't know why I'm lying to you.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. I get it. I get it. i8 still in a fairly decent spot for themselves. I think the fact that they've been able to hold on for so long, they are really keeping this one as safe as possible. They are helped out by the fact that there is Vampire Esports up with 4, 7-9 with 4, DRS up with 4, which is sort of making this push down towards i8, meaning if you want to fight us in the compound, you have to fight everyone else also looking at our compound. So, you know, you can come get it, but it's going to be difficult.
That sounded like the start of that sounded like the Spice Girls lyrics. If you want to take my compound.
Yeah, if you want to take my compound.
You got to cover all the angles.
You got to get with my enemies.
Gladiators nade over the top, over towards Yokohama. And another one to follow it up. Meku with the side swipe cover as well as missile falls perfect bombardment from Gladiators. Kitsune looking to deal the final blow, but goes right on over the top. Now Auto holding behind the artillery. Well, there's plenty more where that came from Gladiators. Perfect hold, perfect push. They're up the top of the hill now. The Gladiators with 3 will look to descend towards AGONxI8.
DRS do spot out the way though, and I think Gladiators are currently in the worst position so far. I8 opt to go for that rotation over towards the other side. I think Vampire spot that one happening, and at this late in the game, that move can only be a regroup. Great shots coming from Sem9 though. UZM is going to struggle to get out that actual building. The ghillie suit doesn't help him. In an urban area, it kind of makes you easier to see.
It's just the vibes of the ghillie suit, you know?
That is true. You are comfort, you are warm. Which is definitely what Vampire are feeling right now. They are heated up.
Absolutely. We said as well that DRS on these military circle shifts had shown strength back in the scrims, and they seem to have been able to navigate the ground very well, as again playing on that western side now. 3 eliminations, so not the most in the lobby, but they are a massive force here. The question is, when they have to descend, will they be able to find a foothold at the bottom?
Yeah, DRS have never really been this team that gets a huge amount of eliminations, save a couple of games. But what they are is always in these end games. They're very good at isolating teams, isolating some of these rotational paths to get in. It is fantastic overall. Gladiators though rocking up, and it's Sem9 to catch them in the wave. Matic going for the classic, looks to hit these shots up towards the top side, and already DRS are also getting involved, and that's it. Gladiators go down in 4th.
SCM 2 players alive now. This is the chance. I mean, Vampires have moved up from that south side with AGONxI8 out the way. They are now the main threat in this lobby to take a back-to-back blank. On the south side of this, Vampire are going for a split.
This is interesting. Vampire head out towards that eastern side, maybe to pick up some loot that they picked off. Tony K and Schweppes making this long rotate. They come on back, they get a little bit of information, kind of keep DRS in towards that pinch between them and Sem9. Giante's off towards the western side all by himself, so that could be an interesting off angle.
The res not quite in position for Depp on SEM9 right now, but they've got a little bit of time on that bleed out. They should be able to stay safe. Fortunately, Tam eats a bit of damage from a nade. That'll give a position away, make it harder to stay alive here. The res now being enacted, but they've still got that time to play with. Vampire, in the meantime, happy to let these 2 teams fight it out.
Killer just spotting as best he can. An interesting position to finish in, and look at that. Circle heads down towards the southwest. Gante is in a good spot for the rest of the team to regroup on top of. They could easily do this and leave Sem9 to their own antics, in which case they're most likely going to be taken down by Vampire, who currently have such an incredible spot within the circle. They took their time making into this one, usually dropping in Primor, so it's pretty reasonable for them to find a place like this. But equally, it was as reasonable for Gladiators to take up a position like this as well. I'd be very curious to know why Gladiators went for the decisions that they made during this game.
Either way, it's panning out for them. 6 eliminations for Kenny on SEM9. This Malaysian team is doing work right now on this military island finish. Guaranteed chunk of points as well for these placements. It's good news for Malaysian fans.
I think that this game is going to conclude soon, though, John. With the way the circle's set up, it's just about in terms of these high grounds, in terms of these hillsides. You can just peek over the top, but as we push further in now on this blue, it's going to force both these teams to peek their heads over the top side. Now, Vampire is going to have to be stalwart if they want to hold on to this position, John. They're going to have to fight off against 2 teams at once and be very quick on the trigger, because DRS, as soon as they hear those shots up towards Sem9, they might go for something. But already, Schweppes comes out with a killer move.
Stones does get answered towards as Kenny does find that knock, but the needles are being threaded time and time again by the Vampire squad, and DRS have not opted to pull that trigger. Move on in for this third party. Rules is there to put pressure from the north, sure, but DRS biding their time.
Rules moves up. Kenny's still tossing these grenades over the top, and he's actually struggling to get into position. In the meantime, he's going to have to tip-tap his way away from this spot. The nades are causing massive issues. Finally, Kenny's out. Buggy taking a little bit of damage, smoking, actually. I believe from this one.
Regroup back towards the rest of DRS. But the downhill run towards Vampire is now the next move they have to make. There is no real choice. They have to figure out how they want to enact that one, as rules will break down to that closer position on the next circle. Vampire, though, looking solid. 8 eliminations so far this game. Coming off the back of the first chicken dinner with 7 eliminations. They want to one-up that one, or potentially even more. Still plenty more to play.
A back-to-back at the start of PMWI. I don't know what it is about this tournament, but it gets the blood flowing for Vampires, I'll tell you that now. DRS up towards that top side. They do take a knock from Schweppes, who's been fantastic this game. Kenny looking for a little bit more. Giante has played a beautiful game this match. Been able to stay on his lone side to force Sem9 into a horrible position versus Vampire so they can try and capitalize off the third party. Very strong. But it looks like now Tam and Kenny will just go for the denial of these points, leaving it just between DRS and Vampire.
And it is a full 4 versus 4. DRS have had a lot more damage poured their way. The question is, how much ammo do Vampire have at this stage? They should have been able to resupply on AGONxI8. Hopefully they've got enough in the back pocket. Ravenclaw, yeah, they've got seemingly plenty to be getting on with the DBS to hold off close range. As long as their armor holds out, they should have a good advantage here. A Grozer as well for Tony. He moves up, and the Vampires want to strangle this one out now.
This is good from the Vampires, and they do it quite frequently. They don't allow teams time to set up, time to get into a good position, because right now that's all DRS are doing. So they send Schweppes and Tony K up, stoned Ravenclaw in the back, stoned there with the Mini 14, great at long range already. Yante's taking a huge amount of damage. Schweppes finds another, Rules is out inside the smoke. Schweppes has to run away. Will he survive this? Yes, for a little bit longer.
Dips back behind the smoke, and the cover is there from his team as well to keep him safe. Rules is still close, and a danger, a threat with the nade in hand as well. Pin is pulled, wants to lob it on through, do damage, but it's not finding the mark. Rules still yet to let loose here. Wants to try and move closer to the tree now. Stoned, takes a tickle. Delta launching ordnance from up the hill, but Vampire have the center of the circle. Nades from the back, Ravenclaw on the rooftop. It is so difficult to dethrone him, but Tony K goes down first here. DRS now have an opening with 4 players alive for them. The res is super unlikely for Vampire. Can they hold on to the center? Because the blue zone pushes DRS in and Rules goes down. An excellent answer from Ravenclaw. Gianti crawling into position, but the blue will push him further. And into the tree he falls. Rules just about getting tagged up for the res.
Tony K has to get up. This Grozer has to find purchase here because a lot of these players on Vampire's side are running out of bullets. Tony K comes up short as he heads down towards that top side of the hill. A lot of damage coming through, and Vampire might just have thrown away. They're back-to-back as Stone is desperately hanging on. A Molotov behind the tree burns away the bark.
There it is.
That might be it. Well done, Vampire. The second chicken dinner coming through from not an easy position, but the fact that they come out, they delay until the circle pushes in, forces DRS into such an awkward spot.
What a way for Vampires to close down the second of their back-to-back chicken dinners, the second of the games at the All-Star Stage. This is a team ready and raring to go. We were talking about who's done their homework. It is clear that Vampire have been at the drawing board and they have struck masterful resource and revision to bring in here. An elation in the Vampire camp, rightly so.
I love that. They started the game with a toast, they end the game with a toast there. And that's how you get yourself a toast sandwich, John. The double toaster.
Something like that. I'm sure. But either way, we're going to be heading back over to the desk to break down Vampire's dominance very soon after this short break.
Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Command the show. I can see it in your eyes. I can feel you watching. Got you hooked, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your
I don't know what there is to say. Vampire Esports starting off strong here with the back-to-back at PMWI. It's the All-Star Stage, and where they're proven to be the only All-Star team right now, as they have just completely pushed all of the competition back. If there's any questions on whether Vampire performed well and if they could pull off the back-to-back wins here at PMWI, I think we might have our answer.
Yeah, I think all the rumors have been put to bed already. If you thought they were not going to do well in this, by the way, normal, small $3 million tournament, well, no, they came to play already back-to-back chicken dinners. You literally can't have a better start, and the execution, the way they move around the map is just so 10,000 IQ every time.
Before you get into it, Seven, the most impressive part about Vampire Esports, it hasn't been like, oh, they got zone, they got zone, they got zone. No, it's like they put themselves in a position to then play off of that well.
They have, even from the start. They were the only team with that kind of circle that decided to do that botation, and then they started pushing on forward towards the middle. It wasn't just being blessed by the sun, as you were mentioning, and they were actually being able to keep people off. And there, at the end there, if we're gonna, you know what, I'll wait a little bit longer, because there is something that I want to nitpick, even though they did get back-to-back chicken dinners.
Tony K?
Yeah, Tony K, I felt like he was playing support there towards the end. You know what?
I'll go into it later, but then Max says Tony K, and then I'm going to start getting into it now.
Right now. If you're going to give me the end, we'll go into it. Tony K, yeah.
Go ahead, do it.
He was playing support. He wasn't playing support to what I would actually like to see. He was leaving himself too exposed. He was starting to go more towards the fragging position, and he ended up hurting them. It almost cost them the game.
You saw he really wanted to get involved. I want to
yeah, he's like, I can't wait.
If he just held that ridgeline with Stone, it would have worked out.
Let me jump in really quickly here, because I do have to apologize for some tech issues we had. I believe I was just told that the stream did go down during that match, so we need to kind of paint a better picture here before we talk about it. if you want to dive into that, obviously, fight against DRS with Vampire Esports, but kind of paint a picture for us, Max. Do your best, Bob Ross.
Okay, so we had a very nice circle on Sanhok very early on, so teams like Vampire got there very early, had access to most of the strong positions in that spot, and they have the compound down in a valley. So really strong position, don't have to move too much. DRS are playing on the high ground position.
I know, I am.
Valley. I mean, I'm trying to be as descriptive as I can. So on top of the valley, you have DRS, and you have the side of Vampire, low side, in the valley, in a compound. The moment that actually the circle takes out DRS, they pretty much do a really smart play, which is sending 2 players, I believe it was, let me cheat a bit.
Stoned and Ravenclaw.
Schweppes and Tony K
pushing
up, while keeping 2 other players of the team onto the compound to make sure they cannot peek over the rich side. And because they get so close, Tony K and Schweppes can actually start throwing nades over, and then you're just negating the entire position of DRS that they just have to full send if they want to hopefully survive. But that was just such a good execution. So the macro is good, the synergy is good, the micro play is good.
Yes.
They're the whole package right now.
I wish, Seven,
that so good.
People at home could see Max while we were watching that happen.
I'll give you a reenactment.
Yeah, let's
you
try
ready?
Wait, hold on. Wait for the camera to be on you.
Wait for the camera. Come on. Bring it. Bring every single time. This was you, Max.
No, but you forgot the so good. It's so good. And I asked Max, how good is it? And he's like, wait, it's extreme. Oh man, no. I mean, obviously, as you point out, you kind of predicted as well. You were literally calling it as we were watching the 2 players holding the high ground, so they can't be peaked, and the 2 players pushing up with Tony K there and Schweppes to get the nades in. And the thing was, Seven, to throw it back to you, I don't know if how really in depth you got with it. Tony K might have potentially thrown away that back-to-back.
He did. I mean, I kind of went into it a little bit, but I'll go into it more because, as you were saying, he was just getting a little bit impatient. We even heard Sertani say he likes to be that aggressive player, right? He is a fragging player. You could see that impatience is starting to kick in. I wish he would have just rotated down a little bit more and then actually rotated around, because there was a rock. There could have been a great angle that he got, but he just kept leaving himself exposed too much. Overall, though, he ended up working because of the support those other 2 players had in the back.
I mean, mainly because Ravenclaw stayed in that position. If he moved up just like Tony K did, pretty much they don't win that game. Because from that point on, you're just going to get naded by the entirety of DRS. They have that high ground elevation advantage. It's not going to work out. So Ravenclaw really just secured that chicken dinner for his team.
Okay, well, speaking of taking the chicken dinner, let's take a look at the match rankings, get an idea of how many points they got, and of course, all the other teams out there. As we can see, 23 points. So they're on 40, if I'm not mistaken. They got 17 from the first match, 23 here, 40 points. Gladiators, again, they got 13th the last match. They got 11 here, so another team keeping up with them. But Max, Sem9, we got to give them some love.
The bridge camp over on the eastern edge, sure, they only got, I think, 4 or 5 eliminations. I think it was 4 at the end of the day. And a lot of the teams did not get close enough where they could get the eliminations. But what actually works out for them, all those teams die, eliminated from the game. That means no teams are going to rotate from the northern eastern edge. They had so much space to utilize to like fully spread, have the information. And if a team like DRS, D+, Gladiators, i8 get remotely close, they're going to get absolutely lasered. So the control and the splits they did late game were just 10 out of 10.
I mean, you saw them at one point wanting to go towards DRS, and DRS was like, okay, this is not a favorable position for us.
We don't want to fight you.
Let's just back off.
Yeah, I mean, it was Vampire inside the compound just shooting on all cylinders, anyone that kind of moved in the foreground. But, I mean, take a look at the bridge camp. You had S2G, Falcons, D+, BTR, iKURD, and Sem9. I feel like in that position, knowing what's coming your way, because obviously they could see quite a bit of it, I kind of respect the restraint to not go into it, to not overextend, to kind of just let it, you guys play it out, you guys, we'll see what happens, we'll pick off anyone else that comes through instead of getting too aggressive and potentially losing players.
I think in a situation like that, you can't go aggressive because you want to let all the other teams do the dirty work for you. If there's a few teams that come here, you can just pick up the eliminations, but you just want to reduce the number of teams entering the eastern edge, which is what they did. The moment they knew there was no major threat, like maybe 1 or 2 players, they left and started playing circle because they knew northeast was pretty much completely free.
Yeah, and I think as soon as they realized that there was more than just one team that was going to try to push through that circle, they were like, you know what, let's not overextend. Let's just wait here. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, another team we have to talk about here to give a little bit of love to, DRS. This team we have seen coming in from Nepal. We've seen them for years now. But Max and Seven, I want you to go into, like, what have you been seeing them do that is pretty much exactly like we saw at PMGC, if I'm not mistaken?
I'll be negative Nancy first.
Okay.
All right. Even though they did get second place.
You can be negative, but I'm not going to call you Nancy.
Thank you.
They
were playing too passive. They were putting themselves in great situations. It's kind of like what we saw out of them in PMGC, right? They were playing that outer circle, putting themselves in great places to rotate. but they just weren't willing to actually take on a fight. They waited out until the very end, but that was it. I want to see more aggressiveness. I want to see them being able to get more elims, because at the end of the day, it's not just going to be those placement points. They need to be able to back it up with those elimination points.
If there's one of the teams that could beat the award of like most top 3 placements, I think DRS is a very heavy contender. If they make it, of course, in the main tournament, they could be the one to beat that record.
And the thing is, like, over the course of the last couple of years, if we talk about DRS wanting to be a CCT, a championship caliber team, one thing they have to do is have that great marriage of eliminations and placements. And yeah, you can get into the late game by playing Edge like the way they are, but you're never going to win a PMGC. You're never going to get necessarily into the main event. You're not going to win the main event if you can't fight teams head-to-head in close quarters and long range, just be able to duke it out with each other.
And the part that kind of sucks for DRS is that we know they have the potential to be top-tier fraggers in this lobby. We've seen so many times in, I think it was the PMGC League stage, where you had Killer, you had yourself Ganthe, you had Delta, so many players just going absolutely ham in these matches. And I think they're just restraining themselves to fit in the more passive macro playstyle. I feel like if they just change that mentality, that approach, and they start fragging out, looking to be aggressive, I'm thinking they could not only get the placement points, which they've already proven so far in 2 games, but I feel like the eliminations they desperately need could start coming in.
I mean, even the last match, right? We talked about how Sam9 decided to push on them and they decided to back off. I felt like DRS could have put themselves in a situation there where they could have been able to take that fight. They could have actually been able to take on Sam9 and win, because on top of that, they have Vampire Esports kind of third-partying it, right? They started shooting at Sam9. DRS could have definitely won the fight. They were just like, this is not a favorable position for us in their head, and they decided to back off.
And look at the Sam9 split we were talking about earlier, because there was so much room on the northern eastern edge of that bridge camp. Gladiators move in. They're fully prepared to defend that position. They got the high ground. Gladiators have very limited information after going on the push onto D+, and they just get completely negated, completely lasered in that position. So SM9, once again, sure don't get the win, but I feel like this is one of the strongest displays of macro mechanics we've witnessed so far. It's only been 2 games, but still.
It has only been 2 games. What about BTR? I wanted to bring them up because, you know what, we got to talk about BTR a little bit.
Why? You want to bring them up?
Because I want to talk about like individual prowess. We saw Genfos last game have a really great play. I don't remember the team that he was up against. He had a great nade. He actually fought up with another nade, but eventually got knocked before it happened. But then here, we got to see Yuhai Man able to do a little bit of his own kind of style. And I'm kind of like happy to see that they have these individual players that can do what we saw Revo do out of Alpha7. But obviously, you kind of need all of your team playing at the same kind of level to be able to close games out. But I was happy to see it, and I'm a little bit more critical and negative of BTR all the time. So that says something if I'm being positive about it.
That goes back to what we said about them being good on paper. Individually, they can do great, but it's just we don't see that team presence that we're expecting to see. And Yuhai Man, is it Yuhai Man or Yuhai Boy? Yuhai Lad
just Yuhai.
Is going to change at some point. I don't know.
Yuhai Grandpa.
Yuhai,
I don't know.
As he gets older, he evolves.
Yuhai Dad, and then we'll see Yuhai Boy come back, but it's going to be his son. Or Yuhai Daughter.
Junior.
Could be. You never know.
Wait, let me reel it back, all right? You were talking about just players. I'm talking about the whole team. They shouldn't have taken that fight in just Naya against Aton Esports. Well, and they were so far away from the circle. Like, there's no need to take that fight.
Okay, well, we can see our overall rankings here in Vampire Esports. Starting off strong, 20 and 40 points. Ridiculous out of them so far, and they might be able to be the ones to break their own records from before. And of course, G Gliders come in second at 24-17. But that crunch, the sponge of points we have at the top is really creating a very close overalls everywhere else. Yeah, there's like 1 point separating, what was it, like 4th place from set 12th. Like,
yeah. I mean, still, that comeback is still there. There's only 2 games, right? So we can see anyone try and come back. Though some teams that have not had the start they were expecting.
Any surprises? Yeah.
you know, Max Seven. Every time Max sees Alpha7 not doing great, he's just gonna slam you with it.
But when they start doing good, you'll do the chant with me, right?
As you said, slow start, and when they start to get into the groove, the momentum is going to be there. Just Revo is playing solo squads right now.
He is, and also they haven't been favored by the circles as well, and they've been still, even though they did rotate a little bit faster this last game, I still feel like they need to rotate a little bit even more fast. Please.
Even more.
they just take too long. They can't make up their mind sometimes if they want to be aggressive and take a fight outside of the circle. And we kind of saw that in this previous match in Erangel. They waited it out to see what Falcons was going to do. Even though they had free zone to just go through the bridge, there was nobody on the bridge because they had, I believe it was Carrillo that they had actually scouting out the bridge. They were just waiting to see if they wanted to take that fight. They need to make those decisions in time and actually start thinking about those middle points, those end game points too, those rotations that they're going to put themselves into when they end up winning the game. And I think this is what's currently hurting them, that slow start.
The cool thing, though, is, as we said, we got 3 air angles in a row. They saw it didn't work out on the first one. Hopefully, we can see some iterations, some changes in this next air angle.
What's going to happen if they actually end up going to George Bull? Because we saw FaZe Clan rotating super late.
Yeah. I was a bit sad to not see the hot drop.
Me
but
too.
You know what?
Me
It was a southern plane path, yeah.
One thing that does make me wonder, though, not wonder, but I'm kind of actually happy to see, is that you have a team like Vampire Esports who can come into this and set the pace for the lobby.
Yep.
But then you have these other teams, like, because if you look at Alpha7, right, they play Brazil, they play against Latin America, and then they come into Americas and they play against North America, which, as John mentioned earlier, isn't that difficult. But the thing is, I would imagine a team of Alpha7 with such a caliber of players they have and the experience they have, they should be able to come into international events and be able to try to set the pace. And yet they always seem to continually struggle when we get to this point. So I'm curious to see if they continue to get better, but obviously we will see. Yep. But in the meantime, we do have an interview with the man who was just here on desk, Sertani. He's going to be joining Banks down on the stage, talk to us about their success so far. All right, so as you did hear there, Banks did ask him, you know, Sertani, you know, what's the secret to your success? And he said, well, you know, every time I seem to go on the desk here with the English commentators and desk, we seem to win, and we can't seem to stop. So you know what, Sertani, I'll give you my PayPal later on. No, obviously, like, the work Sertani and they've been doing, they have been on a grind. Like, they just came from another event. They have been playing constantly, and the fact is, you look at many other esports titles, it is so difficult to maintain a high level of play for an extended period of time because everyone has, or you have a bullseye on your back and everyone's looking at you. And that makes me wonder going into day 2. People will see your rotations, they see you're moving early. Will they be able to maintain that kind of status quo going forward? Something
that he did mention that I'm glad he mentioned it too is the synergy within the team, the synergy within the 2 new players as well is getting so much better. And I feel like that was a perfect example in the last Erangel of that synergy, right? With the 2 players pushing, with the 2 players being able to kind of hold in the back. That's what we want to continue to see out of this team. And I love that they're actually able to get those eliminations as well. We're not talking about just a team that's, you know what, they're getting those placement points. They are putting themselves in a position to win these games. They're being able to back it up with those limbs.
Exactly. I mean, they're just good at being aggressive. They're good at their macro rotating. I feel like they're one of the teams that's done the most homework. Of course, we saw Alpha7. The coach has been doing a lot of work, but Sertani, we cannot undermine how much work he has been putting with the team here throughout the prep for this tournament. It seems like they've encountered no real hot drops, no reactions no clashes when it comes to rotations. So just the prep is done, they're taking no risks, and they just get into the late game every single time. And once they're in that late game, they become just so much more dangerous.
And he's good at baiting us too. He told us it's just a regular tournament.
Well, you know what? If I'm Sertani and my contract's coming to an end, I'm going to ask for a nice little renegotiation because he has been putting in work for the team. Vampire has been putting in work. The question now comes, can they do the 3-peat? Can they win another match here in a row? We'll find out here shortly with John and Blank to take you into our second Erangel of the day.
Getting ready, getting warmed up for the second Erangel. We've got 3 of them today as everyone's getting ready. Hang on a minute. What's he getting? No. He's not getting into the lobby. He's not in the in those player booths. But we are going to be heading into that match soon enough. James Yang.
It is the boy himself. Yeah, so we will be slightly delayed, guys. I'm so sorry. But we will be getting into the game as soon as possible. So for the time being, we'll be looking at the players. Old Calci over here, the classic from S2G, looking fancy. What are you expecting from our angle?
Not another military circle, I think, is what I'm expecting. It's really quite unlikely that that's happened now twice in 2 days for us. So I'm expecting that we'll see a little bit more of a mainland play style. And when you look at the first 2 matches of today, it has all been island hardships, right? You had the Northwest Island on Sanhok. Now we've had the military island on Erangel. We're due a little bit calmer of a circle to come, I think, in this next match. But you never know. We could be heading to a bridge finish.
It could be heading to a bridge finish. You just don't know what's happening here.
That's the beauty of it.
It's all over the shop. You know, there is completely crazy things happening in this tournament. Vampire Esports obviously looking fantastic so far. Gladiators themselves right here, we got Tixi and Kitsune chilling together. Kitsune being the leader of the squad and Tixi being that wild dog of the team. He's pretty good, very, very good in those team fights, and I think he has reined things in a lot recently, and he looks much more efficient for the squad overall. I think you're looking at a lot of these teams with Gladiators second place, still a little bit behind Vampire. There's definitely an opportunity for some of these other teams to rank themselves upwards. S2G though, 17 points, also tied with DRS, which I think is quite surprising. I like to see it though. The S2G is in 4th place. I think they are having that resurgence. Been a little bit quieter. The desk hasn't talked about them too much. I think that they certainly deserve a little praise though for what they've been able to pull out here. I would not be surprised though, on the other hand, if we do see a chicken dinner from S2G today, because I think that they are certainly ramping up. And you've got to remember that they've had a lot of time off since when they finished that Turkish PMPL finals to now, because they weren't in the European Championships, and then they had a whole big month off, and now they're here at PMWI. So they've had to have a lot of time in between there to study, to realize exactly what they want to happen here in this tournament, what kind of fixes they need to make, and honestly, time for Silas to get better.
Yeah, that's
not better as in a player, but better medically.
Medically better. But we are going to have to make a couple of things better here as well. Just going to have a short little break, and we'll be back as soon as the match starts.
Aton's on my side, drawing the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the V side. Change me, rewrite our history. Aton's on my side, drawing the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I get the V side. beginning to see you fall to pieces. Bring joy to the heart of ground. You jump or drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no the bitter end if I was all. I don't wanna leave you here. The channel will drag you down, down, down. Living with vultures and naysayers. They're going to take your crown. I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down. 'Cause I'm beginning to see you fall to pieces. Bring pull to the heart of ground. Please stop, you'll drown. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no the bitter end if I was Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no the bitter end if I was all. Do you follow your desires? Do you challenge their routines? I will dream, I will aspire, 'cause I know how much it means. And I won't take no the bitter end if I was all. Got a backbone made of steel, make you feel like I'm an animal that you can't control. Walk the walk, talk the talk, I'm the whole deal. Yeah, I'm an animal and I command the show. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Bring you right there to the edge, make you sweat like you can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop, 'cause I'm an animal, I'll just laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, you can't stand it. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader. Aton's on my side, drawing the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V side.
And again, what a crazy match. Vampire Esports take their third chicken dinner of the day. No, I'm just messing with you.
Spoilers.
Unfortunately, we are having some technical issues, which is why we're back here on camera, but hopefully we can sort it as quick as possible. But in the meantime, we get to talk to these two lovely gentlemen and hear what they have to say. And maybe, just maybe, if we're lucky enough, Max can paint us another picture.
Yeah, we'll see for the next game. If there's something really beautiful, no, I'll put some nice trees and everything. And
Where's Everest?
Pretty nice.
Where's Everest?
Up there.
Oh.
Yeah. Good scouting spot.
So, depending on the length of time here before the next match begins, maybe, just maybe, we'll get Max on my shoulders, and then he can really show us where Everest is. What happened? What happens? Anyways, let's actually start to talk about some of these teams, right? Vampire Esports, we obviously talked a lot about them. They have been phenomenal. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised having two players swap around within their team to be able to be this strong coming to the event. I mean, no, I'm not going to be mean to this team in particular I'm thinking of. You
come
know
on,
which one.
Come on.
You know you want to say
when there's roster
Just do
swaps,
it.
it takes some time and it takes some effort for them to kind of synergize and play well. Excuse you, bless you. And for Vampire Esports, they've been able to do what I haven't really seen any other team do out there, actually. This is what even makes it more amazing. And I know it's been 2 matches. I may be jumping the gun a little bit, but as you've been saying, Max, like what they're doing on like a not even a theoretical level, but like the execution of what they're doing is on point.
Yes.
The way they pushed up against DRS there was on point. They just seem to know exactly what to do in just these 2 matches so far at any given point.
The thing is, their game plan is good. Like, the IGLing is strong and everything. What really stands out to me the most, and I don't know if you agree potentially, Seven, with that, is the speed at which they execute their plans. The moment a circle pops, they go for the shift. They just go for those positions. The moment they need to start playing aggressive against another team, they instantly start to do it at the best opportune moment every single time. And I think the reaction time and the speed at which they execute their game plans is really what sets them apart from and then almost a majority of this lobby right now.
Yeah, and I think that's what that's kind of what I was hinting at too earlier when we were talking about how they were able to rotate, right? And on top of that, they were able to just push off RA. They were able to get some eliminations on them. And all of a sudden, RA was nowhere to be seen. We were like, okay, RA is probably going to cause a problem there for Vampire Esports. Nope. It so happened that Vampire Esports just completely ambushed them. So yeah, the speed that they're being able to execute their plan is pretty impressive.
You can really see R8 on the back foot. They were like, wait, they're already
here?
They're
like, wait, what?
At this point, that's too quick.
Well, let me change it up here, right? Because we talked about Sem9. We talked about the bridge camp. The bridge camp they did on the Eastern Bridge. But let's talk about the Western Bridge, because we did have AGONxI8 there as well on the Western side. But they didn't accomplish nearly as much as we'd liked. And we actually kind of criticized them for having like a 3-1 split at one point, because they had one player more towards the actual center, towards military. And then they eventually like rotated at the wrong time. And then we're like, oh, why didn't they stay there longer? They could have camped this team out.
I mean, you're lucky that Kalaris is not casting right now into the next game, because he would have been furious. He's fuming, okay? In the green room, he's like, they're split again, holding splits. We saw that from Aton in the first game. We saw that then from i8 on the Western Bridge. We need to see teams that hold these strong positions not go for these massive splits. A 2-2 split, if you really want to have multiple angles, I understand. I would appreciate it, mainly from Aton on Trifecta in game 1. I would have liked to see that from them. But these massive splits we're seeing from teams is just, I would say, Seven, completely overkill. So I want to see i8 maybe just try and rethink that position. A lot of teams are going to come that way. Just try and put all your forces on the bridge, because if you're just trying to scout and do everything, if a team breaches you, you don't have the firepower to back up the bridge camp.
Yeah, and that's why I think that's why we were giving so much credit, right, to Sem9, the way they were able to just accomplish that bridge camp. on the east side too, the way they were able to manage that. They didn't overextend. As soon as they saw that it was going to be more than one team, they decided to wait it out and see which one was actually going to make it pass closer to them, being able to get those eliminations, which they were able to get, even though they didn't really overextend, they didn't do anything crazy, they were still able to manage at least 4 eliminations, which was quite impressive. And on top of that, they had so much real estate to work with towards the north that it ended up working out perfect for them. And that's a team that definitely needed a bounce back. I mean, I think they ended up in the first game 16th place with just 2 elims, so it's good for them to be able to bounce back right away.
It's really funny because you're looking at the bridge camps in these games. You can see Western Bridge, how not to bridge camp, Eastern Bridge, how to bridge camp. You got perfect examples on the execution of both sides pretty much.
Yep.
Okay. Well, no, I really got to catch myself here when talking about certain teams in my head.
Just say it.
I want us to talk about Mizexis a little bit. Because I think there's not a lot of high expectations for this team, just based off the fact they had to kind of come last minute, right? And Hyper, unfortunately, couldn't get the visas to be here.
Yep.
I think they could be technically a bit of a dark horse. Now, I know, hold your jaw. It's okay, 7. But think about it. They've kind of like come in with 0 expectations on them. They were a replacement team. We saw them in scrims. They were able to fight against decent teams. We saw them even here in the first couple of matches having some good little battles. I think with a team having no pressure on them means they can be unhinged and they can just go crazy. And that can make them a lot stronger than they previously have been seen.
I know you want to jump on that.
You can't see it right now at home, but the look Seven's giving me is just like he wants to just jump on this and tear me apart.
I mean, Mizexis 8th place in PMPL NA, and as everybody's been saying, including John Allen, one of the weakest regions out there. I can see the angle that you're trying to put it. The only reason why they currently are within at least even have some points is because they were able to get some good points in Sanhok with the Madness. Then we went on to Erangel, and they ended up with a big old donut. If we are going to try to hint at maybe them being a dark horse, maybe being able to suppress a lot of teams, I think I have to wait to see what they're going to be able to do, at least in the next 2 Erangels.
And not to be too critical about NA, but it feels like it's kind of a training ground, and every time you have like a star player, they get picked up. Coops, over to Nigma
Well, you got to bring that up.
The entirety of NASA getting picked up in the MENA region. And they do pretty well too, like in that region, so it's pretty interesting.
Well, you bring my heart,
I got you 7. I got you 7. How's GameLord doing over in EU?
Whoa. Too soon, Jason. Too soon. Wait, dude.
I mean, you're right. That is kind of the problem with NA at the moment, is you get these teams who kind of reign supreme in the region, and then unfortunately they kind of come apart. I mean, it's been a while since NA has been, I want to say, towards the top of the leaderboards, because we think back to the Cloud9 days, the Tempo Storm days, wildcard days. Like there were some really good teams and good players, but unfortunately it just didn't pan out in the long run.
I mean, even when we were doing an A, that was one of the big question marks, right? We were just wondering which team was going to be the team that was going to be able to step up and take over Knights after they split. We thought it was going to be in Hyper, but then we weren't quite sure. And then I honestly still feel like there's no certain team from an A yet.
Since World League, yeah.
So you're not a believer in the team that I refuse to predict a single time during the league stage.
I don't know what you're talking about. Who?
YKG?
Oh.
Joey? Your boy Joey?
Joey. Wait until Hajuk starts casting till we say that. Okay.
Well, I think, I mean, none of us can argue with what John said. Unfortunately, NA is the weakest region at the moment. I think that's not necessarily related to the players in the region. Well, okay, yes it is. Let me rephrase that. It's not related to the skill of the players. It's related to the egos of the players. Because you don't see teams stick around as 4 that long. If they don't do well in the PMPO, all right, well, we're going to change rosters.
Yep.
Looking at some of these other regions, like I can think of Team Queso for like 2 years, or UDR Killers. Like they stuck around as the same roster for like 2-3 years because they realize it takes time to synergize, it takes time to improve, and just changing a player won't necessarily fix things. But clearly they didn't see Vampire Esports. But no, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, right? Is that the egos definitely become an issue in North America.
It's the NA talk show here.
Well, I feel like it's always been. Not the NA talk show, but I think
we can talk about
the ego.
EU, to be fair. I mean, if we look at NA, right, EU got a massive step up with like PMPL CIS kind of ending, and the CIS teams coming over to either Africa or obviously over to Europe, and you guys got so strong teams now that even like the teams we were looking at when I was back doing Europe with you guys, that were like decent, they immediately became like bottom tier because of the caliber of teams coming through.
Yeah, even though you could bring up actually GameLord, it's still a bit too soon for me to talk about, but you could bring up GameLord. They absolutely, they sucked in the full season of last year. Like, they had a horrendous time. But the fact that you had the additions of these CIS players, a lot of teams, including GameLord and a lot of the regional teams originally from Western Europe, have improved significantly. I think it's still too early to see some of those OG Western European teams play at this level. But it's in the process where you could see some up-and-coming teams from the region outside of your Gladiators, etc., that can make it into PMWI, PMGC, etc.
I mean, I think of actually even some Romanian teams. Shout out to the Romanian crew here. It's Nexus. They improved. Yeah. Obviously, you know, Eastern Stars kind of dissipated a bit, and I think a couple players went over to them. They improved massively, but I still kind of asked myself, looking at who was towards the top of EU originally before these Russian teams came through, I don't know if they can hang with the teams from Russia.
I mean, we're going to be seeing PMRC then. I mean, this is a long shot, but we're going to see Nexus playing into PMRC. Some, actually, Western Europe teams did really well in the recent championship. So this is going to be their first taste of like a LAN event for a lot of those teams into PMRC Europe versus MEA region. So I'm pretty hyped to see how those teams are going to perform in this environment.
I'm actually impressed of how GG has been performing so far, even after 2 matches.
Elimination heavy.
And that's but the funny thing with them is you talk about Alpha7 be a team that's slow to start. That's exactly what GG have always been known to be. A team very slow in the beginning, then the last like 2-3 days of the event, they really start to ramp up, and that's where they get like a lot of points.
Still a bit overconfident on the splits though. That is something that we've witnessed throughout the entirety of PMPL Europe. It's been a little bit of an issue in the championship, not as heavily. They're kind of going back to their old like playstyle, which is they love their splits, and teams are able to abuse and punish them for that. And I want to see a little bit less of that. The thing is, this is not PMPL. This is not like a month-and-a-half long event. You need to make these changes relatively quickly because, sure, they got a lot of eliminations, but this could get scary as you head into the main tournament. It's enough to qualify, but main tournament might be rough.
I was going to say, if you're looking at it from their point of view, maybe this is the longest event, right? They're looking at these 3 days as their warm-up because, realistically, I could see them qualifying through on a limbs only.
Oh, I'm being very nitpicky right now, just trying to perfect something. But this is enough. This is more than enough.
Yeah. But will it be enough to get them a PMWI title? Will it be enough to get them a PMGC title? That's obviously still
not with the way Vampire's performing right now.
Oh, man.
Vampire just said no. You stop right now. We win. You lose.
I can see like GG getting in Sertani's DMs right now, like, hey, are you happy with Vampire? You want to come work with us?
I heard
an extra bonus.
I heard your contract's ending soon.
And we got a couple of Rolexes. No, honestly, it's crazy because we're talking about NA, obviously, the kind of state they're in. We're talking about EU, but like these Eastern Hemisphere regions, like your SEAs, your South Asias, PEL, which we haven't even touched on yet necessarily, but when we get there, it's going to be interesting. It just seems like those regions have such a high density of high-skilled players and teams that even with like roster swaps in like the Southeast Asia region, teams still work. Like, I mean, obviously Alter Ego was a little bit of a different tale back last year when we saw 22 PMWI, but it is going to be tough here for any new team, I'd say, in those regions to compete. And honestly, you could probably take some of these positions we've had, put in some of these extra SEA teams, and the elevation of the tournament, like the skill of the tournament would still rise.
Yeah, it's not the main tournament yet, but when we get there, I got like I got like 5-6 pages on like Stalwart on your alter egos, and there's just so much potential behind the individual prowess of these teams, and of course the team play of these teams with Rosemary. I'll talk a lot about Rosemary in 3 days' time. Don't worry, it will be coming up, but the competition, once you make it through the All-Stars event, it's going to step up significantly in the main tournament. Like, teams actually qualified for that event, and you're looking at your teams, like you're looking at Fireflux, you're looking at Stalwart, Alter Ego. It is rough to go up against those teams, so okay, I'm going to say everyone away. We don't want to qualify. We don't want to make it.
don't spoil everything yet, okay? You get me hyped up for the main event, though. But now let's bring it back. I actually want to talk about Aton Esports, because this is a team that was in PMWI last year, and they had a horrible performance, and I mean absolutely horrible. Ended up in 17th place, and so far after 2 matches, it doesn't seem like they're actually going to give in. It's just after 2 matches. But right now, they're currently sitting in 16th place, so they've improved by 1 place. That's not what we want to see out of that team. Considering that at one point, that was the strongest team out of their regions, too, out of Latin. It's not that way right now, but I expect a lot more out of that team.
I mean, let's be fair, though, right? Like, obviously, Vampire soaking up so many of the points, getting up to 40 points in 2 matches. As we did talk about when we saw the overalls, there's like 1 or 2 points that separates like a 5th place team from like a 14th place team. Like, it is still insanely close. So it's obviously we can be a little bit hypercritical from what we've seen so far, but those standings will drastically change over the course of the day.
Yeah, I mean, as you said multiple times, it's just 2 games, right? Yeah. One game you can catch up, you can potentially overtake Vampire if you're Gladiators or team in that top 3 kind of position. So I'm expecting things to change around a lot, and the teams at the bottom, the fact that, I mean, we had an Erangel now, it feels like a long time ago, but you had a lot of time to think of what are you going to do in your next Erangel, okay? You could have done a full scrim by now. So
Well, to be fair, right, that's also something we need to take into consideration, is that the technical issues, they do happen sometimes, unfortunately, at events. Are you a team that can keep your mental during this time? Can you stay focused? Have you been discussing like what went right, what went wrong? You should be using this time to not be frustrated that you're having to wait to play, but rather to improve on it. Because again, you're limited. You have 16 matches left. Why not take this, 10, 20 minutes to figure out and to try to like make some adaptations into your strats?
This is the prime time to get your coach involved and just to like discuss with the team. You have time to check out the VODs potentially of the first 2 games, see what didn't work out, what did work out, and make iterations. And the coach of Alpha7 actually is very involved with the team. I wouldn't be surprised if he's backstage with the team, just checking how can we speed up these rotations to be more involved in the late game.
I feel like that's the main one for Alpha7, and then for some of the other teams towards the bottom too, especially for Aton Esports, is don't get into unnecessary fights. Don't be getting into fights where you are so far away from the circle. Think about the end game. Think about being able to put yourself in a position where you can not only going to be getting those placement points, you're also going to be able to start getting those elimination points, because we've seen it over and over again. Teams, it's a lot easier to third-party fights when we get towards the end if you are able to put themselves in a good position.
So basically, go watch what DRS is doing if you're Alpha7. Do that, but then play your own style when you get to that point.
Yeah.
Be aggressive on top of that, and you'll be good, pretty much.
Aggressive. Yeah.
Be aggressive.
I actually did do cheerleading in high school for powder puff is what we call it, where the girls play football, American football. I think if we talk about DRS, actually, I know we touched on them a little bit earlier on.
Yep.
I feel like they've been like the bread and butter of the Nepal Pride for so long.
Yeah.
But it's just unfortunate they haven't really had, let's say, that breakout moment. I mean, PMGC, obviously.
Yeah. It's interesting for DRS because they've been present since forever, it feels like, in PUBG MOBILE Esports.
Since the inception of PUBG MOBILE Esports.
You could say that, really. And they've always made it in these big events like PMWI. They made it into PMGC League stage. But they really rarely, I would say, perform well after qualifying in those big events. Regionally, they'll do well, that not really, but just since PMGC Grand Finals of 2022, we have actually seen them be up there. Like, they got a 2nd place in PMGC Grand Finals, and they have been doing some really effective moves in the PMWI already. So I feel like this is the strongest we have ever seen a DRS roster actually be. Of course, there's been a lot of rotations in players, etc. over time, but I feel like this is the best iteration of DRS we've ever had in PUBG MOBILE Esports. But
can they take that next step to actually start putting up those elimination numbers, start putting up those performances that can actually become champions? I want to start seeing that, right? And I don't know if at this point it's going to take more of what Vampire Esports was able to do, right? Bring on some fraggers to actually start doing that as well. Like, can DRS do that?
The thing is, now with this extra time, you can look back and see, oh, Vampire, this is working out really good for them. If it's working in this type of lobby, maybe we can learn and get some teachings out of that playstyle and try to apply it to our own gameplay. So DRS, of course, want to see more aggressive playstyles. Alpha7, more rotation-heavy focused moves. So I feel like this extra time can be really valuable for these teams.
I think DRS can do it. I mean, they're putting themselves in such great positions. They just need to take advantage of them.
Exactly. If they started moving maybe a little bit quicker onto Vampire's position, or at least try to go for an off angle, maybe Ravenclaw can't play the rooftop as well.
To be fair there, right, I was at least looking at it when Sem9 were being knocked by Vampire. That should have been a moment for DS to push into that.
You said that.
Either onto Vampire or onto Sem9 to get those extra eliminations for the extra points. But I did actually get information here for production. We actually know what's causing the technical delays. All the other 17 teams got together and like, no, we need to delay this. We can't let Vampire keep running away with it. No, that's obviously not what happened. We do apologize for the delays. We are working on it the best we can. Hopefully we'll have it sorted as soon as possible. There's only so much we can do here on the desk.
Yeah. I think Choco got lost when he was doing the thing. He was like, where's Choco?
There's so much meme potential there. There really is.
I really want to see some, please.
Well, where's my team?
His team just keeps going. When your team decides to do a 3-1 split and you're not told.
He just wanted to play. Like, he was going straight to where they sit, and the team had to walk out. And he's like, no, I don't want to do the introduction. I just want to play.
Let's get a game. Let's go.
Yeah. What about Falcons, right? We talk about DRS a little bit, but Falcons, for me, they had a phenomenal performance last year at PMWI. Obviously, completely different team.
Yep.
But what I'm getting at is, like, Team Falcons have so much how do I say this in a nice way? They have so much support from the organization. There we go. That's what I was looking for. If you ever looked at Falcons in other esports titles, they have support like crazy from the organization. And if we talk about pressure, we talk about like people having eyes. Falcons have to be feeling it just from their own award alone, that they have to perform. The amount of like money and time and investment that they're being given to the players, they've got to be able to show up.
You've got strong individual players. You have TQ, you have Acer, which are doing great for the team. But more specifically, one thing that hasn't been mentioned for the team, and we remember last year for Falcons, their coach, analyst, was Joyboy. And he's back for the team this time around. And that kind of knowledge, experience from the coach, Joyboy, is really valuable for this team. And it might take a bit of time because this is a team that isn't really used to this stage, used to playing against these teams. But I feel like you give it a little bit of time. I think especially this first day, they might come back with a very effective game plan tomorrow to dominate.
It was good to see that they were able to take advantage of Sanhok, right? They ended up, I think it was with the 3rd place finish, only 2 elims, but at least being able to get a good little kickstart, being able to start off the tournament well and not have as much pressure on their shoulders. If they went like, let's say 16th place, 0 elims back to back, oh man, that pressure starts building like you were saying, Jason.
16th place, 0 limbs. That sounds very familiar with a couple teams. Do you know which ones I'm thinking of in North America?
I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
They're fantastic. They are the opposite of busy. And I can't think of the last word of how I kind of hint at it. What about Infinity IQ? Coming in from Vietnam, everyone knows the Infinity, the Thai team. But coming in from Vietnam, different. I'm trying to get. I was right. You're running under the kind of similar name, right? I think they also have some pressure on themselves. And I don't remember what place they're in. If you can maybe enlighten me with your photogenic memory, Seven.
Let me think about this. I think it was 10th place, especially in aerial. 10th place,
That's
7 elims. It was a nice amount of elims.
Yeah.
7.
Box, tell me which position are they in? 6th position. Thank you very much, Box. Razor, appreciate it. Cool.
You know what? I don't even need to promote anything. You sell it yourself.
That worked. Nice.
It worked out great.
Yeah.
Right now, if we stop right now, they would qualify main tournament. There's only 2 games. It's too early again.
Okay, well
Way too early.
Why don't we maybe twist our attention or focus our attention over towards what is coming up in just 3 days' time, right? We have 3 days total of All-Stars. Then we have the main tournament. We got Twisted Minds in there. We got 628 coming back in from PEL. I'm actually really excited to see them. We got Reject coming through because that's always a staple when you talk about Japanese PUBG Mobile. Alter Ego as well, which has always been interesting to see Alter Ego and BTR potentially playing the same tournament. Box Formation Gaming as Colaris. And then, of course, Stalwart. I mean, you're a big proponent of Stalwart Esports. Why wouldn't you be with how good they are as a team? Do you think that this is maybe their year?
I think it is. I mean, they've just been getting better every single time. I think PMGC Grand Finals 2021, they got 5th, 6th position around that spot. And now they've been able to get themselves close to a podium finish this year once again. Like, they just keep to be improving year after year. And what's even more important for this team, I'd say, they picked up Icy, which is an old player from IHC, and I think that's brought a lot of extra value to the team and experience from another team, which is always good. But Nazerd, more specifically, has been a player that I feel has been silent in previous years, but has really come in his own as of now, I would say 2020, the end of 2022, and especially 2023. So it's not just top on action anymore. They're doing well, they're still doing fantastic, but all the other players have that fragging potential behind them. The IGLing is on point, so if you can maneuver that team in good spots in a similar way to Vampire, they have a chance to win the whole thing also.
The big question mark for them was always how slow are they going to be starting? Because we've seen it over and over again.
Issue. Yeah.
I feel like it's with them and Alpha7, it's always the same thing. Are they going to be starting off slow? Are they going to end up picking it up? And usually they end up picking it up at the end, and by then it's just a little bit too late. So they need to be able to start off hot.
I would say Senator is a big reason why they're able to, after a bad day, to be able to recoup, get some research done, and then just start building some momentum. Like Senator, the coaches, Sir Tanny, Joyboy, Senator, you've got so many big name coaches that are able to just put the team in the right mindset before these matches. Even after a bad day, they can catch up. I mean, Alpha7 too. Slow start to get that momentum going, and they're just going to dominate the lobby. So Senator is a big reason why I would say the entirety of Stalwart is so relevant to this day.
I think that's what we saw actually in their breakout tournament. I think it was PMGC, if I'm not mistaken, right? In like a league stage, and we saw them have a breakout moment. We talked a lot about like the coaching staff behind the team and how quickly they were able to adapt day in and day out. But maybe I want to turn our attention towards another team hailing from the region S2G is known for, Turkey. Fireflux. Yeah, because only one of the entire talent crew actually predicted Fireflux as being the team to win the main event.
What was it?
It was Blank over there.
Was Blank?
You did it.
Okay.
I mean, Fireflux, still a really strong team when it comes to macro, etc. But really where they stand out, I would say in a similar fashion to Alpha7, is when they start to be aggressive.
Yes.
If they're in a good position and you're starting to push against them and it's 4v4, you're not going to win against 5Flux.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Again, we do apologize for the technical delays, but our third match of the day, which is our second Erangel, is kicking off right here, right now. Jot Blink, get us in there.
Oh, I've been waiting for this one. Third match of the day, Blank. We're going from Georgia Pole down to Sosnovka military base on the plane path. We are in the game. It's happened. I can't believe it.
I'm in the match. That's right. I'm in ruins. I'm chilling. I'm feeling good in the ruins itself. I feel like a ruin myself.
Wait, it's all right. I'm here for you.
I'm only joking. I have a seat. So that is a big flex from me, actually.
You've got a seat?
That's a big
Dude,
flex.
you've got a seat?
That is a big, big
God.
flex with the seat. So I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm rested. I'm good to go. I'm hoping all the players are pretty rested as well. Fortunately, that momentum Empire's built up probably came to a screeching halt there. I'm hoping that they're probably still feeling very elated, very good about themselves, still looking for that third chicken dinner on the day to see if they can take it even further than the past. I am wondering if that will happen, and I very much would be pleased to see that come to bear. But already, a lot of our teams dropping out. Your FaZe Clan down towards the south side of Georgia Pole, the Gladiators in North Georgia. Alpha7 not... Whoa, actually they are. They're just on top of each other, and I cannot quite spot them out. In the meantime, you can spot yourself out. A nice little outfit coming up on the screen for the 2023 PMWI crate. That's available from July 15th through August 15th. However, keep your eyes on that, but also on the game at hand, where Alpha7 are going to try and take it to task with Gladiators, but already one knock found over towards the Alpha7 side, but Matic's gone.
He's already out of it very, very early into the game. The hot drop in North George. I was expecting to see this from what we saw in the scrims.
Of course you
and
were.
if you were paying attention to the PUBG MOBILE Esports Center, the milestone events there, maybe you would have caught those scrims as well. But we have seen this drop come through in the first of the scrims that we had yesterday on the Erangel. Alpha7 won that time as well, cleanly. It is important to say as well, all four of them stayed alive, and they swept Gladiators all the way out of the match. So far, they have a good record in North George. And we're looking for more from this team, from Alpha7. So far, they haven't shown us what they are capable of, and we know they are capable of it.
Mazexis, Des proclaimed them as the worst NA team ever, but they have destroyed one of the players from the Infinity already, doing fairly good for themselves. You know, this is what they needed. They needed a little bit of doubt from the desk, so they could prove them wrong. Already that Molotov comes through, though, does quite a little bit of damage to Hax. He'll have to move out of the way. That's some quick thinking. Never mind. Thinking slowly will lead to that kind of situation where you run back into the bullets.
Yeah, it's so you can outthink players, you know, maybe, but very hard to outthink a bullet. It's very hard to outthink a shell for Bensu as well. You've really stuffed them up here. And Mazexis maintain their title.
Oh dear me, Peralta's out. This is Brooklyn 0-0. It's not looking good for us today. Gladiators still holding on over in North George. Alpha7 getting closer and closer, dropping these smokes in. Eliminating those sightlines as they move through the buildings closer towards Gladiators. That 4v3, that is the kind of scenario that is going to put you in good stead. And already you can take a quick look at what Gladiators running with. They have pretty poor kit on side, and Alpha7 looking to sweep. Look at that, a lot of shotguns coming through from Alpha7. I think that was 2 DBSs that I peeked over on that side of the map.
I mean, Mafioso's got that auto shotty as well.
Budget DBS.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty effective at close range. If you get up close and personal, doesn't matter where that shell comes from. Still going to shred you, especially on the limited armor that Gladiators have been able to find. Look at a little bit more Sadiators than Gladiators right now.
Yeah, limited armor, by that we just mean none, essentially. So these guys are wrapping bandages around themselves as much as possible to try and create a thickened cloth barrier.
It doesn't work like that. Nobody's told them.
Have they not?
No.
No one told them about the mummy strat?
No.
Well, that's unfortunate. Well, we'll keep that one to ourselves for the time being. And you guys, obviously, don't try that at home. Just get a vest. It's way better. Even level 1 vest.
And a pan.
And a pan. Pan, level 4 armor, as we all know. S2G did move down from the northwest side in box compound. They're heading towards Rozhok just to regroup the rest of the team. That's a smart play as well. They picked up the key vehicles in that area. So we'll be slightly scuffing the performance coming through from both Alpha7 and Gladiators, whoever makes it out of that situation alive.
Ferrari getting the window peaks. And the shotgun shells as well with the pump action. Bensu with a double barrel. Yeah, but Zex did just get torn asunder there by Infinity.
Yeah, the desk were right.
Yeah.
Basically.
7 was very right.
I tried to make a funny, and I became the funny, unfortunately.
You've always been funny.
Thank you. That's really nice of you. I appreciate that. Anyway, back to the game. D plus Kia over towards the eastern side of Rozhok. You know, I disagreed with the desk comments on DRS, and I'm a bit worried about this because every time I disagree with the desk so far, it's come back to haunt me. But I will disagree with them again. Just because I know that DRS is a passive team, but if that works out for them, that's fine. I somewhat am on board with what Seven was saying about the aggressiveness that needs to come through. I do think they come out a lot of games with very few eliminations, but they're very good at like finding little areas to get in towards the circle, maneuvering their way around teams, and finding those spots of cover to play in. Now, I will disagree completely with that last game, saying that they were not aggressive enough to get down the hill. I think it was Tony K's greediness and the rest of the team, like Schweppes moving up, that forced them into a position where they were setting up to crash, right? That's exactly what they were doing. They're dropping the smokes, and immediately what Vampire do is like, we're going to stop you in your tracks. We're dropping down the caltrops. You can't go any further, dropping the nades through, which delayed them long enough for a situation where the two guys, as backstops in the building, it was impossible to push down towards them. So I think DRS, it was less of a situation where they needed to be more aggressive and more of a situation you got outplayed.
Yeah, it was a tricky spot either way, really. It's hard to navigate that sort of thing. And they got deep into the game as well, playing second place. That's a good result, pretty much no matter what. Vampire, they've had the best results so far, undeniably, with 2 first place finishes, 2 chicken dinners in 2 matches. Pretty hard to top that. 7 eliminations on the first one, a little bit quieter on Sanhok, but 13 on Erangel. It's a really, really solid total coming through. 2020 scoreline. Perfect.
It is a perfect 2020, which is always nice to see. For them, hindsight is not 2020. They're always looking forward because they still did well at PMWI, and they're going to do well again over at the second PMWI. I'm pretty excited to see what they can do here in this match. Oh, sorry, I've been delivered sandwiches. I know that sounds crazy, but it is what just happened.
I'm trying to keep it together.
Yeah, I know you are. I know you are.
It's not going well. Oh,
but
dear.
man, the guy. Look, I'll tell you right now, the people here at the event, they're awesome.
Absolutely,
they're awesome. I just did not expect sandwich to desk delivery. That was crazy.
I've never seen that.
That was outrageous.
I love it. I love it. That's the best rotation I've seen all tournament.
Oh, absolutely, man.
Hard start shift. Let's look at that because it's cut the. Let's pay attention to the game because we've got that cuts out the river, which is a major feature for a lot of teams in terms of their decisions on rotations. Right? Are you going to hedge your bets, stay a little bit north? No, you can't now. You are going to have to move south. Stop smiling at me like that.
I'm sorry.
You hungry yet?
I don't know why. I've got ages, mate.
You have got so long.
They smell good. I'm going to have to move them away. My nostrils, they're my own enemy. This is not good. Anyway, looking towards the map again, because I'm trying to get away from what's in front of me other than what's on the monitor. So FaZe, R8 off in the distance. These guys are all getting into fairly decent positions. I think i8's already found themselves a decent spot down towards that south side on yellows. This is a strong spot to be in. Really covers your backside too towards your 6 because Sosnovka, obviously a little tiny bits in it, but it's unlikely for i8 to come into any contact with teams from that area. On the other hand, R8 is taking a fight with Vampire. Now, this team is not one to be trifled with, as Stoned actually already does the work for Tony K. Look at these guys. They're competing to see who can get the most of limbs.
I mean, if you can't, if no one else in the lobby's competing against you, compete against your own team. Why not? Just have a go. Have a bit of fun with it. I mean, it's a little bit early days to call it for Vampire, but they are in a very good spot. On this hillside, Vampire, southwest side of the urban environment there, in Chinky in the middle of it. They've got a good spot.
Don't you curse
No, I
them.
don't do curses. That's Max and that's you.
That's true. I have rituals. They require a sandwich sacrifice.
I've already had to move them away from you.
I know, I'm a fiend. It's a problem.
Yeah.
Looking at this circle, though, in particular, I think the major highlights, obviously, are Pachinki. There's the church as well. Nice high ground going on there. A lot of this area down towards that southwest side covered in fields, so a bit difficult to make your way through that location. I think a lot of teams will be just looking out for these little divots, these areas around the map where they can find some high ground to play around with to get that scouting done. Alpha7 playing a slower playstyle this time around, as they were embroiled in combat with the Gladiators, who were prodding and poking them with their tridents, which I'm sure have a better name. I know.
No, they are called tridents.
No. I'm pretty sure they have a different name in gladiator combat.
I can't recall it off the top of my head.
Gladiatorial combat. Sorry, I know you like to be correct, so I'm just trying to be on brand.
I mean.
Yeah, see, there it is. There it is. But yeah, so they were really very much taking up a lot of their time over on that northwest side. But Alpha7 opted to go down towards that western side. I like this decision as for. I think it's a little bit more acceptable for you to take the fielded crossing, trying to predict that these teams would not go for that position. However, it has moved further down towards the south. There are some compounds on the edges of the fields. So great. This is great news for Alpha7. The Netman.
The Roman, I did just look this up, the Roman gladiator who uses, it is a trident, is the Retiarius. Yeah,
Retiarius.
A Retiarius, which literally means Netman.
Yeah, in layman's terms, the Netman.
The Netman. He throws a net at you.
Yeah.
Can't get out of that.
The world's first original superhero.
And they do like to sort of throw those nets out, try and embroil these teams. Unfortunately, sometimes there are those knives that can cut loose from that net, the Gladiators. And Alpha7 showed us that it is very much possible to do so, with Matic being that loose thread.
Yeah, I think the issue that Gladiators came into here with Alpha7 kind of forcing them down towards this eastern side of the map, particularly with that plane as well. There's going to be a lot of teams down here, so maybe Alpha7 didn't confirm all the eliminations, but what they certainly did is they confirmed themselves a very easy rotate down towards this side of the circle and have crunched Gladiators into a pretty poor spot for them to be in. So I'm a little bit... I'm kind of wondering what Gladiator is going to do next, really, because there are so many teams to go through, and I am, again, in a little bit of awe of Alpha7. They haven't really shown us massively what they're capable as of yet. Still getting some decent games, and there's definitely the individual performance there. But now, as for, in a fairly strong position, I want to see a really good game out of Alpha7.
It is their opportunity to shine, for sure. That opening to strike with Vitalite confidence. Kitsune goes down again for Gladiators against Falcons on the southeast side, flushed away, which means Gladiators are now on 2, trying to play on this south side. They are surrounded, though, in their current position. Meku trying to make a breakthrough. Tixi left behind, a little bit in the dust, but Meku seems to have been able to get away for now. Bigetron, in the meantime, against DRS. Delta up close, but Alkev's shot through the window is good for one. It is traded off, though, as Gianti answers. It is very much back and forth between these two teams right now. Delta down and flushed, but 2 players knocked for Bigetron. Shut the door in the face of Killer, but the nade is still cooking. Drops it through the door, gets the flush out, hops in through the window. Doesn't have any resistance on the first push, but the nade is brilliant. And hang on a minute, that came from Gianti.
It's bad.
It is so unfortunate there, and Gianti now left wondering what he's done. Oh dear, Bigetron, stay alive, Gemfos Reservoir. That is unfortunate news. R8 now embroiled in their own combat, but iKURD close it down.
Mate, I don't think Gianto was thinking, what has he done? I thought he was thinking, where am I? He was spinning in 360, let alone a 720. He had no clue what just happened. You, high man, closes the door in his face, says, we're not open for business, we're not taking any cold callers, and then turns the entire fight around. You know, he did not know what to do after Gianto threw that grenade. I think he was just suffering from a case of, I feel bad right now.
What have I done?
Yeah. The guilt.
I have betrayed my own team. Oh well, he'll get over it. They have to for next game.
He will.
They want to have.
He's coming back.
If they want to have a good time, because you know, tied up in third place with some of the big dogs, you know, it's certainly still a good spot for them to be in. They'll have to pick up the pieces into the third of today's AGONxI8 because they won't be playing this second one.
Yeah. It's so unfortunate. I think DRS is a team that loves to get to the end game as far, and I think as soon as it's a case, because they have such good camaraderie on that team, and if you eliminate your own teammate, that camaraderie is out the window. And I think he genuinely felt horrible with that moment. S2G though, Kelsey going down to Ravenclaw. Vampire continuing on their terror-buying reign over here on the games today.
S2G trying to find a little slice of, well, far from heaven, let's put it that way. And it's really not going well. Bigetron eliminated. It looks like S2G going very, very low. Eliminated as well, in fact. Gladiators getting picked apart now. Everybody on the southeast side having a real tough time of it. Meku lost standing for Gladiators after sending out a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Alpha7 staying out of dodge on the southwest still.
Yeah, they've done an excellent read on this circle, honestly. I thought this was such a nice rotation from them, forcing a lot of teams down towards that southeast side. Gladiators have certainly suffered because of it. You know, Meku's just pulling the Kitsune, just live it play right now, which is their slogan a lot of times when they head into these games. They get quite a few placement points just off the back of that, which is strong. Anyway,
Jason's pilfering the sandwiches. No,
you get away from my sandwiches, Sam.
I think they were.
Don't come back.
Hey, hang on a minute. Hey, stay away. Stay away. We're going to zone you out, just like Yokohama is zoning out the southeast
I don't know why
side.
that angered me so much.
It really did, didn't it? You really got there.
I was stopped mid-sentence.
You full on
Can
squirrels.
you put them underneath the desk?
No.
They're inside. It's a problem for me.
Just, oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Put them here.
There we go. I can't see them
Can't
anymore.
see 'em.
Perfect. They're outside, man.
What, the sandwiches?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I don't know what I don't know what you're talking about. What I do know what I'm talking about is Vampire right now. Schwepp's still holding on to this high ground. 5 eliminations so far is really, really good. Obviously, iKURD's trying to get a little bit closer. I think Ravenclaw's in one of these positions that is fairly dangerous. But if he can get a cheeky grenade lob and do a little bit of damage to one of these players, figure out their location, he's going to be a real key component of this incoming engagement.
Alpha7 curtailing FaZe on the southwest side as well. In the meantime, Stoned absolutely has the range advantage here. And yeah, Ravenclaw's just got to light him up on the side swipe. iKURD falling like dominoes. Ali last standing now for the roster.
Oh my God, they're so good.
And they call that one the Schwepp sweep.
That is extreme, as Max would put. Very, very well done. Honestly, Ravenclaw has always been such a standout member for that team.
Did FaZe just take down Alpha7? I think they did. I think FaZe just wiped out Alpha7 on the southwest side.
There's no way that just happened.
Yeah. We were on board with Vampire cleaning out the north side, and we missed Alpha7 on the southwest.
That's such an insane... So that must have happened so quickly, John.
Yeah. And
That
they didn't
is
lose a
very
player.
confident. No players lost, just one knock. That is crazy. They're not going to be happy about that. And this is why I wanted to see the full team shebang coming through from Alpha7, and they just have not shown us it here as of yet. It's just Revo, my favorite player, who's doing well, which I'm happy about. But I think that he would also like the rest of his team to start stepping up a bit.
Needs to be a bit of chopping and changing coming through. D plus Kier losing one more and down to 1 now. 9 teams remain, but 3 of those only have 1 player. And Infinity IQ, they've just been bumped down to 1 as well with a knock sent their way in a very low HP bar, in fact eliminated fully. They are starting to drop now, so we're down to 7. I only, about 3 seconds ago, said there were 9 teams.
Yeah, it's really, really dropping fast, and this is what we're typically seeing. Most of these matches so far, John, is just from Stage 4 to Stage 5, we're going right back to the good old days. The Thanos snap of Stage 5 is coming in, where we're just losing a lot of players very, very quickly. Meku, again, he's really pulling out the Kitsune just live it play, and it's working out very well for him. He's out in the fields, could even get a top 5 off the back of this, which will take this lackluster start to their game to the next level, to a luster start to their game.
Yokohama Donuts, Varel losing a player to a nade.
You didn't like that?
I didn't get it. is the issue. AGONxI8 putting Ordnance down the hill towards the position that has been held for quite a while by this team, but they'll try and fight their way through and do so fairly successfully. Ozzy going down. Tony K actually picking up that point. Nicely found. The Blade gets another nade over onto Naoto. And Tony K picks up the point. Oh my goodness me. Vampire just pilfering, plundering the ill-gotten gains from atop the ridge.
Vampires aren't in the most amazing spot coming into the later part of the game, but the fact that they're still just taking shots so confidently is incredible to see. Yokohama holding on for themselves. Missile, Kazemaru inside the shack. Obviously, as teams get closer, that will become more difficult to hold on to itself. 6 teams remaining. Maku still in there for the Gladiators, which they must be really happy about. The thing is, Alpha7, look at this. They're actually going to have a worse result now than Gladiators. Really, really well done coming through from FaZe Clan to pull that one out. Now they're 4 players looking to take control of the circle.
Yeah, FaZe has already struck out towards that middle, and it's going to slow down AGONxI8 trying to descend here. Won't be too much of a barrier to getting on in, but Yokohama Donuts will fall. Their goose is cooked for the time being. Falcons yet to leave the safety of the buildings atop the hill, but they'll have to do so now. FaZe have probably one of the better spots here, but Vampire are looking to sweep.
This is an interesting sweep as well. They are so aggressive on it. Schweppes turns the vehicle around, grabs the wheel, spins that one for 6.
Demolition Derby coming through for the Vampire Esports sweep. And that's what you love to see. This is confidence. We were wondering, can they keep this momentum up through the downtime?
That's crazy.
Blank, we've got our answer. It's absolutely yes, they can. Look at this. They've left Ravenclaw on the back angle as well, on that off angle on the north side, looking out towards those fields, trying to keep that pressure that they've had the whole time. It is still a phenomenal positional performance from Vampire. The question is, can they breach where AGONxI8 I would say, failed to do fully successfully, get up to that shack and foothold there, leap into the fields.
Yeah, like I said before, this is always going to be quite a difficult rotate for Vampire themselves, but the smokes are down, UZM's out, a Molotov through the side, just guessing where that Molotov's going to land, and it starts to put Falcon in quite an awkward spot. Stone's in now too, Falcon has oversight, and they're trying to finish off this fight as quickly as possible. Falak's burning, will have to move out, but Ravenclaw goes down to FaZe.
As does Stoned as well from the high ground. There is an answer, Schweppes is still alive, as is Tony. Schweppes has to reposition, will get felled in the meantime. This push is so difficult to make. On the outside of the circle, Vampire, no matter what happens, they've had a third excellent game. I feel like our excitement is slightly curbed by the fact they're coming off a back-to-back chicken dinner, but they have 15 eliminations here, Blank.
I want them to get one more elimination and then go out, because then they will maintain the perfect score of... wait, is it?
No.
I think if they go out now, they'll still be on 21,
If they get a chicken dinner with no more eliminations right now, then they'd keep the perfect balance.
No, because it'd be 20. They'd be over 20 at that point. Would be bad. They'd be at 25.
I'm not entirely sure what you're getting at. 15 points for eliminations. They were on 40, so 20 points on placements and eliminations each. If you want to keep it even.
I see, yes, mate. Yeah, that's what I want. Yes, 100%.
Yeah, so they've got to win right now with no more points.
Okay.
If you want to keep your balance.
Win right now with no more points.
7 eliminations for Tony.
Oh, that's not happening for me then, is it? Yeah, Tony's been... I think he's redeemed himself from last game.
He did pinch away 2 of those points on the hillside.
That's fine. I still think there's redemption there.
Ooh.
6 moves in for Falcons. Teak off in the distance now, maybe looking for a little bit more. And FaZe furious with this approach onto one of their players. Now looks are above them. Maku just living it as per usual. Might be able to get himself a top 3, which will be one hell of a result for Gladiators.
The name of the game is Don't Die for the Longest. That's a bold vault coming through from Mela, but somehow he makes it. Looking for the res as well. That's crazy that he managed to make that, to be honest. I'm very, very surprised.
Yeah, as am I. I don't think I've seen that play, that maneuver, come out very often. An epic maneuver.
Absolutely. And getting that discipline to make that play, it's
slamming his palms against like quite splintered wood.
Yeah. in the face of gunfire.
Yeah, difficult, I would say.
Yeah.
Vampire, though, 2 players. Certainly possible to pick yourself up a chicken dinner from this position, particularly with the way FaZe is split up right now. It will be very difficult for them as they are outside the circle. They're exploding vehicles, making sure they don't get taken out as they cross. Again, Meku still in the circle. They have smokes available to them, does Tony K. They did get a massive resupply on this shack. But yeah, moving over towards FaZe with 2 players playing backstop, as well as 2 players in the front. It's going to be hard for Vampires to get this triple, to get that turkey.
Most likely they are going to be looking towards Meku's position as well, right? That is a shack that is in the next zone. Schwepp has already moved out a little bit. Meku will have the info that there's a player rotating around behind him, but he can't really do anything about it. He has got 2 nades.
You say that?
That could be good. The vehicle's smoking. If it goes up, then it could be dangerous for Tony K. But they fall a little bit short of the mark. Shut down on the hillside. Falcons fall. The Gladiators are out as well. Tony managed to get that nade in. Well placed. And now Vampire with 2 can take the north side. Second place guaranteed. Blank, they've got 17 eliminations, so they will be out of balance. But how much further can they go on placements?
This is the Tony redemption, this game. It's good to see. Tony K with a great nade over the top. Schweppes has to not go down here. That would be the worst thing possible. But Tony K slips out, finds one, goes for another. Victorious is down. It's a 2 versus 2.
Schwepp is still alive behind the hay bales. They start to roll out through the smoke. Mormon doesn't spot it. He doesn't see the player breaking out. Tony moves in. They've isolated the fight with the smoke on the field. Tony rolls straight on through, baits the shots, but gets sprayed down. And FaZe might have been able to wrest this one back into control. Alpha7 were first on the menu for FaZe, and now they're turning their attention to tournament top of tables. Vampires, returning champions of the PMWI, and FaZe plays spoiler. Yet again, a huge game for FaZe Clan as they pick it up in the 3rd match.
Tony K, though, put an absolute shop that game. He was selling all sorts, but mainly eliminations. Goodness me, that looked like it could have gone topsy-turvy at the end there for FaZe Clan. That could have been a fail instead of a win. But again, they deserved that off the back of the Alpha7 elimination, the sweep on that side. But I think the Vampires can be very, very happy with that performance, John, considering they come up off a first, and then a second, which really could have been a first if Tony K took it to the next level, which I would say he already did. He was going to the boss level.
Well, here's the thing. They got huge elimination numbers on that game.
Yeah.
So in terms of points, they did win.
Yeah, exactly. They got a chicken dinner in terms of elimination points alone, John.
It is absolutely nuts. They beat out FaZe Clan in terms of points overall on that game. It is crazy what Vampire is able to do, but absolute credit to FaZe Clan. They stood up where it mattered. Yeah. They took fights against some of the toughest teams in the lobby, and they're able to take it home.
Absolutely. I think the main thing that we can take away from this one is that Alpha7 have looked a little bit difficult to deal with, but we've never seen them in a 4v4, and FaZe just told everyone in the lobby that they can bleed.
We'll have to see what more Alpha7 can get done this tournament, because right now they are underperforming compared to expectations. This is not the Alpha7 that we expected, but FaZe, they're exceeding expectations, certainly in this game. A chicken dinner coming through for FaZe Clan in match number 3.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
and sinker, follow the leader.
Big congratulations to FaZe Clan for taking home their first chicken dinner and being the first team to get one besides Vampire Esports, though it became extremely close there towards the end, almost losing out on a 4v2. Now, MaxFan, really quickly here before we do dive into this last match, throw up a FaZe Clan sign. That's not fair. You guys can't see it.
Camera.
He prepared for this.
I used to do it with 2 hands before. I was like, how do you do this? What's
hands?
this dark magic? I don't know.
If you've ever played video games with Max, you can understand why he doesn't have great coordination over his hands and fingers, to be fair.
I'm a video game enjoyer. Player, I'm not that good.
Just understand. I mean, you're an Alan Walker fan. I'm going to see him play some PUBGMOBILE pretty soon.
What is? I was like, Alan Walker fan, you're not good at video games.
You're wondering how I was going to connect it together. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry, I got you. 7, man, this was an insane match, to be honest, as we saw towards the end. Like, Vampire, even though they didn't win, we're not going to talk too much about them just yet.
Yep.
Still got a lot of eliminations.
FaZe Clan. You know what? I'm not even going to talk about Vampire yet.
That's
I kind of want to talk about FaZe Clan.
That's literally what I just said.
No, because you set me up. You were talking about the eliminations. Almost with me,
We talked about them too much. Stop
FaZe Clan, I mean, the way they were able to actually take on Alpha7.
Schweppes was pretty good.
Go ahead.
Stop it. No, but FaZe Clan being able to take on Alpha7, I thought that was actually quite impressive. Even though it wasn't a 4v4, it was still impressive for them to be able to take on Alpha7. Alpha7 with a 2-2 split ended up backfiring. And now moving on to the actual, the final part, FaZe Clan waited up for the right angles. They were able to use the right splits too, and we saw a risky play on one of the players being able to kind of just jump over that?
Yeah, I have no clue how he got away with that. He just leaps over the wall, and he was getting shot at and just makes it
I want to say that was that Schweppes shooting? I think that was Schweppes shooting at him.
So. It was Vampire play, yeah.
If he gets that knock, I think FaZe almost lose that, right? Because you had a Falcons player still there.
Yeah, I mean, you had a player, I think it was Onzen. He went to res Onzen. If he does not get that leap, 2 players knocked, you don't have the off angle anymore. And then it's 2v2.
Yep.
Vampire could have won it off the back of that one dodgy play for Mela, let's say.
One play. Let's take a look here at the points got in this last match. 17 eliminations for Vampire Esports. So they don't win the chicken dinner, but they get the most points in the match. That puts them at 63 points. And I don't see G Gladiators up that high, so it actually might be a massive lead here for this team. You can see FaZe Clan getting 20 points, so a phenomenal match for them. Looking at the rest of the list, Team Falcons, we're just talking about them. They get themselves 11.
You were talking about how much pressure they were going to have. Well, guess what? They're kind of putting the pressure off their shoulders with this kind of performances, being able to put up this kind of points.
Well, pressure does make diamonds, as we all learned during PMWI
the famous
2 years ago.
Yes.
You can see down here, you can see Aton down to 1 point. R8 at the very bottom as well. S2G at the very bottom. I think that was 17th place. A little bit of a struggle for the team from Turkey, and obviously R8 being the host country invite. A lot of pressure overall for a lot of these teams, but again, that was our second air and go. Obviously, there's a little bit of delay between the first and second one, but we're going to have a third one coming up here soon as well. So I'm curious to see if we're going to have any adaptations yet again.
Yeah, I mean, we could potentially see some.
Yep.
The first game was a little bit
easy for you to say.
Not easy. The first game was a bit rough because the plane path here, I think we could say this was the first normal Orangle. We had a normal plane path, a circle that you can tend to see pretty often when it comes to Orangle here towards yellows. So I feel after this, you're going to have a lot more information on how teams dropped, how they rotated, and bring changes. I feel Game 3 is the one where we're going to see these adaptations really coming through.
We did get a bit of an answer if we were going to be seeing the hot drop between Alpha7 and Gladiators. It did end up happening, and Alpha7 actually got the upper hand. Gladiators backed out of that. So that was nice, because before they would have just committed to that fight and they would have just kept on pushing it. Alpha7 became really, really aggressive and started taking that fight to Gladiators, forcing them to back off.
What annoys me a bit with that hot drop of Gladiators and Alpha7 is that you could, very similar to Yasnaya Polyana, it's such a big area with a lot of like towering buildings. You could just split and have a truce. Have Alpha7 to the west and over to the east, have Gladiators. You still get your job, you still get the loot and your rotation path, yet you do not get involved in that skirmish.
But then you're having to put up your ego. It's like, you gotta go for it, Max. Come on now.
I mean, Alpha7, we were talking in the bus with Alpha7 coach and he said, GG, easy.
Oh, okay.
So far, I guess they're 1-0, right?
I mean,
even though GG ended up being able to pull up a 4th place finish.
True.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, I have a question for you. Before we look at our total damage, not right now, when we're done predicting here, I want to hear predictions of the amount of damage Vampire did with their 17 eliminations.
3K.
3K?
Yep, 3K.
Well, the best part about this is we have Kalaris yet again here, so maybe if we do see a number like that, we'll hear a great sound. Max, what about you?
I would say 2.8. They were playing Pachinki Hill, which is really
Price
good.
is right in here right now.
I'm trying. But I was going to say 3K, so I'm playing around the 3K line, but it's going to be around 3K, so 2.8.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's take a look at our total damage here in this last match. Obviously, Vampire should be extremely high. 28.
Got him! Got him, yes! Yeah.
You go to the showdown.
I go to the main tournament. Let's go. But they were playing Pachinki Hill.
Yeah.
Right? At some point, I think that before they started even leaving Pachinki Hill, they had 8 eliminations because they're so good at understanding the value of that spot. If you get even remotely close, they're going to defend it with everything they had. And which is what
we
they
saw it
ended up
perfectly
doing.
happen against S2G. That's how S2G ended up losing some of their players and ultimately ended up getting eliminated.
Close to Vampire.
Too close to Vampire.
Don't want to do that.
I mean, these teams need to start arming themselves with some garlic or something. Or maybe a bag of rice. And if you know what I'm talking about, shout out to you. Let's take a look, though, at overall standings, actually, an idea of, honestly, how it's because vampires in the lore are very compulsive counters. Like, if you drop grains of rice on the ground, they have to count each one. That's why.
Compulsively counting, yes.
63 points. So they're 33 points ahead of our second-place team. But that means they've also doubled the amount of points of our second-place team.
They got 21-point average now on 3 games. I mean,
I am actually impressed. I'm impressed by their points, but the math you just did.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I do without thinking, yeah.
So no,
how many
Max
points?
is horrible at math.
It's true. I got a -2 out of 20 once.
Alpha7 was 7 points, kind of staying on brand here, but not what we expected out of the team from Brazil, especially the team who's made it into the main event and won the regionals.
Yep. I think at this point, right, halfway point, now we played 3 matches, we played those 2 Erangels. I think we need to start seeing a bit of a pickup here from Alpha7, especially with now that they know, right, if Gladiators do end up hot dropping them, they are going to have the higher advantage. So far, they have had the advantage on it. They just need to work on the rotation. So far, it hasn't worked, and it kind of didn't work at all with that 2-2 split that they had earlier against FaZe Clan.
I wonder if they're just like chilling a little bit because they know they're already in the main tournament. There's not that much
I
pressure.
hope that's not the case.
I definitely do hope not because
125K for first place. You think they're chilling? Come on.
I hope not, right? But it can definitely change their perspective that they're already qualified for the main tournament, so they might be trying things out on the first day, which once again, I hope is not the case, but
man,
who knows what's happening?
How much money does it take for you to get out of bed? Because you're like, 100K?
For real.
I'm going to stay in bed.
I wonder for Sertani, he was like, oh, just normal tournament. Hey, some people are thinking that way, clearly. So
He was lying to us, Max.
He's like, I want a second Rolex. You don't know my collection.
Second. Well, actually, one last thing I did want to touch on, Vampire Esports, as we saw, they had a phenomenal rotate you guys were talking about or watching towards the later stages. They went like clockwise towards AGONxI8 and actually kind of caught them off guard and eliminated that angle that, if I'm not mistaken, Max, you said was like the worst angle they had to deal with. So they got rid of it right off the bat.
Yeah, I think it was TQ in particular that had that off angle that made it really rough for Vampire to get in that kind of spot, because the moment you have those, I think they had like a little bit of a shed to play from. The moment you have multiple angles that are going to be taking shots at you, you can't do anything. When you only have FaZe remaining at the end, you can actually have a fighting chance, which they did, but wasn't quite enough.
It's kind of like their confidence that they currently have too, right? Some of their teams will probably just decide to go prone and pro their way in. Vampire was like, no, you know what? We're going to take the fight to them, and they ended up working out for them.
I mean, I was actually thinking about the transitions we had for Vampire. We were stuck behind one of the geek tunes. And we were like, look at that, like, how do you get out of this position from FaZe? Also, you had a Falcons player up on the hill as well. But they somehow, like, both got out, Tony K and Schweppes, into the fields, and we were, like, wondering, how did that even happen?
I did like it that they sent Schweppes first and saw, okay, that actually worked out. We can send another player to follow up. He's like, he was just a scapegoat. Like, if it works out, we'll follow.
You go ahead, and if it does well, I'll follow.
You first.
But we got a chance to see, actually, Tony K in the role that he excels at. that's what ends up happening. So hopefully we continue to see that and not more of that more of that support role, please.
Alpha7, did he? I was going to call you Alpha7.
whoa, calm down.
Did Tony K make up for that fumble in the last game?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, easily.
Hey,
what fumble? I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Alpha7.
I mean, the fact is right now we're looking at, I mean, obviously we have to talk about Vampire because of how well they've been doing, but we're looking at that CCT. Like, this is an Avenger level threat, as Max would say. And very rightly so. And honestly, I have almost no doubts in my mind, unless they somehow started to tank from here throughout the rest of the event, that they'll make it to the main event. And I think a lot of the teams out there in the main event currently, whether they're traveling, they're already here, need to start looking at Vampire and be afraid.
I think we might not see it today, but it'll come in handy tomorrow with teams like Alpha7. You were mentioning their coach, right? That's usually when we see a big leap in regards to how much bot review they went through, all the strategies that now they've been planning to counter how Vampire Esports has been able to do well. So that's what I'm pretty much narrowing that. So we won't see that today, but I think coming in tomorrow, even though we are halfway point through day one, that's when we'll see those big changes.
I predict that if we do see Vampire falling off at some point in this tournament, it's not going to be because of them performing not on the level we've seen so far in these first 3 matches. It's teams around them making adaptations, speeding up their rotations, trying to be more aggressive, which a lot of teams have not been doing right now. We mentioned quite a few teams in that situation. So I feel like they're just going to stick to their game plan. It's been really effective and doesn't seem forced, especially. It's just the synergy is there, the IGLing is on point. They just move as a squad really, really quickly, which is what teams are struggling to respond to. So they're going to fall off is when teams start to level up.
I mean, even when we saw them take over Pachinki Hill, we're like, whoa, okay, this is a very strong position for this team. A lot of people are going to be in trouble.
Sorry, I just thought it was funny. It's like, the team's going to fall off when the other teams in the lobby get better. That's basically what you just said.
That's the top-tier analysis
That
you're
is
here
the hard-hitting analysis that we go to you for, Max. But I do have to ask you, Max, can you ask the Magic Box, what was FaZe Clan's ranking before that last match? Because they got 20 points from that, and they shot up the leaderboards a lot.
Tell me. It
starts with a 1.
Okay. Oh, so 1-3? 13th position. Thank you very much, Mr. Box. Appreciate that. Good times. Yes.
13th place. And off that one victory, it put him into position to qualify for the main event if we were to end off now. Like that is, again, how close everything currently is here between all of the teams at the moment. And honestly, it's getting tough. And we just keep talking Vampire, and I feel kind of bad because there are other teams in this event.
Yeah. It's such a big storyline. Like, you can't not talk about them.
Let's talk about GG real quick. I mean, 3 matches in a row that they are within the top 4. I feel like that's quite impressive for that team. Even especially considering what happened there early on in this last Erangel where they lost a player to Alpha7. And you mentioned it perfect. They went into default mode, right? They went into just making that whenever it was just one player left, survive as long as you can.
Which annoys me a little bit because it happens a lot. Because they split early, they take some fights. I don't like them seeing sometimes in the rotation, not only where they drop, and they lose players and they're just going like, salvage mode. Let's try and pick up as many elimination or placement points as possible. I want to see the Gladiators that we saw at the end of PMPL EU, where they made these improvements, started regrouping a lot faster, and then they were in the late game as 4 players. Even 3 players, I would be happy, because with 3 players, they can close off games. But right now it's solos or duos, which is just not going to cut it.
Do we think we're going to see the hot drop again? I think so.
I think it's going to happen. I just hope that truce happens. Like, you can drop there,
it ain't gonna happen,
you don't have
Max.
to fight. Yeah, true.
At least to be fair to GG, though, I mean, trying to make the best out of a bad situation. I mean, we can obviously talk forever about misplays of, being spread too much or taking fights they shouldn't be taking, but the fact they got a player into top 4 for those extra placement points, I think if you want to be a CCT, like, you have to be able to do that effectively. You have to be able to salvage as many points from a match, even if it starts off horribly. And we've seen that happen a lot in North America. I'm trying to think of, I think it was Dong, if I'm not mistaken, did that multiple times. For Puppeteers. Like, he was able to keep this team alive and just get them extra points, and it actually helped them out quite a bit.
It was Dom being able to come in from the off angles, being able to sneak up on people too. Great performances from him.
Is there any teams like that you've seen over in Europe during the PMPLs? We've seen just like one player be able to carry the team through with placement points?
Got to try and think of that. I mean, you had that with Gladiators then happen quite a few times, and they've been able to improve that over time. But it's not something you'd see as heavily in Europe, no. Typically, you'd see like full teams try and make into the late game most of the time.
I'm trying to think of other players. I can't really think of any. I mean, Rebel would be one, but he hasn't. Besides Sanhok, besides Sanhok, we haven't really seen him much.
All right, well, it is time to head into our final Erangel of the day. This is match 4, coming your way with a new caster duo, brand spanking new, debut here at PMWI. It's Hot Laris.
Woo! What is going on, everybody? But before we even get into this match, somebody call
Van Helsing, Salmon, Dean Winchester, heck, Buffy the Vampire Slayer at this point, because this Vampire Esports squad is looking unstoppable. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes, and for the first time, I am casting with the legendary Cal Aris. How you doing, brother?
You oversell me. You oversell me. But yeah, I'm ready. I'm good to go. We have got ourselves last Erangel on the day on the cards, and it will be an interesting one. I cannot believe the unprecedented result we have seen so far from Vampire. 63 points in 3 games is ridiculous.
Unbelievable. They have more elimination points than the rest of the teams in this lobby. Their total points combined. It is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, just looking at some of the numbers so far, we see Stoned with 13 eliminations, Tony K with 11, and Schweppes with 10. That is going to make your top 3 eliminators so far in this tournament, and rightfully so. I mean, it was crazy. We almost saw a clutch even in the last match, and even though got second, still ended up with most points.
They had no right to be getting as close to causing an upset against FaZe as they did, almost. But it's not to be the case. FaZe had too strong a position here, and we have the most vanilla circle here for our next Erangel on the way.
I don't think you can get more dead center than that. So I think a lot of these teams are going to be pretty happy about that. We saw a military zone a little bit earlier, so I think a lot of these teams are going to feel real comfortable with this circle. Now, you know, with this particular playing path, of course, North George is a little bit too far away, so we're starting to see some stretches from teams like Gladiator and Alpha7.
Yeah, it does take a little while to get where you need to go here, but at the moment we've got things going on in-game as well. The 2023 PMWI crate only available from July the 15th to August the 15th, so make sure to get your hands on that. Honestly, I'm all about that M24 skin. It's looking pretty pretty.
I'll tell you what, man, whenever I'm having a bad day, suppressed M24 shots.
Oh, it's a lovely sound.
Yes. This just sets me in the perfect mood for this. And speaking of perfect mood, Bigetron, right, starting to sneak up over here in Novo. They got a little bit of a battle here, and we'll see how they're going to be able to take this fight. You can see them with Barata up in that front side with the Tommy gun, just trying to catch an angle. And Active on that top side is really going to have to be able to give that intel to the rest of the squad.
Let's see now, as we do have Novo being quite the precarious spot to deal with. Obviously, we saw this kind of unfolding in the previous game as well, right? And once you've got this checkpoint position between Novo as well as the bridge, you control a lot of this, unless a team wants to rotate really far around. So the fight eventually will come if Infinity actually, you know, kind of forces the issue here. But Bigetron, yeah, happy to stay still for now.
Yeah, they definitely need to put some points on the board. With this zone, they're going to have to get moving pretty quickly here. So anytime you see these kind of engagements, and that's kind of the, you know, the result of having an 18-team lobby. You know, we don't really talk about that a lot, but it definitely changes the dynamic of this tournament.
No, definitely. I mean, there's just less room to work with. I mean, especially on Sanhok, right? That is of extreme change. But now, these teams, there is opportunity on Erangel for actually some kind of wider scrap looting, if you want to. As we take a look in with Gladiators and see what they were up to, they're able to catch R8.
Got him.
Completely out of guard, as SK Ton will go down.
Nice little pickup right there. Gladiator can use all the points they can use. They are currently in second place trying to catch Vampire Esports. But, man, like we've been talking about all day long, this squad has just been absolutely ridiculous. Now, we're starting to see some of that looting here early on, but Alta hasn't moved at all. So he is completely stuck in his position. What do you think his squad's going to have to do to kind of get him out safe?
Who are we talking about here, sorry?
Yeah, we're going to talk about Peralta there from Bigetron. He is completely stuck.
Yeah. So, with him where he is, I think he can still chill for a little while here. I don't think there's too much stress as long as you've got the overlook of the high ground on the left, although that has been wrestled away a little bit by Infinity here. So, yeah, it's a bit difficult, especially with only a Tommy, as you say.
Yeah, so Mazek's just going to have to move the pieces on the chessboard a little bit to try and get Peralta safe here. And right now, it's not looking likely because you could definitely tell that Infinity IQ, they smell something's up, and they're looking to pick up any point that they can grab. And I mean, heck, we've been talking about all day. Look at Vampire looting up and getting ready for the tournament.
Yeah, they're sitting pretty. They are looking absolutely fantastic. Obviously, they had the boat rotation for the military island, as we saw in that first Erangel, over towards Primorsk. And now they have a great opportunity to be able to just transition into the middle of this map. It's very open alongside the long woods here. I don't think that Gladiators would cause them too much problem. But moving up to Quarry to start things off just gives them a little bit of extra loot wherever they need it. Obviously, we were seeing them shoot a lot of bullets.
Oh,
so
yeah.
They need a lot of supplies on board.
And I really like their Primorsk drop. It's been working really well for them. You know, we saw that when they had that military zone, they were able to use that boat tape, get there really quickly and safely. So, I mean, this squad definitely has done their research. I got a chance to, of course, talk to their coach. And, man, this guy, I'm telling you, the work that he has put in with this squad has been amazing.
And there's an opportunity in this game as well, Hot Jukes, where they can use Primorsk Hill if they want. Sorry, not Primorsk Hill, Chinky Hill, as a checkpoint location. Again, it's not bad for this circle. It's not a bad place to stage your campaign from. As we see shots coming in from Infinity to start things off, Mazexis is getting quite aggro on this. I'm kind of surprised.
Yeah, I think they just realized that, you know what, Peralta's not going to be able to get out of there without some, without a little taste of action here. So Mazexis full committing here to this fight with Infinity IQ, and I like the fact that they're doing it a little bit quickly because of where this next zone is. They want to finish this fight and get moving, but they just got picked apart. A beautiful angle there from Kuiza, just setting up that trap, and man, Mazexis paid for it.
Yeah, they were trying to exploit the fact that they saw two people on that north ridge. So moving into the town and trying to kind of divide and conquer the 2-2 was the information that they were working on. Unfortunately, though, Infinity has just responded very, very rapidly themselves. So the attempt to kind of conquer that out has not worked.
Yeah, you gotta always check that window. That is one of the only little areas that has a shack right next to that window.
Yeah.
And man, I mean, Huigo just popped that track perfectly. And you can just see that's gonna be two members of Mazexis now out. They're gonna be running and trying to be able to get some points for the rest of the squads. Looking at the map though, first zone is starting to close. I wonder where we're gonna see that next zone pop. I mean, most likely you can see most of the teams already are just centering up, just getting prepared.
Gladiators currently sat in a very decent spot at the moment with that second place, getting already one of R8 on the board, and they've got a lot of opportunity to make these rotations, make these moves. They're not the type of team to really kind of sit on that bridge waiting for people to come over from military. They'd much rather either eventually cross them and maybe shoot them from the cars, etc., and things like that. But for the most part, they want to play for position. That's why you can see Kitsune all the way up south of Pachinki, trying to act as that anchor location and then let the rest rendezvous. But they see the cross.
I was about to say, speaking of cars, it looked like Gladiators were just searching for some more vehicles here, but instead, they're going to end up finding a fight. And some huge shots from McFeud trying to open up Valak here. Is he going to be able to catch him? And he's going to go ahead and, just send it right off the rocks. Hey, that's a safe bet right there.
Much easier to be able to fire at a car in front of you than behind you. So when it comes to these kinds of chases, as you can provide a lot of stability for the shooter as Gladiators. But now, where are we going to go here? I won't be surprised if we see still kind of vanilla circles here for this one, maybe a centering up, etc., because for the most part, all the teams are going to still have decent ways to be able to get to this next circle.
Yeah, that's okay. All right. Yeah, nice little hard shift towards the farm side. Completely open right now. So whenever you see that kind of hard shift, you know that that area is going to be nice and free. And you can just see how fast these teams are moving to the next checkpoint.
Farm Road, the road north of Farm as well, has a lot of wizard towers, a lot of shacks and things like that. You kind of want to perch up on it because it's a decent high ground to work with. In fact, we're seeing a battle already go on the west side of it, east side of it here. Nades raining down. Aram trying to do a little bit more with this. They have quite a bit of information. A decent spray to start things off, but it's not going to be enough here. Ali actually hitting the car more than anything will not be successful.
And that was a huge finish right there for Aton Esports. They were sitting in 16th place prior to this match. So
good move.
Nice little squad wipe is definitely going to help their overall mentality going into this match here. Now we're looking at FaZe S2G picking up a very good solid spot just south of school. Now that's going to be on the edge of the zone, but it's going to be pretty secure for the time being as FaZe right now just trying to get some information, figuring out where they're going to go next.
It's quite the quandary, this battle here that we're seeing, because it's really not a place of power. It's not a place of priority. So I wouldn't be surprised if both teams try to back off from this. You don't want to be losing out in this location. You need to be trying to scramble for a center location at this point.
Especially FaZe. You know, S2G, where they're at, they can definitely rotate up north or south, kind of hug that next circle.
Yeah.
But by now, you could see almost all the spots have been taken up. Potato Hill is prioritized by Sem9. You have Vampire now coming from Primorsk on that southwestern side, creeping on in. So for the time being, we're seeing quite a few teams make it pretty safely on this next rotation. You can see FaZe. They took off. Yeah, they took off, and they seem to be getting into a good spot as well.
Absolutely. Makes sense, all things considered. I thought maybe they would move down towards kind of that Potato Hill area and use that as kind of, again, a checkpoint area to gain some information on the teams ahead of you and then try and move from there. But I liked, you were mentioning Vampire's move. I like that they leapfrog ahead of what we're seeing here from AGONxI8 and kind of created a barrier to entry on that south side. If you can do that, that means you're playing with your back completely free, and then being able to kind of stage your moves later on.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about that in the green room. You know, we're seeing Vampire Esports, and you kind of mentioned how you look at Vampire and how they're not too aggressive, but they're not too passive either, right? They're that
just
perfect
right.
little blend.
Yeah. The Goldilocks aggressiveness.
Yes.
They're really good at it. They're really good at it. And I can't believe how they were able to do so well with some of the rotations in the previous game. Coming off Pachinki Hill and then moving into those fields. They were in there for a while. They rotate northeast during all of that. Get themselves a lot more eliminations. They're a force to be reckoned with,
Absolutely.
man.
The team to watch. I mean, these guys do not do any blind rotations. They always send at least one player, two, and just cover each other as they just move up little by little. Next zone does pop. It is going to be locked down north of Farm. S2G battling it out. Oh, wow. Aton with a late rotation trying to find a spot for his squad, and they're going to have to make that rotation player sacrifice.
It's a tough spot to play this, especially for those teams in the West trying to get in, because they're going to have to try for wide wraps, but there's so many barrier teams upon entry in this location, and once you kind of crest these hills, a lot of barrels are going to be staring you down. So for Aton Esports, they are going to be moving on up here, through, trying to thread the needle just north of Potato Hill, find themselves a little spot where they can.
Well, they're going to definitely pass up some squads on the way. I mean, one team in particular that I'm looking at this next zone is Alpha7, right? They haven't had the start to the tournament that I think a lot of people expected.
True.
But they do have Shelter locked down in this zone, and that is a pretty good spot to be in a circle like this, especially if that zone hard shifts on over to the east side. But yeah, Aton just having to rotate blind and just getting picked apart little by little.
FaZe happy to take this fight here, as they might actually get caught a little bit off guard as well. There's a bit of a 2-2 split. Two of their members are heading forwards here. They don't want to be lingering around for this fight for too long, but maybe they felt like they were kind of caught between it and can't move right now. Big sprays coming in from Sem9, but the responding kind here, as will be shut down.
And you can see FaZe picking up players little by little. And I love the fact that we could see those player cams at the bottom. You could see the frustration on the faces of these players from Aton, very desperate to try and get into this next circle. But FaZe Clan, they got the chicken dinner in the last game. It was a little close, you know, but that's definitely going to hype them up here, but they got to get it done.
Reinforcements on the way for FaZe. They realized that they had to get back here to try and help out their teammates with that 2-2 split. They've moved on to the east side of Potato Hill. Technically, Potato Hill is difficult to defend for Sem9 here if they're this split. So this could be FaZe trying to salvage it, but there's also S2G on the way as well.
Well, let's take a look at Vampire Esports, picking up players little by little on the edge of the zone. They're on the complete south side here, and this is Mazexis they're going against. It is just inactive, all by his lonesome. This man is going to need a Christmas miracle right now to win this fight. And guess what? It ain't Christmas.
I hate to inform you, it is July. We are quite a ways away, so it's not going to be easy at all, as the blazing heat here in Riyadh will beat down upon them. But Mazexis is going to try and beat down on this location too. But again, when you're going up against Vampire, how are you supposed to do it? I guess get the sun, pull the sun out from Riyadh and try and burn them away that way.
Yep, well, guess what? These guys are fighting in the shade. They are doing quite all right, just tallying up these elimination points again and again. S2G now up on the Potato Hill. They are into action. Let's see where this next zone is going to go, though. But before that, S2G full sending it here on FaZe.
A full reinforcement from FaZe coming in here to try and go for it. Malik already starts things off against Raze. And that is a really big knock to take here as Mormon comes around the corner and finishes that off as well. Vintora's with the DBS in these close range locations around these rocks, able to blast S2G off the battleground.
Wow, FaZe Clan clutching it up big against a major squad, okay? Nice nade there from Kalse, but can he hit another? He does have that sight line. He goes for the vehicle, barely misses. Can he hit the shot? So he gets 2. Oh, the run over from the buggy. FaZe clutching it up and definitely going to have enough time to get these reses off.
Really important information just in general through that fight, right? I mean, they know that the 3 eliminations that they got earlier fully cleaned up. It's very unlikely it's another team going to be putting on that threat. So you can use your buggy at that point as the battering ram. There's no way your opponent is going to be trying to deal with that as well as all the other targets he's trying to deal with.
Super safe play and right on time, too. Like I mentioned, there was 30 seconds left on the clock. Now they're going to have to find a way into this next zone. It's not going to be easy because it is pretty taken up by now, but they did it in a good fashion. Let's take a look here at D+ Kia, trying to get some nades on R8. Prestige in a horrible spot. Just Molotovs, nades, an absolute bombardment coming on in, and the S12K to finish him off.
D+ Kia, they have got a slow and patient style, and they will wait you out. But the DBS waits for no man. He takes him down very, very swiftly. And now are smoking up here to protect this vehicle. Very important, you need to keep those tires ready and good to go in case some threats look your way, especially since you're outside the circle. Thankfully for them, though, there's not too many teams looking their way.
Let's take a look at AGONxI8 going up against Yokohama Donuts Barrel. Pretty split up the squad is in this position, and this does provide a little bit of an opening here for AGONxI8. Let's see if iKURD can go ahead and get that nade off. He does. And gets the finish, and now, yeah, we're starting to see them get picked off bit by bit.
Yeah, but FaZe is dunking donuts over here. We've got ourselves Missile going down as well. Kazumura going down. Somehow, some way, they're able to take quite a few scalps during this with the eliminations, but at the same time, as you say, Aton, being able to try and leapfrog ahead of them. They were a little bit behind them during some of these fights, but the leapfrog's been successful.
DRS with a nice nade up from the top of the mountain on down. They do hit that one, but it's going to be a little bit of a difficult time if they want to get these finishes off, because you got Agon on that off angle, and that could definitely make things more difficult. Oh, you can see there, Mormon from FaZe down to half an HP. Barely surviving that one, but this is an eviction nade. That wasn't a notice, and that has been delivered.
You ain't paid your rent, buddy.
That's right.
But the thing is, for all of these teams on the west side, they know that these hills can co-inhabit a lot of teams as well. So they know that the threats are by no means done just yet. DRS is up here as well, alongside this road, using the shacks, using those wizard towers that we were talking about before. So they know, ultimately, they've got to finish this fight fast or try and send it through the survive.
Yeah, you know, FaZe Clan had a very difficult rotation here where they were positioned, but they got a nice amount of eliminations to kind of give them a little bit of breathing room here, regardless of how it finishes out. You can see them stuck in the blue zone. Let's take a look, though. Can we see a finish here? AGONxI8 getting taken down. Tixi doing a great job for the Gladiators.
Yeah, they came in from the south side of this ridge and actually were able to survive for quite a while during it. They didn't have many threats shooting down on them here, so they're going to try and wrestle this away. As Neku, as well as Tixi, going to charge up some nades wherever they can and try and throw them on down, but they're just ripping the teams apart near them.
Doing a great job, and now with this next circle, they're very close to it too, so now they have to make a battle against, actually DRS going up against Vampire Esports here. Killer YT getting taken down at the last second from Schweppes. So clutch for his team, but he's the last one up. Can he do it again? 2 knocked! Vampire Esports still alive.
Trying their best to stay alive during all of this as well, but they've got a lot of fire raining down on them. Tixi here with Supremacy will try and fire away here with the doesn't have much bullets left over, but A7 on the other side. Alpha7 is doing a lot of work. They've been quiet on the east side, but they do have a staging ground to try and make this work if they can transition across and wrestle Victorious' position away from him.
The IQ eliminated. Still 11 teams in this match, folks. You can see Vampire Esports holding that wizard tower with 2 remaining members. We've seen what they can do with just 1. So we'll see how many points they end up at the end of this. But it's looking quite hectic. And like you mentioned, Alpha7, quiet so far. But now maybe it may be time for them to start ramping up the heat.
If they get a whiff of the fact that Victorious is alone, it's the perfect place for them to actually move on. But anyways, we take a look at Falcons here. They also still have 4 alive, good to go here on the south side of this circle. They just need to know that Vampire is to their west, which is technically a vulnerable state, but the problem is that making those moves in this area, then you make yourself vulnerable to teams like Gladiators, etc., who is seemingly on fire. 7 limbs.
Exactly. Gladiators with 7 limbs. They were in second place right here, so they noticed a lot of people from the Vampires have been taken out. But let's take a look at this as Alpha7. Oh, the DBS. Revo coming in hot. Does get knocked, but Team Falcons is now only down to 1 player.
You got to clean this up quick. Puncher King here. just going to be backing off for the moment. A long-range nade. The smoke was kind of the signal as to where he was going to be throwing that, but Punch King is well away for the moment.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and just cut his losses and try to go for some survival points at this time. It's going to make things a little bit difficult, but Gladiators, we're talking about them a little bit earlier. 7 eliminations so far, looking to kind of close that gap that Vampire Esports has created in these first 3 matches, and so far they're looking real good.
Ooh, TixI 800 damage already on all of this as we see the move on through here from Atom. And then they are going to end up getting crushed by those throwables here. Fran, though, with a nice little spray, cheeky spray, but it's not going to be enough as they're going to get cleaned up by Gladiators.
McHugh doing a great job of finishing that up here. Now they have their eyes set on D plus Kia. Full laydown, but we are seeing that buggy rotate. That's just Forrest trying to get a little bit of information here on Gladiators. But this thick zone, 36 seconds left on the clock. It's going to leave both these teams to breathe just a little bit.
This is D plus Kia's MO, man. They're going to be the bird spider. They're going to set the trap and then eventually pounce, you know, like okay, spiders don't growl, but you know what I mean.
I think this one does, though.
I
definitely think they do, because they need to start not just growling, they need to start rolling, because D plus is currently 10th place. That's right. So a nice finish against Gladiators could definitely help them out, but their position they're in is looking really tough. Fabian, it's really up to him. Can he get this knock? He does with the Bison. The B-zone is what we like to call it in North America. Looking good, and he plays some shots. Gets in a couple ones on TixI, but Tixi's just too good.
I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? Gladiators just did not have the information on where he was. Making the crawl, trying to get something going, as we do have them now also not holding that off, with Ox trying to clean it up, but they're also moving down towards the bottom of Gladiators here in a slight 2-2 split. 2 barriers being set up, but they've lost one now.
Woo! TixI popping Forrest out that buggy so fast. He did not even stand a chance there. That's going to be real tough for them. And now Bigetron Red Villains right below them makes things that much more difficult for D plus Kia.
Feels like their lobby is still packed. We've still got 8 teams remaining here. Some solos, of course, as TixI is going to take stock of the issue. Realizes that D plus Kia is still over there, but understands that Bigetron Red Villains is in a position where they could hurt him. But there you go. TixI, with the eyes of a hawk, is able to see him.
How many eliminations did he get next to that tree? He was hugging it the whole time and just popping players back and forth. Yeah, 8 eliminations. That is going to hype him and his squad up big time. We'll go ahead and touch that crate, see if there's anything in there. Unfortunately, already taken out. And now they're still in a good spot here.
Quite honestly, Gladiators is a team that would see Vampire's previous performances and say, okay, but we can do better. It is difficult to stack up against what Vampires has done, especially since they're still alive, so are now starting to rack up those placement points. But Gladiators will take on the challenge.
Well, I'll tell you what, with 12 eliminations, they're doing a heck of a job at challenging that indeed. So that gap is definitely going to get a lot closer after this match.
Yeah. I mean, if we have a TixI supremacy count on the desk when Max is up there, because he absolutely adores him, that would probably hit the 20 mark, I think.
Oh, yeah. I can see that happening. I can see that happening here. Let's see if Alpha7 can get on the board, right? Oh, maybe a good sign. They have 7 eliminations so far, right? And we have 7 on the desk as well. That's 3 7s in a row.
That is a lot of 7s.
Yes, it is.
That's very lucky, in fact, I would say.
And right now, they're looking real good. They're going to actually put that up to 9 eliminations, and they have this entire side of the circle. This is where Alpha7 really drives home. Wide open circles, knowing exactly where they need to go. This is where they're deadly.
We could come down to a big showdown here between Bigetron and Alpha7. With the 4 alive on either side here, a big spray comes through. Not able to hit too much through those smokes, but if you can get a tag on someone, then you can start really putting the pressure on through those smokes. I understand why he's going for it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, don't count out, Gladiators just yet. They still have 3 players. A lot of eyes are on them. You can see Kitsune with a nice little jump shot there to get that confirmed. That's going to be 13 eliminations for them. Stone looking to be number 14, and wow, beautifully done.
The only reason I slightly count them out to a degree is because they were sandwiched, but now Bigetron is actually moving a lot of their forces to the east side. This is quite a commitment here. If they're able to kind of catch Alpha7 off guard, but I don't think they will because of the amount of noise they made with these vehicles.
And I'll tell you what, Gladiators is foaming at the mouth right now, because if that fight does ensue between Alpha7 and Bigetron, that is an easy third party and possibly a chicken dinner as well. And smokes are starting to come out here. A lot of open range, not a lot of cover here, but this hill is doing a good job at extending the play.
Yeah, absolutely. You're relying on the topography here to kind of keep you instead, as we see a few pot shots coming in from Yuhai from the distance. He's grown up from a boy into a man, as we see him now. Just going to be taking that buggy and moving on away. When you're driving around with a buggy in these locations as well, if you do expose yourself to a spray, you are quite vulnerable. So they've got to be very cautious about that too.
Yeah, we just saw what Tixi just did a little bit earlier with one. So, I mean, even though you think you're secure in that buggy, I mean, these guys are laser beams. They'll pop you out in just a second. Next zone does come on up. Alpha7 does have to push their way on in. And Bigetron may end up getting a little bit closer to them in the process, but we're starting to see some shots go across field. I think Revo is definitely keeping an eye on Gladiators.
Yeah, across field shots, it's a very important point that you bring up, because when a circle narrows down and bears down like this, it becomes those off angles. It becomes those really long range shots that matter, where your opponent isn't accounting for those slight angles and slight kind of curves of the hill. So we could see that become very important, as still Bigetron slightly separated up. The other two teams here just being clumped down towards the south sides of the circle.
Yeah, you can see GenFoss was the first person to get in the zone for Bigetron, and they are starting to get those splits. Yeah, look at that. Buggy trying to get some information. Matic giving away his spot to try to get that knock. Doesn't get it for the time being, and now you can see Bigetron Red Villains locked on to his position.
Like a homing missile, they're slowly moving down towards the bottom against where Matic is. Matic's looking for an off angle here for Gladiators, as they're trying to control this Wizard Tower, but it only has so much value for so long now, as Kitsune and Tixi are going to have to move off, move to the right-hand side here. The smoke,
huge nade,
cause problems here. They're not able to see when those throwables are coming in, and they're able to clip them with a nade.
Alpha7 completely blind here from this position. Zenithexta trying to crawl his way to that tree and get a res. They still have enough cover to do so. And we're going to see, oh, he actually peeked out just a little bit, but barely back in time. Oh, it's actually going to be BTR stealing that elimination point.
Long-range kill. The long-range elimination here for them to get that secured. But BTR also taking the trades in turn. Matic really turning up the heat now, also from distance. These long-range shots are so crucial in a circle like this.
I mean, we're seeing a pure three-way fight here. Each team looking at each one, back and forth. Carrillo has the rock. That's going to be huge. If Revo just get clipped, his level 2 vest is beat up big time, so he cannot take very many shots. He has to be very careful.
Going for the peek around here with the M4. Mafioso now going to throw a grenade over towards
Oh
Tixi.
my gosh!
Oh, the DBS! Deceptive amount of range coming in here from Mafioso, able to shred Tixi.
And that's 11 eliminations for Alpha7. Oh, but they're down to just Revo. It is a 1v1, v2, and BTR are looking real good.
Yeah, Matic in the distance, looking for any pickups they can try and find here, but they're so far apart. They were Gladiators was banking on the idea of having multiple angles. That means knockdowns are very difficult to be able to resuscitate, as Mafioso should be okay. They should be able to get him.
Matic going across, trying to get Kitsune up, and it looks like he might just be able to do so, because Alpha7 is very distracted here with Yuhai. Yuhai did spot Revo. He's going to get that first aid off real quick. He's trying to play this very careful. If Mafioso has anything, though, it's going to make it very difficult. He's going to explode that buggy. Has to get the reload in time. Yuhai, oh, the nade from GenFoss, clutching it up, and Yuhai finishes Alpha7.
Big scalps to take here, but at the same time, that's going to trigger Gladiators to try and make a move. Now, they're at a man disadvantage here from all of this. They've got to play this cautiously and quietly. They're going to try and rely on the idea that they don't know where Kitsune is on that ridge just ahead, but I feel like BTR should be able to figure this one out.
Kitsune is really close to that smoke, and a lot of these players that are real paranoid always tend to throw utility near that smoke, assuming a player's there. So Kitsune has to be very careful. Yuhai, oh my gosh, almost drove right into a red zone there. And you can just see him going all the way around saying, okay, I'm not doing that again.
But that was a landmine. That was absolutely terrifying. So close to utter defeat.
Oh.
A really good connection on that first nade. Kitsune is relocated. The smoke's trying to hide as much of this as possible, but GenFoss realizes where Matic kind of is. Goes for the throw. That's a great throw, actually. Just barely misses.
Yuhai now getting back in that buggy, looking for that info, and he does get it. Oh, gets beat up in the process, but a nice little crossfire from his teammates. It's all Bigetron Red Villains finally picking up their first chicken dinner in this tournament.
Love the man advantage, the drive-by with the buggy as well. Causes a little bit of commotion, a little bit of chaos there, and they're able to clean that up. I mean, it was a slow campaign up from that northwest side here for Bigetron Red Villains. I keep calling them aliens, man. It's all over the place. I'm so used to, for years, calling them that. But anyway, yeah, what a win for them.
But we're going to say they've finally gone to the dark side here and have become the true villains as they've got their first chicken dinner. But I will say this, right? Talk about point sponges, right? 3 teams got, I think, over double-digit kills. That is insane.
Yeah, very impressive stuff here from those teams, especially considering it's not easy terrain to play. You have a lot of teams that can sit in these areas and fire from quite a distance, especially if teams are coming late off places like Potato Hill. But they were able to solidify themselves very nicely with Bigetron.
100%. I'll tell you what, if you're a fan of Bigetron, if you're a fan of the Gladiators, even Alpha7, you got to be pretty hyped after that match because they got a ton of eliminations. Vampire Esports, right? I think this is the first time where they finally had a little bit of a lull. They got a couple eliminations here and there, but that lead is definitely going to give them enough cushion to breathe, at least for this match.
Well, that's the thing, right? I think they got themselves top 5 or 6 or something like that when it came to play some points alone. I think they had 2 eliminations on the board as well here. But there's going to be a lot of fans very happy to see BTR very much so on the board. For me, from regionals, there was a few question marks here and there about BTR, how they were going to play things out, but a win's a win.
A win is a win. Guys, we got a whole bunch more action for you in just a little bit. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave them with nothing. Line sinker, follow the leader.
Not a bad match here out of Bigetron Red Villains, securing themselves their first chicken dinner here of the event and maybe put themselves one step closer to get into that main event. I would love to see them go up against Alter Ego if they can get there, but we still have a lot of matches to come. I'm Jason Kaplan, still joined by Maxman and 7 Worlds Gaming to break down that last match. And off the bat here, Max, as you said it when we were watching the game, Bigetron, the way they played it out was just don't fight until the end. And then they had all the world of utility to use.
You had so many circle shifts that went hard to the east, and the BTR, I think, had a really good understanding that, okay, teams are going to be congested on the west. There's going to be a lot of fights happening. We're just going to dodge it heading north, and when there's lower teams remaining, we're going to have a lot of utility remaining. And the nades, in particular from Genfos, once again, was so impactful. So holding on to that utility until the very end was really, really impactful for the team.
I was getting some flashbacks there to Sanhok. I thought they were going to end up not pulling the trigger. I'm glad they did. They ended up being able to get the chicken dinner with 8 Elims. But Gladiators, I feel like that is they're continuing with an impressive performance.
Yeah, I mean, Gladiators, exactly. That's the things have been going so good. Matic has been pulling the Matic Classic, going for the off angles, doing his own game, okay? He's definitely playing something a bit different from the rest of his team, but the Tixie Supremacy, it was so ever-present right here, and the timing on their fights, it could have gone their way. After that fight ended between BTR and Alpha7, the timing was on point, but unfortunately, the utility that was present on BTR side, the nades and the buggy, that is pretty meta in the late game, did make the difference.
It was a fantastic distraction, but not only that, obviously, just throw the buggy in, it's not going to work. It was his teammates bridging that hill as well to come in to help support him while we saw Gladiators shooting at him in the buggy. But, you know, Genfos and Yuhai, like, this seems to be the power couple within the team, the power duo, able to make work.
They were able to take on Alpha7. They were able to finish them off and then start focusing on Gladiators.
Though I was not a fan of that 2-2 split they were doing north, because they actually had 2 players inside the circle, 2 players outside the circle, and Alpha7 at that time was not inside the circle. So if they just set up somewhat of a barrage and regrouped a little bit tighter their split, I feel like they could have easily gate-kept Alpha7 and just secure that chicken dinner a lot easier than they did at the end.
I think what you're talking about is a lot earlier, not there in the end game. Way earlier
just
in
speed
the previous,
up the process.
Yeah, they were wanting to fight with Alpha7, and then they were wanting to fight with Gladiators. It was a bit confusing there. I think it was like, what, 5 minutes before the game actually ended?
Well, we're talking about Alpha7. Why don't we dive into that as well? Because they had a pretty good match, to be fair. Carrillo, you know, 7, we're talking about him as being a player that needs to step up for their roster if they want to be able to compete against the likes of these international teams. And you know what? He was able to get, I think, 3 eliminations. But Alpha7 was looking pretty strong there, to be honest.
They were looking strong. I mean, it's a good bounce back. I think even before this match, I was saying, I don't really expect Alpha7 to do much today. I thought they were just going to be able to wait it out until tomorrow. I'm glad to see them being able to bounce back so early on. And like you were saying, Carrillo with those 3 eliminations, it's huge because it's been a big question mark. Yeah, they won Brazil. Yes, they won Americas. But Carrillo's been the big question mark. So when is he going to start performing? When is he going to start putting up those numbers that we are used to seeing out of him?
Yeah, we were hoping that was going to happen here in PMWI, and this is maybe the start of something great for Carrillo in these fights. They've been fighting consistently.
I hate both of you for being able to roll your R's, by the way.
What? Try to say
I'm
one time. Just one time.
I've tried many times. It doesn't work. But go ahead, Max. Finish off.
What was it? Yeah, so they took a lot of fights before that versus Infinity IQ versus the side of Falcons, so they got a lot of loot, especially to just enable them to take these fights in the late game. So overall, effective, and Mafioso and Revo on top of Carrillo also doing extremely well with the DBS.
And something that I've been seeing so far this year out of Alpha7 too that's been working out great is that second drop location for them. Not just now north of George, is Lipovka. I feel like that one, when they started integrating that into their gameplay, it has really stepped it up for them. Because before, they would always freak out if they didn't have a playing pad that would actually go towards North George. Now they have a backup plan, and it works out great for them.
Especially with that circle.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of the circle, one team we haven't talked about, which honestly I was like having to pinch myself, like, am I dreaming? Why are we not doing this? Vampire. They had, well, I mean, okay, so let's kind of roll it back. I kind of just dove into it for no reason.
Where were you going?
We were talking about Vampire, and they had to constantly move for that zone every single time. Like, it shifted away from them every single moment. Not saying that they couldn't recover from something like that. The matches that they've had success in, they didn't have to move that far, but they really struggled finding a way into these zones.
They did a very similar approach, I feel like, to BTR. They were just understanding, okay, these circle shifts keep going 3-4 times in a row over to the east. West side is congested. Let's just go to the southern or northern side if you're BTR to try and dodge the fights. Go right into Mazexis. Clear to say, not a lot of resistance there. Get themselves the compound and the fight pretty easily. And Matic tried to third party. But they saw that too, so they just started to skirt away over to the southern.
The weird thing was, he tried to like third party. I don't know if she was at this exact same time, but he actually like went into Vampire while they were in the blue by himself.
That's Matic.
And then well, eventually called for a teammate to come over towards him, but they just kind of eventually retreated away anyways.
Yeah, the Matic Classic is happening all the time.
And then
here.
they decided to back off.
Yeah, and he just backed off. It's like, okay, this maybe is a little bit too much. We want to try and focus on our position in the circle, because at that point, I think D+ was starting to gain terrain on the western edge. And I feel like if they commit to that fight, D+ maybe control the high ground fully, and Gladiators don't get back to that spot.
Going back to Vampire, when you were mentioning that they were able to fight the Mesexes, you didn't think there was much resistance there. I felt like it was just enough resistance to throw off Vampire and to allow some of the other teams to kind of set themselves up. And that was the most resistance we have seen out of Vampire so far, I think, today.
Yeah.
Trying to get into a circle.
Actually, it's interesting that you say that, because that fight, sure, they did win it, I would say, pretty easily, but that enabled Falcons actually to set up a camp and to defend the southern eastern edge of the circle, so slowed down Vampire after that fight, because they were taking shots and teams around them were aware that fight is happening in the compound, so we can skirt in the circle a little bit deeper.
Well, Falcons got set up, and then Alpha7 just knocked them right down, actually doing biding their time as well. But let's take a look at our overalls here and get an idea of actually where our teams currently do stand. You see Vampire Esports at first place, 69, nice. And then we see G Gladiators at 50 points. FaZe Clan still holding on in third. But again, Bigetron Red Villains, all it takes is like one of those wins, and you shoot yourself up the leaderboards.
Not even just Bigetron, Alpha7 too, being able to bounce all the way up to 5th place too.
First time on the first page.
Yeah.
I feel with that, yeah.
Yeah, for both Bigetron and
True,
Alpha7.
actually both, yeah. They're on the second page. I mean, still, I want to see more from teams like D+ Kia. I feel like there was some potential this game, but Gladiators won a fight that I feel like they shouldn't maybe have won in that position, because D+ had the high ground position. They weren't having multiple angles. That's maybe what did cause them some issues at the very end. But I want to see some improvement from the Southern Korean team.
You know, yeah, I was actually literally just going to say that as well. Like, what happened, man? This team used to be like a powerhouse. We saw them not too long ago, and they're not really able to hit their stride just yet. They're running out of matches. They're running out of the daylight today. I don't necessarily what's going on, but also they're not the only team that I'm kind of wondering what's going on with them. Veryl coming in from Japan. What's going on with them?
Exactly. That kind of sets up in the storyline we talked about on the pre-show, which is these are Donuts Veryl and, of course, the side of D+ Kia, the only two teams that qualified pretty much, didn't win through voting. So it's a bit more legit in the way to get through in this event, and you would expect better results from the get-go. It just hasn't transitioned as we expected going into this. Of course, it's just the first day, just 4 matches. We can have some changes, but it definitely was not the start we expected from those two teams.
I think we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, hopefully.
It's too early on.
I just feel like this is going to be something we're going to keep repeating tomorrow. It's just, you know, it's just been only 7 matches. It's just been only 8 matches.
You won't say that.
Like,
No. Just for today. That's it.
And thinking about actually that fight with Gladiators up against them, I wonder if Matic was there, would that have been a clean fight that they're able to take down 4 players and then progress off of there? I do kind of wonder why. I mean, even here at the event, you see Matic by himself, you know, doing things by himself. Why is this the Matic Classic? Why is he doing this? Do you have any idea why Gladiators allow this to happen or have him do this? Or is it just...
Nobody can know what is happening.
Does he know why
in
he's
his brain.
doing it?
I don't know. He's just like, how am I here? I'm lost, guys.
He's doing just like that IRL.
The thing is, the Matic Classic, when he splits alone, I don't like it a lot of the time, but you got some situations where he has a really strong off angle, and you're like, okay, I kind of dig it. I'll allow the Matic Classic to unfold the way it has, but I don't know. It's just, I don't know if it's Matic of his own, like, on his own mind who tries to go for these kind of plays, or if it's a team play. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, the one thing I didn't like is when we were talking about it earlier, when they have just that lone player. I think it was Matic, actually.
Of course.
And then
Matic.
they decided to push off outside the circle. I'm like, why? There's no need for it. Into Vampire. That's what it was.
Yeah, I'm thinking, especially at the end game when you had only Alpha7, you had Bigetron, you had the side of then Gladiators.
Yeah.
If he joins up with his 2 teammates, you had Kitsune and I think it was Tixi. Not too sure. I think it was Tixi. If he groups up, do they win that fight versus Alpha7? And if they do, they have access to the ridge. Chances are Gladiators win the entire game. So you need to know when to regroup, because sometimes I feel like he holds on to that split just a little bit too long.
It takes so long.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? We'll leave it there for now, because obviously that's all of our Aaron Gills of the day now done. But this means we do have a short little break, but it also means we're going into our Miramars of the day. We're going to have 2 back-to-back before we're done with our first day of PMWI. So guys, we're going to head to that short break, so don't go anywhere.
الحياة لحن ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا تلمسنا تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة لأن الوجبة التجربة المغامرة حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
You can never take the heat, but it's never too hot for me. I walk the walk, talk the talk, you know I'll never stop. Cause I'm an animal. I'll just
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got you right where I know I want you. Play the switch, you're a mystery, but you love it. Hook, line, sinker, follow the leader.
And we are back here for some more PMWI action with the All-Star event. You guys have voted in most of these teams, though a couple of them got in either from PMWI last year or got in from qualifying for themselves. Max, I know you want to be on camera, but can you keep your hand to yourself, man? What am I doing? You're just in my camera shot. This is my time. This is my contractual obligation time. It's okay. No, we're all good. We have Miramar coming up next, right? We actually changed things up from previous events. We're doing maps back to back to back of the same battleground. So we got double Miramar now. We have to dive into this one and talk about it, because if I'm not mistaken, this was one of Bigetron Red Aliens' best battlegrounds.
Yeah, now in the villain arc, there's going to be pretty much. I mean, they got himself a win, right? And maybe they can try and build some momentum off the back of that. But Ryzen in particular loves the bushes on them.
He loves what?
I haven't seen Ryzen. That's the thing that blows my mind before you jump into that. Is that Ryzen was the Terminator. He was the go-to player almost every single time for Bigetron.
2.5 years ago.
I was expecting Ryzen to be the kind of standalone player on BTR, to be doing so well. Of course, you got Yuhai, you got yourself Gen Foster, have been the stand-up players currently today so far. But yeah, Ryzen has been non-existent, and maybe some presence on Miramar.
Well, he loves bushes, like you said.
Yeah, on that map of Miramar has been happening quite a bit. So we'll see if they can try and do well there. I got some other teams that I'm hoping to see more from. I think the AGONxI8, looking back at PMPL Pakistan, is a map where they did really, really well, especially I think it's Ghost and UZM. And I want to see more presence of them because they've been really silent today, actually.
Going up teams that actually do well in Miramar, Alpha7.
You knew it. Come on, you knew it. 7, it looks at Max like, okay, I have something to say. I'm ready to say something. You know it's going to be Alpha7.
Do you not remember America's Championship, though? That was one of the maps that belonged to them. And maybe they're going to be able to carry some of the momentum that they just got from the last match, too, because they were able to put up some good points. So kind of based on what you were saying with Bigetron, right? But we'll wait and see. Ryzen, he hasn't played at all yet, though.
No.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Hiding.
He just dies in the
He's not ready.
He's just kind of channeling his own power right now to get ready to go here. But what about a couple other teams that you're looking at maybe you think could excel here? I mean, Vampire, thoughts?
Yeah.
We obviously have to talk about them.
Yeah, I mean, Vampire, we can expect to do well because their playstyle can work on every single map. It can work. It worked on Sanhok. It worked on Erangel. I think we can expect good things to happen here for them. So, yeah, I feel like the consistency is going to remain.
I think for me, it's going to have to be DRS. I want to see what happened. Where is DRS? The first 2 matches, right? They were performing pretty well. We're talking about how they were being able to put themselves into great positions. They just weren't able to have that firepower. Now, I mean, DRS hasn't really been existent. Whenever I think they did try to be aggressive in one of those Erangels, and it completely backfired.
We've been talking actually throughout today that DRS needs to start being more aggressive. They played the edge as we expected, but when you had all those hardships on the previous Erangel game, they were forced to be aggressive, and that just didn't suit them. They were kind of taken aback, like, oh, we're not ready for this fight, and they just got completely crumbled to pieces. So they need to start being aggressive because the circle is not always going to be in your favor. Sometimes you're going to have to fight, like Vampire, to get a spot in those later stages.
I mean, as we've been seeing, right, also with teams getting some victories and some good eliminations behind it, that kind of bubble you need to get into top 6 is becoming more and more difficult. And looking at a team like DRS, we need to start seeing those eliminations like you're mentioning. The question is, will they eventually come? And if they do, will it be too late? Will it be at the right time? And is that something they can carry on into a much more difficult event, much more stacked event when we get to the main event?
I mean, we'll have to see when we look at the overall rankings a little bit later on in the day, I'm sure, because I feel like the point bubble is going to be around 180. It seems like that's kind of the consensus with everyone. 180 point. If you breach that barrier, chances are you might make it because it's 10-point average that he's trying to make. Actually, really funny. So Tani said, we'll be happy with the 10-point average.
Yeah.
They doubled it pretty much, but yeah, so 180 would be at least your aim as of right now.
Don't make me get John in here to do some proper statistics. And
Sir Tani told me that, okay?
He's doing math right now, okay?
So if you say I'm wrong, you're saying Sir Tani's wrong. And
I can hear him now. Well, actually, let's actually take a look here at some Vampire players. Before the last match, because I'm not sure what it might have changed after the match finished, between 2 players of Vampire, Stone up against Tony K, compare their damage, compare their eliminations as well. They were pretty much head-to-head. There's 3 players from them in top eliminations. And we can see here, 13-11. That's still a lot to get here for only having 4 matches done.
Stone was at the top for the longest time, and then all of a sudden now we see Tony K being able to put up those numbers too. I mean, 11 elims. I think most of them were able to come from that last match. I think he ended up with, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 7 eliminations.
Yeah, it was around that ballpark, yeah. I mean, the individual power is there if needed, and then they can just convert into fully team play, big splits, and just the synergy is on point. The communication especially is on point, which I would say you don't have many teams when you just look at their playstyle and you're like, okay, the communication is so good. Normally it's just some something happening in the background, but it is just so obvious and visible.
Yep.
Okay, well, I got 2 more teams for you here, right? Obviously, we still have yet to see Newsy play, which is something we'll get on to when we do have them come in to the mix. But I kind of want to compare, you know, NA, well, AA, I guess I should say, because they're not North American, up against EU. So let's take a look at Alpha7 up against GG here in a team stats head-to-head. And I feel like a lot of that 7,000 damage probably came from that last match.
And I'm not surprised to see those numbers out of Gladiators. I mean, they have been able to perform really well. And you can see the elims too, 31 elims to 18 elims. We haven't really seen the Alpha7 that we're used to seeing. And it's because they've been getting eliminated so early on, and the only elims that they did end up getting was super early on as well. And this is what you're seeing Gladiators just kind of dominate this, right? Not only in the damage, not only in the elims, in the healing too. They're being able to just outlast a lot longer.
Alpha7 have been bodying.
Yeah.
They took so much damage. Like, please stop, sir. We don't want to use all our medkits. But I think we have seen that resurgence starting for Alpha7 in that previous game. I'm just hoping we can see the continuation of that. And if so, and we can see more of Carrillo, I feel like we'll get to the point where we can see those podium finishes. And hopefully, for you, a chicken dinner. I feel like you're waiting for it.
I didn't say today. I said tomorrow. Tomorrow, they'll end up getting that chicken dinner. Today, it's not yet. Not quite right.
7 to 9 an Alpha7 chicken dinner on the day? Don't believe it. Who are you?
You heard it here first.
I'm a little bit worried. I feel like, you know, Alpha7's giving you some money under the table to talk them up here.
How? I'm talking them down in a way.
I mean, you got to keep us guessing, right? You can't make it too obvious. 2 other teams, though, as we talked about before. Most of these teams were not invited in. They qualified because they were voted in. But we have 2 teams in particular who had to qualify themselves, coming in from Korea and Japan. I want to actually take a look at their head-to-head between these 2 teams, get an idea of the stats coming their way as well, because I feel like D+ has been able to do quite a bit more than Barrel. I mean, that's obviously obvious by the overall standings, but more in terms of like damage and eliminations, because we have seen D+, known as Dam1 previously, put up ridiculous amount of elims and like put up really good amounts of damage behind the players they have on their roster, but they've just been kind of a little bit non-existent so far.
D+ has been struggling a lot when teams are just fighting them 4v4. In a 4v4 fight, I just don't see D+ winning a lot of those fights, unfortunately. They're strong when it comes to macro, when it comes to rotations, understanding value in specific positions and zoning. The moment a team gets on top of them, it tends to not really go their way. We saw that actually versus Gladiators for D+ on the previous game on Potato Hill, so it seems like they need to try and regroup and just rethink how they take those fights, because right now it seems a little bit messy all over the place.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to readjust here today, or if they're going to have to be one of those teams that has to wait until tomorrow or get that extra time, right, reviewing those bots and see if they can adjust. If not, then it's, oh man, it's going to be really bad for them.
I want to see more of Naoto from Donuts Varel. Like, he's one of the best players over in Japan. He's my favorite player from Japan, actually, from the Japanese region. And he's just not been playing to the level we expected. Last year, he did pretty decent. He got a few, not awards, but he was definitely high on like damage list and elimination lists, I do believe, as a solo. Not really doing much so far. So I want to see Naoto as a solo step up. And if he does well, maybe we'll see the whole team start improving.
We have seen that before, right? Where one player, it takes just one player to step up for the whole team to actually kind of rally behind them. I mean, we even said, Panthers. Maybe it'll happen here.
Well, you know what? Speaking of that, actually, because it leads me to look towards teams like S2G, who has been kind of stumbling a little bit, you know, obviously off the back of how they did at PMPL. And I don't want to say the excuses, but the reason you're worried about them performing.
Come on now. Come on now.
You're so harsh. But they have not been performing too well. But I wanted to see them up against FaZe Clan, because I think FaZe Clan as well, for some reason off my head, at least they started a little bit slow, have been improving. But S2G, like, this is a team that I'm used to seeing like big numbers across the board, big elims, big eliminations.
He broke his wrist again. It's not working out, unfortunately. But yeah, going back into the spring season in Turkey, it was said that apparently there was a little bit of that confidence boost from winning the PMGC, which of course, you know, you're hoping your ego would grow a bit from becoming the world champions in, well, any tournament really, not even just esports. And Turkey didn't work out, and we're like, okay, no, put that ego to the side. Like, you guys need to prove yourself again, seeing that spring did not go your way at all. And yeah, so far this first day, we're just not having what we saw from them in PMGC. This is more like spring Turkey kind of performance.
We did see some good rotations out of them actually early on in Sanhok. We saw them being able to willing to take some risk, actually go for a little bit crazy rotations like we were kind of used to before. I want to see that more out of them. I want to see something that just kind of sparks the team.
But where's the Kalsi? Where's the Hamsi G domination that we saw in the past? Like, those 2 players are, Kalsi in particular is my favorite Turkish player. he hasn't been present today. He's done almost nothing. So I want to see just calci, HamCG just being put in that fragging position.
I feel like calci just had such a big name behind him as well. Like there was always talks about how amazing of a player he is. And obviously he did have his moments, but is it potentially getting to the point here? I mean, I don't know. It's like half of the year through. You don't know where I'm going with this. Is it getting to the point potentially where it's like the twin syndrome? Like they had their moment, but then they start to fall off.
L plus ratio. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, obviously not that I want to like talk badly about him, but like you won PMGC. Where's that consistency?
We saw it from other teams in Turkey too, like Footballits, do you remember? They did great. They're massive fall off. It seems like a trend for some of the previous Turkish teams, and this time it seems like it's the curse has been applied to S2G. Oh yeah, true.
Ever since then, it's never been the same for football.
They took an ancient relic from there, and ever since it's been happening.
But you know, I say that maybe in a harsh way, Seven, but at the same time, it could be a testament to how good other teams are or are becoming. That it's hard to stay on top because we're not really seeing consistency of like #1 teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, going back to PMGC, we never thought S2G was going to end up winning. It was either one of the Chinese teams, it was either going to be Nova going for that three-peat, and then they ended up surprising us. Now, at this point, right, halfway through the year, it is going to become a question of, was it just one-off? Did they just get lucky that? I hope that's not the case. I hope they actually start performing like the champions that they are, but we need to start seeing that, and we need to start seeing that. I kind of want to see it now,
I mean,
actually.
we need to start thinking about PMGC a little bit down the line because we know there's qualification through points. Obviously, how the PM kills did go for you obviously kind of determines what will happen. S2G, there's a legitimate chance, I think, that they might not even make it into PMGC again after winning PMGC.
Unless they're invited as like the winners of last year. Otherwise, you might not see them there, which that would be a first because Nova, after winning the 2 PMGCs, they actually did make every time through qualification. We could see that not happen here.
We're talking about S2G having a confidence boost, right? After they won that PMGC. Now, at this point, with what Jason was talking about too, can they maybe start losing some confidence if they don't start performing well? If there is a chance that the defending champions might not even be at PMGC?
Ego decreased.
I feel like that starts becoming a little bit of pressure on their shoulders too. At least if I was a player and I was a defending champion, that would start.
I mean, I'm getting like tingly thinking about PMGC because also you have some special invites happening, and I almost don't want to say it because I don't want to get like someone to come to me and be like, oh no, you can't say that, but like BGMI's back.
Ooh.
India. I mean, I think people who might have joined like PUBG MOBILE Esports recently don't realize like India was a massive powerhouse in PUBG Mobile, and I kind of wonder, is that region potentially going to get an invite? So a team from that region?
Hope they do.
I would love to see.
Yeah, I mean they got it last year for PMWI, and now chances are potentially PMGC. There's going to be an option
I don't remember
to get
seeing
in.
Team Soul here. No,
Yeah,
I don't remember that.
About.
They weren't here.
We didn't play at the same event, I think.
Well, they weren't. Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be great to see. Obviously, it's been kind of unfortunate we haven't had them around in the global esports of PUBG Mobile. But you know what? I have some faith and I have some hopes for them because they have so many good players. We talked about like regions and the caliber of players you have. I think India is definitely one of those where they can throw a big spanner in the works to some of these teams. The only downside is they've kind of been out of the works for a while.
That's the only
so they have to play a lot of catch up. I think we saw that actually. I cannot remember the team. Gatak was a part of it. They came into PUBGC and they won one game. Yeah, Godlike Entity, I think it was. They won one match at the very end.
Well, at that time, it was TSM Godlike, if I'm not mistaken, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, but then even last year, right, in PMWI, you could see them not being able to play the game as much as other people have been able to. You can see a bit of a drop-off there in performance. But then every now and then, if I remember, I think Scout was able to clutch up at one point and have some, have a really great play. So it comes down to just, as soon as those players just keep on having those repetitions, right, continuing to play, continue to have more tournaments on their region too, is going to allow them to maybe be at the potential where they need to be to actually go into PMGC. So hopefully they do end up getting an invite.
If they do make it to PMGC, they would have half a year to try and catch up compared to what they had PMWI last year, where they had just a month or two. So it would definitely,
not even.
We can expect a little bit more potentially if that does end up happening.
Well, you know what? That's going to be spicy for all of us around the world to see happen. Unfortunately, we are having some delays yet again here, so we're going to head to a short break. But when we do come back, we're going to have our 2 final matches of the day. It's going to be Miramar, and you're not going to want to miss it.
chose on my side, drawn the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the V sign. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. Change me, rewrite our history. I chose on my side, drawn the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. 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 I give the peace sign.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Hot Jukes here with Calaris, and we still got a lot more action left for you all. Gladiators, FaZe Clan, Bigetron Red Villains, Alpha7 Esports finally starting to heat up here right at the tail end of day number 1. And speaking of heat up, we're going into Miramar for the first time here today. Calaris, how you feeling?
Pretty good. The penultimate game of the day. Looking forward to seeing how these teams approach a very different battleground in Miramar. Of course, Sanhok, small for these 18 teams to try and battle one another. Erangel, the bread and butter. Very easy for these teams to be able to know where they're going to be going. Miramar, a whole different ballgame when it comes to long-range fights, when it comes to those transitions that you're going to be making between kind of landmark to landmark. So let's see how they're going to fare.
I am excited here because remember, there are 18 teams in this tournament. This is our first Miramar of the day. Even though it is the biggest map that we're going to be playing on in this tournament, you never know if we're going to see that hot drop happen. So my eyes are glued to the screen. Looking at the center of the map, we can see S2G heading right towards Pecado. Sin City may possibly pass it up. iKURD in that same direction. And we have Vampire finally exiting the plane as well.
Yep, currently flying towards Junkyard locations, or even how things go over at Minas Generalis, but we will see how things are going to fare. Already you can see Falcons out, ready to go. They are driving all the way down, heading towards Valdemar here to get things going. For a drop plane like this, completely understandable. It's not easy to be able to fly all the way to Valdemar, and the circle is going to favor them.
All the way down south. That is going to definitely make things interesting. All right, Gladiators all the way in the north side by La Cobreria. They're going to have to go ahead and make a quick rotation on down. Vampire Esports, again, still in first place. Nice, good, solid amount of points so far. But Gladiators started to catch them little by little here. This could be a big statement game to finally close that gap.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think for Gladiators, one thing they're going to be potentially anticipating in this, when you look at the map, when we look at the lay of the land, is usually when they see a circle like this, they like to go for that big west rotate, right? But you've got teams like Alpha7 and El Pozo that could quite easily do something similar, especially if they're waiting for it down the line. So also there's the 2023 PMWI crates going to be available from July 15th to August 15th. I did call the ARM an M24 in the previous game. Don't know why. Both are great guns, but yeah, it's an ARM.
And both sound lovely suppressed. So for only 1 month only, definitely go pick it up as you can. Of course, also while you're there, check out the Esports Center. There's all kinds of goodies that you guys can pick up as well.
Yeah.
So, man, I mean, this is where all these teams made it from. The Esports Center itself, right? It took your votes to get these players here. They're excited. And this ain't no regular schmegular league stage. There's $1 million on the line here. Oh, yeah. This is a big boy amount of money. So I like to hear what the desk, you know, we heard the desk talking about S2G.
We've heard them a lot today.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have heard them quite a bit. They talked about a lot. But one point that really kind of kicks my mind is, you know, S2G, you know, previous champions, and how Seven said, you know, is this team, was it a one-time chance? Was it a fluke, right? Or we're going to see that consistency come from them now. And I'll tell you what, this league stage, there's no excuses, right? They got to get it done.
It's really tough when you become a world champion, because then the target's on your back straight away.
True.
And you become the most studied team on the planet when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So that then gives you a bit of a disadvantage. You then constantly have to reiterate, re-evolve, reassess how you're going to be making rotations. Because honestly, people will know how you play. You're the most watched team on the planet for that moment. So yeah, it's understandable that evolution is required.
And speaking of evolution, right, I think Vampire Esports is going to be the most watched team, all right, as starting right now, right? So we'll definitely see a lot of homework being done from these teams going into tomorrow, but it's not there yet. Look at this. Cute Loki picking up a nice point. Ooh, nice return shots to kind of help their homie out, but it doesn't look like he is going to be able to make it to safety.
Yeah, very, very difficult to kind of lose that to start things off, but that was a reinforcing shot that was quite important, because they're also down here in the town in El Azahar. So to be able to get that knock and maybe confirm it completely. Look, this is almost acting as bait here at the moment. Romeo Boy is holding this angle, watching as the recovery is trying to come in, and then, you know, just going to be peeking around the corner with the M16 if he needs to and clean it up completely. But they actually don't take the bait. They let him be completely eliminated, and then the trade will come in here in the building.
Yeah, who he got? It looked like he was trying to go for that res, but ends up getting taken out in the process. So a tough play.
Pumpy.
Yeah, for them. Ooh, let's see. And Romeo Boy, I think he's actually going to be throwing some smokes just to kind of get this reset. They have the advantage, so it's definitely a smart play.
And Ferrari a little bit in the distance here. Can't quite get the angle on that from the windows that he's seeing. Isaac So what can he do, as he's kind of just a reinforcement gun for the moment here, given this position. He was basically waiting in these locations to wait for the cross. If a cross was to come out for Infinity that we're seeing here, then you could easily punish it.
Yeah, this is AGONxI8 right here. I do like the fact that Cute Loki is on top of that mountainside, just giving that intel to the rest of the squad. I think eventually we're going to see him climb down and get in this fight, because they definitely don't want to make a mistake here. Push in 2 at a time. Nah, use those numbers advantage, clear this players out, and get ready to move on to the next zone.
Meanwhile, in the distance, Matic is going to be camping things out. DBS, the 1-2 punch coming in from it. It's a lovely sound. We were talking about all the gun sounds, man. It's so nice.
Ka-chunk, 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 ka-chunk. Almost sounds like a cash register opening up, right? Because it is straight money here. And I love the fact that, you know, that we talked to, I got a chance to talk with John Allen, right? The coach for Vampire Esports. I know, it was tough, you know, dealing with him. But you know what? It was a good time because, you know, we heard Sir Tammy talk about how he didn't want his squad to use the DBS. And in Sanhok, I saw every single one of them with the DBS. So,
yeah, I mean,
hey, you know what? Game is game. That's all I can say about that.
Quite honestly, you can't come into this tournament and not use the DBS. It is an absolute menace when it comes to this close range. Ferrari is still waiting on this angle, waiting for the cross just to peek out and actually finish that off. With the Tommy gun, no less. I mean, it's not exactly the gun that you would actively desire in this situation, but it will get the job done if he sees it. Goes for the peek on the round. Bernat trying to go for it as well, and will get it. That is Infinity out in 18th.
Ooh, that is going to be a tough start for them here. So not going to get a lot of you know, experience in this Miramar match, but they do have one more right after this to hopefully make a bounce back. Now, DRS Gaming, right? DRS, this squad absolutely fragged out in PMGC.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of those quiet teams that if they really just start hitting up and things go right, they could definitely take the top of those leaderboards pretty quickly.
I mean, they surprised me, I will say. Like, sometimes I've been a bit, like, you know, iffy about DRS and how they're going to play things out. But as you say, with PMGC and that kind of the position that they were able to take, you can't really question too much of what they're able to do. Now, they're in Picardo at the moment, and in terms of where these circles could go and barrier teams setting themselves up, the hillside south of Picardo, like where teams set up across, does become an extreme barrier if the circle goes south. But we'll see. We'll see where the circle goes, and then I can judge it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the one thing that's so tough about these southern Miramar zones is the terrain is ridiculous. It is so brutal, real difficult to kind of move with those vehicles on there. You definitely want to have those 4x4s if you can get them. I like the fact that we see Alpha7, right, setting up really heavy onto that west side of the map, looking for that high ground. And this is where they really thrive. I think Alpha7, out of all the maps, Miramar is a place where they could really rack up some points.
Especially when they've got the hills that you were mentioning before, which become quite difficult to traverse in the later stages. So you kind of want to be pitched up in them early if the circle comes here. And you can actually transition between them in these earlier stages. Circle will center just north of Chumacera, so there's the opportunity here for them to rotate on that west side to get things rolling. And likewise for the teams coming in from the north a little bit later, this is a bit of a saving grace for them. They don't have to transition far south through those big hillsides, and they can kind of perch up where they want to.
Yeah, well, definitely seeing a lot of congestion there on that south side, like you mentioned. These teams got to be really, really careful on this rotation. You don't want to lose any players early on, especially in Miramar. You want to have that full squad. Take a look at Vampire as they're looking to get into some action here, as they're going to be running up onto FaZe Clan, one of the teams trying to catch them on the leaderboards. And oh man, you can see the quick U-turn. That's actually going to leave his teammate out to dry, but Tony clutches up a nice shot.
They flick through here. The DBS still trying to reign supreme in a lot of these locations. Pre-fire is very important against the DBS, because if you don't hit the first shot, you're almost certainly going to get down. That's why you're seeing the M4 spraying through the door.
That was disgusting from Tony K right there. Just getting the elimination, doing the eject to try to get back to his team. And now Vampire is just trying to buy some time, get a reset going. But there is fire from all over the place, not to mention FaZe getting a huge nade onto Stone, and that's Vampire Esports out of there.
Rocking up a little bit ambitiously against the position that FaZe had, and able to deal with that very effectively. I mean, this church location is actually of extreme strength when it comes to a position to be able to have overlook across a lot of this kind of circle in terms of the north as well as towards the west. So yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, that was a really tough fight for them. I mean, anytime you try to take these early game positions, you got to be careful because you got to know that that third party can come at any time. And R8 doing a good job of getting in that action and making it that much more difficult for Vampire. Now looking at the rest of this zone. So far, you know, it's going to be a little, we'll see a little bit of quiet, I think, for a little while. But DRS in the feed, lighting it up right now.
See what they can do as here we see D+ Kia just slowly kind of positioning against Falcon. I think neither team really wants to take this too aggressively. They want to move up towards Chumaseri here and try and find themselves some hillside just south of it, which actually is not a bad location to have kind of an advantage point over Chumaseri. But as Chumaseri gets more busy, there's actually not a lot of room for people to wiggle around in there, so it's gonna get tense.
Yeah, especially if that zone shifts to the south. That is gonna be an all-out battle. We'll see where it decides to go to. Alpha7 looking to do a nice little spread among those hills, trying to go ahead and get as much intel they can get for this next zone that's about to come up. S2G pretty locked dead center of the circle, so they are pretty safe. Let's see where this next zone decides to go. Where do you think it's gonna go, Cal?
I think Chuma. I think just get Chumaseri all centered, but it's not going to be the case. It does include a little bit more of it here. But now that kind of causes problems for Team in Chumaseri. Unless we get hard shifts all the way there, they're going to have to leave. And actually leaving from the east side is pretty open. So getting out of it, especially against where iKURD is, for example, BTR might have some issues.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot of teams trying to cross right through them. And Falcon most likely going to hug that. So let's take a look at this pretty replay right here is Killer, YT, yeah, just popping another player out of those vehicles. And that's what I was talking about. This terrain is brutal, and it makes those rotations just that much more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, when you've got a UAZ like this, it gets a little bit tricky to be able to wiggle around. That's why people like boogies, but then the boogie is a little bit more susceptible to being sprayed down. But anyway, Atom here trying to take the fight alongside it, using the UMP in these little choke points to try and get things done. A full first aid kit here going off, trying to get healed up and good to go.
Oh my gosh, AGONxI8 just absolutely picking Aton Esports apart. Fran desperately trying to get some assistance from his team, but you can just see Blade. He knows he's hurt. He's full sitting at the pre-fire and does get another point on the board.
And Blade has 400 bullets with it across his Mini as well as his M4 here. So he realizes he's going to be taking a lot of fights. Needs to get back in here to some cover to try and escape some of those overlook shots that are coming in. DBS into the 1-2 punch. Will he get another one though? The pre-fire coming around the corner. You don't want it coming around.
Sohan clutching it up right where he needs to. Falix trying to shut it down. Here comes that Molotov. Placed in a pretty solid position to kind of buy him some time. And that nade, oh, that was way too close for comfort. He's going to throw one back himself. But he is waiting for Blade to help him. The bounce nade, it was a self-nade. But Zohan, able to clutch up that shot and make up for his mistake right there. Oh, but Falcon stealing a point. Just like that, they are controlling this hillside.
From the high ground, looking good here as Blade trying to come in once again. Got plenty of bullets, as we were mentioning before, but again, he's going up against DBS as Zohan here is trying to position himself ready for a potential move through that window because Blade was looking maybe for that flank. Now, little jump potential for the shot. Blade not going to give him though. You don't need to be too aggressive against this, although he's going to go for it. Oh, the res is going off. Perfect stuff, but Falcon's in to clean up.
Yeah, Falcon coming right on time. They smell like that. How is that Molly not burning him alive? Blade must be, I don't know, wearing a fire extinguisher at this point because he is still living. That nade should be it, though. And Blade gets out alive.
Ridiculous, ridiculous. And he's somehow still here. He's got some smoke cover to get things going. What if we get Blade up against the Vampires? That would be meta. I would like that.
Let's see if...
But they're gone.
yeah, they're Vampires saying, you know what, I think we're just going to go ahead and hold on this position for a little while longer. As Blade's trying to get some more points for his team desperately. And Falcons, yeah, okay, now they finally have sniffed them out. Here come the shots, and Blade finally goes down.
There was also so much he was going to be able to do against that. You're not able to hold on against multiple waves of extremely strong players here, all things considered. So nice try by Blade overall, but meanwhile in the distance, Bigetron is doing a lot of work against Donuts. They're kind of in the center. They were moving through Chumaseri to make that work and actually pick themselves up a few eliminations.
Yeah, Team Falcons racking up 2 eliminations so far. They were in 6th place, so Not a bad start for them. AGONxI8 right now leading the lobby with 4. That's going to be Yokohama Donuts out in 14th place. Still 13 teams remaining.
Sorry, you heard even S2G actually shooting off some kind of ruffling their feathers shots here, just making sure teams weren't going to be coming their way. If they show their presence up in this north side, maybe teams will kind of go away from them for the moment. And for now, they're going to have to think about their transition south, which is all important here, because again, unless they get hard shifts, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, S2G's been playing it really quiet so far. I mean, they're kind of just holding that north side position.
Yeah.
But they are waiting for that next zone, I think. If it does happen to pop onto them, that's going to be what they're really hoping for. But if it doesn't, it's going to be a tough ride. Tixi, man, Tixi had one heck of a game in that last one here.
Yeah.
And you can see him putting on that pressure onto Mafioso. They do not realize this is Alpha7 just yet. So once they do get that elimination, if they get one on them, I wonder if they're going to push it.
Maybe. I mean, at the same time, though, pushing it across this valley can be a bit treacherous. They're going to be riding all the way up, though. This is bold. If there was an overlook here from Alpha7 to try and hit some of these shots, it would be very easy pickings for Alpha7. They're going to go for the spray. That car's smoking. They've got to be careful.
Matic in trouble here. McHugh needs to go ahead and get a little bit of assistance for his team. Tixi has the off angle. McHugh running that front line here. Got 5 nades. Is he going to use all of them? Revo's really close. McHugh could thread the needle here, but it happens to be just a little bit off the mark. A little overcooked as well.
Yeah.
As Revo is using the information he's getting from his squad to try and pinpoint these nades.
That and also seeing the arc of the nades coming your way gives away the position here. But Revo, a lot of damage done to him. They've got to be careful about this. As, I don't know, this is still kind of up in the air, this fight. Kitsune is moving away for more info.
Yeah, now you got Silas as well right behind him. So S2G is kind of, they heard some shots, might want to get a little piece of this action, and it just so happens to be against the teams that are right next to them on the leaderboard.
Oh, no.
Revo with the angle, gets 1. Is not able to get 2, but he actually gets help. I think that's all the way from S2G. Silas making things that much more difficult for Gladiators.
So, I mean, giving up that hold where they did, I mean, I understand their apprehension about S2G causing some problems and causing some commotion towards the north. But if you're going to make that cross against the Valley, you have to end that fight against Alpha7 quick and steal their position, but it wasn't to be.
Oh, and now Gladiators are just between a rock and a hard place right now, completely sandwiched between 2 monsters in the lobby. Alpha7 just, licking their chops, taking every single point that they can get here at this. I mean, they are in a really good spot.
Fade out. Gladiators not doing too much. Tixi against Sem9, though, in the buildings. Going to try and use the DBS to the fullest extent. 4 shots still remaining before he has to go for the reload, and Tixi continues some of the power that he was showing in the previous game, eliminating Sem9 completely. And, I mean, he's got to do something. He's got to salvage some points in this game.
Tixi's insane. I think he had almost double digits eliminations in that last
8?
one. It was crazy. 8 is a huge number, and he's going to head and add to that total score right there. Take a look here at S2G Esports. Silas got his eyes locked on Carrillo. He's going to go ahead and take those shots. He's waiting. Sizing him up. Now he's finally go ahead and taking them, but just a little bit off the mark.
Suppressed Scarrel, not quite as much control as an M4 for those kinds of shots, but, it's a nice attempt regardless, as we do see Alpha7 moving on back here. Alpha7 is moving around in all these vehicles to try and find an opening into the circle, but with S2G up towards the north, as you take a look at the replay, and Tixi did so much with the DBS, as we saw the tail end of all of this. But Alpha7 is now going to try and bomb through Chumacera while this replay is going on to try and find that opening.
Oh, yeah, they are hunting it down, and, BTR is down in the buildings, just holding their position for now with the full squad alive. They want to secure just solid points. Here's DRS outside of the circle, right on the edge here. They're going to have to battle their way in, and they definitely have their eyes locked on AGONxI8.
Yes, they do. As stalemate for now, but look at the M249 here. If he's able to get a few shots off with spray transition as well, you don't have to be reloading anytime soon with a gun like that, so you can very, very liberal about how you're going to be spamming out those shots. But Isaac, looking into the distance, trying to get a bit of scouting information. There are almost always teams over where he was looking, so realizes that there's a present threat over in the west.
Yeah, DRS is in a pretty precarious position right here. They're just outside of the circle. There's quite a few teams surrounding him. What do you think is their best spot? Do they go for that fight? against Galacticos, or do they rotate away?
It might be a rotate away on the east side and try and bait in R8 to fight against Galacticos. Or you could even wait for S2G because they're currently moving in from that west side. But I think where they are currently and the weakness that position presents, I don't know if it's worth the fight, Hotchukes.
Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what, though. If those two teams go at it, a third-party opportunity could definitely happen.
But S2G just knocks somebody from Galacticos. That could be a go sign here for DRS in the, again, weaker position that they're currently find themselves in.
And they got to get out of it quick because there's only 48 seconds left on the clock here. Things are starting to hype up. And yeah, it looks like they are finally starting to make that rotate on South that we called out a little bit earlier.
I think it's a mature play. I don't think you take that fight considering how much power they had relative to your position. And meanwhile, they're actually using it as an opportunity to crash through the middle of the circle while these fights going on. You can see in S2G pushing up against the position here of R8. And R8 could find themselves in a spot of bother here.
100%, yeah. DRS, you timing that perfectly to be able to get away from that spot and into this next circle. Alpha7 really close to Bigetron right here. That's going to be a battle I definitely want to see.
Bigetron's had a lot of time to set up on the east side of Chumacera, so technically I would give them the advantage. But that being said, S2G is now blasting through the middle here towards D plus Kia. Maybe they can make something happen, but they're very disbanded. They're very kind of disjointed from one another. That could come back to bite them.
That looked like a total desperation play right there. They just full sended it down the center, and what do you know? They just got blown apart. That was honestly I don't know. That was a little subpar rotation there from what I've seen.
I thought they were going to linger around and try and crest the hill against RA, but it's not to be here as once again we see Falcon. Unfortunately, an explosion will cause Punching King to go down. Long-range sprays from iKURD, though. One position of power that exists in this circle right now for a while is their high ground location. They can see almost the entirety of the lobby from here.
And they're on the edge of that circle, though, so they definitely want to go ahead and rack up as many elimination points as they can get, because if that zone pops off them, they got to get in those vehicles and start moving. But it's an all-out war right now. Alpha7 versus Bigetron. Very, very close on the leaderboards. Alpha7 trying to make up for their sloppy play in the early part of the day, but Alpha7 does normally start heating up at the end of these tournaments. Here we go. Revo pressing that field, going in with that DBS pre-fire, but it's not able to get the shot off.
Yeah, decent pre-fire from the ump as well, though.
Nice Molly.
Molly will actually burn him up and also catch Mafioso, who's moving out to get things done. Alpha7 is normally very good at these kinds of breaches, but there are supporting fire coming in against BTR, which is causing them problems from iKURD, which was the position of power we were mentioning.
And iKURD just turned this fight around as those two knocks opened the door up for Alpha7, and Alpha7 ate Bigetron alive.
I love the awareness from Alpha7 as well. They knew that they had help from these shots coming in from those windows. So as soon as they were able to eliminate them and then get onto those body boxes, instantly lie down. You can loot, you can keep out of the eye line from iKURD.
And you could also write a check to iKURD as well.
Oh, thank you guys.
Yeah,
thank
you.
you.
Yeah, definitely want to send that thank you note for there. Take it to the bank, baby. There's $1 million on the line. Every single point counts. As you can see, Carrillo looking to get some cheeky shots there, busting out that single fire M4 in the late game.
Prestige and R8 now moving on through. They did have themselves that warehouse location, but they're going to have to fight up against Galacticos here. SK Ton with that able to do so much damage against them. The double stoppage here for Galacticos, unfortunately.
Yeah, brutal, absolutely brutal. Let's take a look here at the map as Falcon Esports in 6th place prior to this one. They are dead center in a pretty good spot with 3 members up. They could definitely rack up some points on the board. But one team we haven't talked about in a second is DRS. DRS rocking the full lobby. Here they go. Looking, they have their eyes on R8, and R8 has been in big trouble this tournament.
DRS has been very patient. We've been talking about the plight that they may face. Going for a spray, but honestly, whiffing that one. That was not the best, but the return will finish things off. So he recouped.
100%. He made up for that one. Yeah, my eyes are a little wide open, but he does get that finish. And R8, now you can see they realize this is DRS Gaming. They're starting to detract a little bit. Carry Boy is holding those crates, looking for a time to shine. Saw Killer YT make that jump, get beat up a little bit, but man, this is starting to heat up here.
The man advantage causes concerns for R8, as you say, with the back off, and then as this circle narrows down, DRS realizes that, okay, we could finish the fight with R8 here to that west side, but we also have a lingering threat in FaZe towards ourselves.
You know, I'm looking at Team Falcons right here. They're the dead center of the circle. I want to see him start taking some shots. There's no point to kind of hold your end. Now, if you're on the edge of that zone, you want to kind of, you know, hide a little bit, that makes sense. But right now, you should be just shooting at everything that moves.
2 limbs at the moment, and actually the school buildings on Miramar don't offer huge amounts of cover. They're a little bit deceptive about their structure. There's a lot of windows, a lot of openings that you can be shot at from opposite sides of circles, to be perfectly honest. Thankfully, this one sits in a little bit of a bowl for some teams on the west to be able to see, for example. But those teams in the north eventually will be able to see this location.
100%. And I'll tell you what, if you're Team Falcons, you want to make that wall of your M4 shots to tell teams, you know what, you don't even want to come near us right now, because you'll see as Alpha7, Mafioso getting in his US, he's making the push across as Team Falcons. They get a great shot on the iKURD there.
Not bad as a reinforcement point, also providing Carrillo some cover there, much needed, because he was lying down prone to try and stem the tide of some of the shots coming in. iKURD moving on up as well now. They had to get a big blitz off that high ground and actually still survive. They could play for some placement here.
Okay, now Team Falcons, I like what they're doing. They're grouping up and they're focusing on one team at a time, because they're starting to get pressed on the backside of the building. Mazexis now having a full setting on in as Ozzy almost pops him out the vehicle with that UMP, but now we're taking a look at R8 in an all-out battle against Alpha7.
Still the trying to do something against this here. iKURD actually shutting down Mazexis in the distance. Trick goes down for the moment. Mafioso throwing in some nades towards, I think that was actually a smoke to elongate the cover that they actually have in that position. But Aton very close to some explosions there as time goes on.
Go ahead and get that energy drink off, but all it takes is one nade right now. That would really prove demise for Alpha7. Alpha7, oh, getting shot from both sides. They don't know which way to look at. Ton with the angle gets Carrillo.
It's difficult for them to deal with this. Multiple angles is causing them a lot of problems. And Molly comes in as well here, trying to burn them away, but it will be a frag grenade to be able to get those eliminations on the board. Alpha7 out in 8th.
Got him, just like that. I mean, they got pinched in between 2 squads, and there was nothing they could do. Let's take a look at R8. R8 with 8 eliminations at the bottom of the leaderboards, but finally started to make a little bit of noise.
I liked the disengage between R8 as well as DRS, because they realized neither team was really going to come out of there completely unscathed. But now, as time goes on here, DRS has a lot of work to be doing up in that northeast side to try and get themselves in a position to assault the Falcons location eventually. I was talking about this bowl. You can see the picture of it here and how it works out, but anybody coming into there is vulnerable for a good 5 or 6 seconds.
100%. I'll tell you what, this is a huge game for a lot of squads. You got Team Falcons, DRS Gaming in the middle of the pack here, but every team above them on the leaderboards is already knocked out. So this is their chance to catch up. They want to get a chicken dinner here and now.
And with that bowl that I'm explaining about, that's why we're going to see quite a lot of edge play here from these teams, trying to skirt around, eliminate those teams on the edges, and then worry about Falcons later on. DRS is making a wrap on this northwest side, knowing that if you bomb it into where Falcons is, I think you probably lose all your members.
And I'll tell you what, this is the kind of position where timing is everything.
Agreed.
If you take a battle just a little too early, you're going to get third-partied. A little too late, and then you're going to get gate-kept. So we'll see how they decide to make this happen. Inactive, trying to find an off angle. He wasn't expecting the unknown inside the back of that truck. And he was able to take him out here as Falcons. Oh, the hacks. Oh, yeah. I said, you know what? This is not a place I want to be. But Zex is completely pinched. Team Falcons doing a great job of picking them apart.
Yeah, they knew exactly how to hold on against this wall. They've been here for a long time. They knew how to stage the defense because they've been planning it in their minds for the last 50 minutes or so. So now they realize, technically, iKURD is still down there, but they are very, very vulnerable.
The toes!
They see them through! Oh!
TQ busting out the nail clippers, now blowing up the Marauder there. Unknown is in big trouble. Here comes Papa Blue, and that is going to be Unknown. Actually, he caught a reload right on time.
Huge.
Unknown hits the shots. Unknown ain't done yet.
He's trying to push on up, seeing if he can do. This is the one window of opportunity he has. Also, likewise, Falcons on the other side. We're dealing with all the other threats that we're lying around here in this bowl. So it's a perfect time for them to try and kind of shut things down. But iKURD, actually, considering how far Unknown has been able to push up against this, Falcon's got to be scary here. He needs to get the flush because he's currently feeding him information. This is very important. He needs to get the flush.
He's the last player up. They're in currently last place. They need every point they could get. And you can see if he hits this nade, that would be absolutely insane. Just a little bit off the mark.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Steady, steady.
He said, you know what? I'm tired of this blue zone. I'm tired of you. Stop. Slow down.
You keep pushing me. You keep pushing me. Yeah, okay. Oh, wow. If they're able to get the res on this, does he see? The vehicle is just barely hiding his vision here. And also, D plus Kia is going to get maybe a res on this.
No.
He's gone.
Gets spotted. That was so close. Now D plus Kia have to get a fight going for its team. Falcons, and you can see the hype in their players. This squad is now in a solid position after this game.
Those last fights down to minute details. If that car is not where it was, then he would have been able to see them and shut it down. It could have been a different story completely. Unknown making moves for iKURD, but Falcons locking down this sometimes difficult to defend location very nicely.
And I'll tell you what, that's going to do great for their overall morale. I mean, the way that they executed Mizexis right there was literally picture perfect. You can see the hype in the chat as the Falcons have turned up this lobby.
They know it. Falcons, one of the greatest teams here, absolutely, as they're able to do very well here in the school building. And look how happy they are, man.
Oh,
look
man.
how happy they are.
Look at that right there. That is how you get it done, folks. You can see the hearts are coming out. I love to see this. There's nothing like when it's time to shine. The last final matches, being able to put some major points on the board.
Definitely so, definitely. It is much needed points as well. I mean, considering the way that they were holding that out, they could have easily put all their attention on iKURD, but they knew they had to keep a multiple front battle going on against D plus Kia as well. Very important.
And I'll give big props to Unknown, though. I mean, Unknown, like you mentioned, if somebody parked that Marauder just a couple feet in any other direction, Unknown could have taken out Team Falcons and they would have been out of there. But you know what? Hey, that's how you get it done.
That's how you get it done?
That's how you get it done, guys. Oh, yeah, that's right. We get it done. Y'all get it done. Don't worry. We'll be right back after this short break. Very short break.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
I know where to go from here. I will not let you down, down, down.
Well, as Kalara said last year at PMWI 2022, Team Falcons are the best team ever. Hand themselves a victory and get themselves a much-deserved chicken dinner and a lot of points as well to push them up onto the leaderboards. Maxman and, I was going to say Kalaris for some reason. I don't know, I'm just used to saying Maxman and Kalaris from hosting EU. 7 in Maxman as we're going to break this one down here. A lot of teams that needed points, getting points. And I think that's one of the key takeaways for me in this last match.
Falcons, iKURD has been a little bit silent. D+ actually having their best game, actually, yeah, I do believe, entering from the western side, defending the teams exiting outside of Chumasera. But yeah, Falcons finally gave himself a win, and I had a great conversation with Asa, actually.
Oh.
No. Said something,
Again?
yeah, but Asa, and I asked him, how are you feeling good in this event? And great words, he did say, yes. And that was end of conversation.
I remember.
I remember. Because he doesn't speak English, but I was like, okay, thank you very much. That's very insightful.
When was this interview?
In a hotel, just a conversation before eating.
The players' lounge.
How are you feeling? Yes. Oh, cool.
Okay, well, one thing for out of Team Falcons in the last game. Circle 6. How do they even get access to that compound? Nobody decided to go over and actually take that compound. Falcon was like, you know what? Okay, we're just going to go in there.
Started looking at it like, yeah, well, that's free. Let's just send it.
Well, okay, so to be fair, right, STG did send a player in that direction, and I think he almost got to the compound, but then he got knocked, and he was the last player left alive. So I think maybe Falcons kind of noticed that. Maybe Falcons is actually the one to get the elimination. I couldn't really tell. And then once they saw that, they're like, all right, well, we can just send it there because we know there's no one else there. But then you have Mazexis towards like the southeast side, just kind of chilling, getting their tan on Miramar, like you and I at the hotel. Who? Really? Come on, bro.
They didn't do anything.
It's true. You're not wrong.
Like, they were just sitting there. And there was another team that you were pointing out, too, that I think it was iKURD.
iKURD. On that hilltop, they actually had more information than Mazexis and didn't do anything with it. They were in a position where they could apply pressures on teams down below, like D+, like Falcons, like Mazexis. Didn't make the most out of it. Luckily enough, Unknown did keep the hope alive for the team until the very end. But Falcons, despite getting in that position, I feel like other teams should have been there a lot earlier. They defended a position that is renowned for not being easy to defend, and especially that split, leaving TQ to defend the southern side and the two other players with Asa defending against D+. If you don't split, you have a third party happening. If you're pushing versus D+, then you're going to have Unknown coming in. If you're pushing versus Unknown, D+ are going to start coming in. So I feel like that split was unfortunately necessary evil to make sure they can secure the game.
And then we saw some of the other stuff, right, that we wanted to see out of the other teams. DRS being aggressive too. We saw them be willing to take on to FaZe. And actually, one of the best things that I saw, they got a knock on a player, and then everybody just decides to push towards them. I was like, yes, where has this DRS been? Because they were playing that tactic that we've been seeing out of them, the outer circle. And now they're starting to be more aggressive. This is what we want to see out of them. I hope it's not just for this match. I hope it's for the next match as well.
I think it's a transition point. They're getting to the point where they understand we need to start being more aggressive when we get in those late game positions.
Yeah, I mean, I know I criticized them a little bit before, saying like you got to have a good marriage between eliminations and placement points, and they've got the placements down. But to be fair, I think we see a lot of teams in the situations that they get into kind of play it slow because they realize they can pick up a lot of limbs towards the very end of the match. They don't need to do it early. They don't need to waste utility. They don't need to potentially lose a player in a situation they don't really want to, and then go in towards those final zones with 4 players up.
Yeah, I think we're being blinded right now because if I remember right, what you were thinking about is the reason why they played it too slow is because when they actually had those chances to take on those points, to get those extra points via elims, they weren't willing to take them. They were just willing to wait it out. For them to be actually willing to take those elim points here in this last match, that's what we've been wanting to see out of them.
Yeah, which I think is fine. Like at the end of the day, sure, 10 points per chicken dinner has been reduced compared to the 15 we had like a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
But you still want to make it to the late game because if you have 4 players alive, teams that potentially took fights, they don't have the numbers, so you can just take that fight and potentially win it with just sheer numbers.
Well, unless you're Gladiators.
Unless you're Gladiators, then Matic is somewhere else.
Yeah,
right?
well, you want to go into the final zones with just 3 people alive, and then you have a solid chance. I wanted to bring up iKURD, but you know what? We're actually going to be heading to a short break here to get things ready to go for our final match of the day. It's going to be our second Miramar. Then we'll talk about iKURD when we come back from that break. So we'll see you guys soon.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
Change me, rewrite our history. Atoms from my side, from the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag, I give the peace sign. Change me,
AKM of course. Offline. Sanhok. Miramar. Bootcamp. Ridge of course. Flagship. Now DBS before UMB. AWM. Dacia.
All right, well, we are back here, ladies and gentlemen, to kick off the final match of the day, and it's going to be, of course, on Miramar here, as we're doing back-to-back Miramars. And if you've missed out on today, we also had 3 Erangels in a row as well. Starting things off on Sanhok, which is 7 Worlds Gaming's favorite map.
Yep.
They didn't see it on camera.
Aww.
Do it again. Do it again.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Come on. Let's. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll go with it. We're about to hop into the last match, but I did promise you guys before we got into the last match, when we come back from the break, we're talk about iKURD. Gentlemen, take it away.
Unknown.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
You had like 7 minutes to prepare remarks.
Yes. No. Okay.
Pretty
so
good.
They were playing in Chumasera for some portion of that game, and then they actually went south of Chumasera, which, as we know, is a high ground, elevated point, which gives you a lot of information on all the teams around you. So I said at some point they had info on D+, on Zexis, I believe it was, BTR, Gladiators, SGG, like all the teams that were kind of close to Chumasera. I feel like they didn't make much out of it, though.
They didn't.
Just to be critical on the team, they had a strong position, they had information, and they didn't make anything, and they were aggressive play, no rotations out of it. And I feel like they could have been the team to make the play Falcons did, because Falcons, in the first place, were behind iKURD, and they had no information and full center in the middle. iKURD could have been the team to be ahead of Falcons in the compound, and maybe the team that would have been securing the win at the end there.
I do wonder how much damage they even output, right? Because they seem like they weren't even trying to get shots on anybody that maybe they could have gotten a shot on.
In a position like that, you've got to be aggressive.
Yeah.
You've got to try and clear some space, because you're just allowing teams to survive as a 3-4-man team the way they did. If you leave teams alive and not taking any shots at anyone, they're going to be able to reposition in the circle, and the moment you transition down that cliff without cars, they had no cars, by the way, I believe, except maybe one for Unknown to make the shift at the late game. You're just going to get shot at by 3-4 full squad teams, and you're not going to survive. So I want to see more aggressivity from this team when they're in a position like that.
More, wait, hold on, what?
Aggressivity. Aggressive.
Aggressivity.
Aggressivity.
Huh. I don't actually know if that's a word, but you know what? If it isn't, I like it.
I do like it.
It's a French aggressivity.
Aggressivity. I have another French word, but I can't say it.
I just... Guitoun, agressivité. Je sais pas quoi dire.
Okay.
Okay, well, obviously, it's been tough for some teams. It's been better for other teams. Vampire, I want to bring them up again. I know we've been talking about
that was a tough match, though.
They have kind of dropped off quite hard over the course of today. Now, obviously, you can't expect them to get 6 chicken dinners in a day, as they got the first 2. But I was expecting them to kind of carry that momentum forward throughout the rest of the day. I
think Sir Tani said, okay, you guys can have one chill game. Okay, you can have a break. Don't worry, I mean, we had a lot of breaks today. But yeah, still at the end of the day, you guys can relax a little bit. But no, Miramar, I think we stated it for Vampire, one of their top battlegrounds, at least in the past. I think it's just like a one game that just didn't go their way. I think it can be forgivable, so we can expect maybe
unacceptable.
Unacceptable?
Unacceptable.
How dare you?
I believe we do have, actually, you guys are talking about like iKURD, and you're talking about Falcons and like damage and stuff like that. I believe we do have a head-to-head between these two teams to get an idea of how it did go in this last match. And to be fair, for iKURD, that's a lot of damage.
That's actually more damage than I thought it was going to be. I thought they were going to be like maybe lower.
Oh, but only got 5 limbs with that. 2,000 damage, only 5 limbs.
But that's kind of expected, right? With the way that they were playing. They were in the high ground, so it was going to be hard for them to confirm any of those eliminations. But for them to be able to just output that kind of damage, it at least gives us a better sight and a bit of a different picture of what we were seeing from them, because every single time we saw them, they weren't really doing much.
That's a lot of healing, actually. So despite being in such a strong position at the time, I'm surprised they took that much damage on the transition. So a little bit surprising, because if there's a fight that's been taken while they are on that ridge side, they should be winning it pretty easily.
And for Team Falcons, it kind of showcases how important that compound was for them, right? They just got in there free, and they were able to take on those fights like you were saying. They were able to defend that, even though it's really hard to defend it. For them to have such a low healing, it goes to show the skill that they were able to put up in that last match.
And Falcons were really passive until they got to the point of aiming for the compound. So they just didn't do too much. They held on to their resources. Those resources, which at the end ended up being so important for them to wrap up the game and to overwhelm Unknown from iKURD, and of course the side of D+ to secure the win.
Okay, well, obviously it's been an extended day here, not only for us here on the show, but obviously the players, and that's something you have to keep in mind as well, that mental endurance.
Fatigue.
I mean, as I think all of us can agree, it's harder to do nothing than to do something over the course of a day. And for teams like this who have been having to, unfortunately, live with the downtime, it's difficult to stay focused. It's difficult to keep your focus ready to go and to kind of play at that same kind of level, which is why I kind of give extra credit to to Vampire Esports for being able to do that over the course. But it's getting tough for these teams. And I mean, 6 matches in a row, I think they're used to it. But over the course of, 6-7 hour period, that's where I think things become more difficult.
I wonder if that extra time, though, it has allowed certain teams that do have the resources, right? Have the coach, have the analysts, too, if they haven't given them a little bit extra time to start adjusting right away.
I'm not sure if they're allowed to during the downtime. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I know in other esports I've worked, you're not allowed to discuss during that time when there's like technical problems. You have to stay quiet the entire time. That's just something to look into because that is an advantage, right? We always talk about how important having a coach or a manager or an analyst is. This could be the prime example of it if we have seen teams have a big turnaround.
I mean, we've seen what BTR's been able to do already. They've been able to have a great turnaround in comparison to how they started off the day, right? Same goes for Alpha7, and we know that this is teams that do have that backing, do have those coaches that do a lot of research and analysts as well. So, you know what? I'll try to find that out for tomorrow, actually. Because in previous events, I know that players are usually talking with their coaches in between matches.
Okay, I'll make you a deal. Well, I'm not going to make a deal. I'm gonna make a deal.
No, make the deal, make the deal.
You find that out by tomorrow. Otherwise, you have to follow me back on my socials finally. I've been working with this guy for, what, 4 years? 3-4 years? And almost every event, it's like, yeah, I'm going to follow you soon.
I've never said that.
Has yet to do
7
it.
people, yeah.
Quiet, Max.
How about, I think all the time
Want to shake on it?
Unfollow
shake
him.
on it. Just shake on it.
I don't want to touch your hand. I don't know what you're doing with it right now.
I don't feel like I'm needed here. Just a back and forth between you guys.
Let's just switch positions, Max. You're the host. I'll be the analyst.
No, thank you.
We've all seen how that goes. Well, you can see here the players are getting ready. Looks like we're just about a minute away. We've done a little bit of predictions, and by little I mean once. I want to hear a prediction for the victor in this final match.
Ooh.
I'm going back to i8. I want to see this team. There's no big expectations, right? But i8, if I can see a win from this team, I expect it to be on the Miramar, so I'm going to go for underhanded team. There you go.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, let me go for
Let's go for Alpha7. Oh.
No. I like that you actually heard it. You know what? Vampire Esports. I think they bounced back after that last match.
Okay. Well, you know what I'm going to go with here? I'm going to give my little prediction. I'm going to go for D+.
Oh.
I feel like they've been kind of getting better throughout the day.
They did have a good match.
The event. They've been playing well recently. I wanted the same as Exus, but I just can't. Not yet. Not yet. I got to see something out of them. Again, I still feel like they have the potential to do so, but we're not going to know just yet.
Yet? Or ever?
Oh, jeez, come on. What? You know, we have to go back and work with them again.
Isn't that your region? Come on. You covered PMWI.
Can only brown nose so long for the region.
Actually, I'm curious now, speaking of that. Is Alpha7 a team that you follow?
No.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. I would find that funny if you did.
I followed Hot Jukes for like, what was it, a week? I think it was a week.
Oh, too much. Too long.
Yeah, that's when I used to rotate them around.
Okay, well, you know what? We got to rotate around from the desk over to the commentators because the final match of the day is upon us. Kalaris and Hot Jukes, take it away.
Woo! The rotation coming in hot. And now, here we are with the final match of the day. It's Miramar. Now, Kalaris, before we get this started, I want to talk about some stats, all right?
Okay.
So one thing I really like to look at is what really sets apart these top teams versus the teams that are struggling so far in this tournament. One, I got to mention right off the rip, is the amount of smokes used so far, okay? There is a huge disparity from the teams that are at the top of the leaderboards versus at the bottom. Vampire Esports have already thrown 94.
94?
94 smokes.
Plus 5 games.
That is right. Gladiators actually only thrown 47. So pretty big difference right there. FaZe Clan throwing 99, Alpha7 throwing 89, and going down the line, the rest of the squads, they don't even come in close. Some barely even breaking that 40 mark. How do you think that has assisted these teams, ranking at the top of the leaderboard?
Honestly, we've played majoritively Erangel and Sanhok before all of that to kind of account for those numbers. It is one of the most impactful utilities in the entire game. As we have our circle popping, that's very easy. We'll talk about that in a moment. But yeah, extremely impactful, obviously. Smokes oftentimes separate the good teams from the great teams. How they use them. Do they use them defensively? Do they use them offensively? Do they use them to transition? Do they use them to block their opponent's lines of sight? They're an excellently versatile tool.
Yeah, one of my favorite things is seeing them used offensively. Whenever you have a team that is in a really good power position, if you're able to throw those smokes right on their face, it completely eliminates their sight lines, allows you to push up on them. And we saw that happen a couple of matches ago in Erangel, where we were able to see that and those nades rain in and get a huge chicken dinner. But now we're in Miramar, final match of the day. Like you mentioned, this one is a heavy East Side performance. Vampire Esports right there in Graveyard. So they had a couple of little shaky matches here so far in the past couple, but now this could be a good time for them to kind of take that lead and keep it even harder than they've already had.
Could be at the same time, though. Fight's already breaking out. Sem9 going to be taking the fight against DRS here. They started the game off strong, but Sem9 is not going to be doing so well here, whilst the DBS is going to continue to reign supreme. Also, a Pumpy was able to be utilized there as well. So DRS starting things off strong against Sem9, but the off angles are coming in.
Yeah, and DRS currently in 7th place. They have one player down. Can they get this res and finish them off? Sem9 now definitely on the back foot, trying to recover. And you can see them hopping in those buggies, and it looks like they're going to want to get away from this fight completely.
A rough spot to be fighting in a longhouse up against this warehouse, as, yeah, the disengage is on the path. I mean, thankfully, they did have a UAS here ready and good to go, so they can actually bail on out here, Can-Tam. But I mean, what a sketchy situation that was. In these kind of spots, when people are finding DBSs as fast as they are, like, you cannot be taking these big aggressive pushes against them.
Yeah, you could just see in the player cam there in the bottom the disappointment on their face. It's always so tough losing a player early on. But, you know, Sem9 was able to get away from it. With three players up, you could definitely make some stuff happen. So, I mean, that's kind of the nature of the beast when you have 18 teams here. You're bound to deal with a hot drop eventually, and Sem9 actually pretty fortunate to actually make it out with only losing one player.
Yeah, definitely. When teams are, especially when teams are having to deal with like a playing path that's of adverse reliance for them. So you find yourself in spots where you even challenge for vehicles with now an 18-team lobby, and even that becomes precarious because people want to drive suddenly north if a playing path is going all the way horizontally through the middle of the map or something like that. So, yeah, these occurrences can happen very quickly.
Yeah, and I'm dreaming of the day we will see dedicated vehicle spawns in esports.
Oh, yeah.
You know, And there is only one that we know of, I know of at least, and that's that Golden Marauder. That's right, only one of them inside of Hacienda del Patron. So that is taken up. But yeah, you know, the fact that these vehicles could or could not be there, that makes it all that much more difficult when you're hunting for one.
But I am a fan of the Golden Marauder.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty sick.
That's pretty cool.
That's pretty sick.
I don't know if it's as fast as my car, you know, doing all right, brum brum. I like myself some cars.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I get to go on the Autobahn. That's very fun.
Oh, man, I'm honestly, I am so jealous.
Yeah.
So jealous of that right there. Just sometimes got to let that Marauder open, let it fly.
Yeah, and then it gets really scary sometimes. But anyway, let's take a look at FaZe and see what they're up to here as they are just looting and booting, getting suited and booted, good to go. Here is FaZe as they find themselves decently positioned right now in the tournament overall. 4th place, considering that they got a fantastic win on Erangel. It was going to be hard for them to be dislodged by Vampires, as you can see them in the distance, quite close to one another at the moment. But FaZe is going to be aware that Vampires would be lurking around because this is their general go-to area.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, you know, this is a pretty insane tournament. We're talking about $1 million is on the line. So if I'm FaZe Clan, you know, I'm definitely talking to the squad and saying we want to put some points on the board quick, because Vampire has already a good solid lead, and we want that first place. We want that 6-digit prize pool to take to the bank going into the next stage.
Yeah, spots up for grabs. Those top spots going into that main tournament as well. Then you get even more money racked up.
It's like a drop in the bucket, which is crazy,
yum,
right?
Yum, 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 yum. Yes, I'll take all of that money as we've got ourselves. After FaZe moved into that location, they stood still, they stood fast. They knew, again, as we were saying, that there are threats present in this area. And likewise, as we get on board with other teams rotating on in, thankfully for them, a lot of teams are going to be centering up in this circle compared to playing edge locations, because around Junkyard, around those hills in there, you would rather be there than have to transition there against the 17 other teams in the lobby.
That's a good point, yeah, because if that zone locks on there and you're on the outside, it's going to be tough to breach those squads. And, you know, you got, so far looking at the map, we're seeing some rotations come in a little bit late. iKURD coming in pretty well. Falcons, they just won that last match, and they are a long ways away, but we're taking a look right now at Vampire Esports, who have their eyes locked on R8.
Yep. Few shots against the Shantytown, down towards the bottom. I think for the most part, R8 doesn't really want any of this fight. The reason being is that Vampire has so many locations on these ridgelines that they can fall back to, whereas R8, in terms of their peaking locations, very predictable. So the peak is advantage very much on Vampire's side.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if you are R8, that's the last team I'm looking to battle in early game right now. I mean, they are currently sitting in 13th place with only 16 points. Empire have 70. So that is absolutely ridiculous. You can see R8 taking off from that position. And, you know, I've mentioned this before. When you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, okay, what happens is your team name could turn from whatever it is at the time to free points.
Yes.
And that is what you don't want to happen.
I mean, alternatively, we could turn Vampire's name into Vampire Empire when you look at Vampire Esports, because they are clearly claiming what seems like PMWI for themselves at present. Last year, this year, who's going to shut down the Vampire Empire?
Right? And you know what? It goes both ways, you know, because if you're at the bottom of the leaderboards, you know, and you get knocked, thirsted, a team realizes it's you, maybe they want to be more extra aggressive and push you because they know that you are in the position you're in. But like you mentioned on the other way around, if you have that Vampire Empire, you know, you realize it's them, you may hesitate and say, oh, it's Vampire. And that little hesitation could cost you everything.
Yeah, it definitely could, because they have got, as we were mentioning before on our first game, well, with all the eliminations that they've got on the board, they've got such a strong kind of position when it comes to being not too aggressive, not too passive. As we see a huge shift down to the south, going south of Minas Generales, and that is quite the shift for all of those teams in the north.
Oh, yeah. Alpha7 are definitely on their back foot now. That is a huge advantageous shift for Gamers8 Esports and iKURD down south. They're going to make an easy rotation on in now. Dead center, you're going to have, it looks like Infinity IQ centering it up, FaZe Clan. And not to mention, right next to FaZe Clan, here comes that Vampire Empire right at the door.
They will be knocking it down the doors here if you're not careful about it. As we take a look across the players here, looking to try and do something. Alpha7 looking very focused here in this game. They realize that adversity is going to be against them in this game. Obviously, 8th at the start of this tournament, not where Alpha7 wants to be, even though they're qualified into the main tournament already. They're kind of everywhere. But yes, they'll be looking for even more on the board for this one.
Oh, yeah. They're looking to add a couple more items into that shopping cart, you know? And they're looking for that good old green, and there's a lot of cheddar to be had here in this stage.
Right. And honestly, one of those items could quite easily be a free pass on this eastern side. If you're looking at how they could rotate down north of Impala, right now there's not really any threats that are going to be posing that kind of entrance point a problem. So Alpha7 could get quite fortunate here.
And I'll tell you what, this team is the king of just edging on in when they're in a bad position. They kind of have a really... I talked to their coach before this tournament, and the amount of research that these guys do and work, the hours that they put in, honestly, it's almost second to none. And you can just tell that research paying off. They do not do anything by accident.
I mean, it shows in your region, right?
Oh, yeah.
You see it. You see it come to fruition. You see it come to the battlegrounds. And Alpha7, always an extreme force on the battleground. But for now, there's a little bit of a lull in the action here as all the teams, there were a lot of teams in the south that were already kind of centered up in these hills. Kind of east of La Bendita is a little bit open. So the teams over there, like Infinity, for example, just with a 2-2 split, want to be a bit careful. But yes, everyone still just making the rotates.
Yeah, everyone just trying to be able to get it to that late game safe and sound. So far, you know, we're into stage 2. Only 2 people have been eliminated from this lobby, so this zone is going to be hectic.
A quiet game to start things, but yeah, that only makes it more crazy later on, right?
Yeah, you know what? I've talked about this before. I call it the hot jukes excuse card.
Okay.
Right?
Do you use it a lot?
I do use it when needed.
Okay.
Right? And I'll tell you what, when it comes to these teams, I allow them only a couple of punches on it, right? Some more than others, all right? One punch I will give is, you know what? first game, day one. You know, you got the nerves.
That's a decent excuse.
You got things going on. You know, I can go ahead and I can punch that for you. But coming into tomorrow, that's going to be punched out, and you can't use it again. So you got to come in heavy, and you got to make those adjustments. And I think because we see so many players alive right now, we can see them starting to get a little bit more comfortable.
Well, as I kind of envisaged, we're going into the fields east of La Bendita and west of Impala. These are scary. You're seeing Infinity already with a kind of 2-2 split across these fields. They actually have some big priority compounds, but also who has priority compounds is D plus Kia, a team that on the desk Jason was backing. And actually, they're very good at compound control. So if I would say you would end up, they're going to wait depending on the circle, but rendezvousing on that west compound, that is a fortress in this field.
100%. And I'll tell you what, I can understand why they're doing that split. They want to control as much of this real estate as they can, but it gets a little bit scary in this late game because the whole team is going to push that duo. They're going to be in big trouble. We'll see how that plays out as iKURD playing it very, very safely here.
I hate these fields because there is, unless you have one of the compounds, or actually some teams perch up in the middle, all the way straight down in the road because it kind of dips down as we see a few shots coming in from iKURD here against Falcons. Don't get him though. One of the greats. You know, it's difficult to find any spot in these fields. You've got a few hay bales to work with. You've got a little bit of the rolling hill topography through, but not much. It's very open. You've got to be careful here.
And you definitely want to have those vehicles to set up an emergency car wall if you can get it. And you can see Team Falcons are losing some of those vehicles bit by bit in a battle here. It's an all-out war. ARAM getting a nice knock here. And there goes another. Falcons getting picked apart.
Very nice shots coming on in. Just going to be finishing off some of those eliminations to get things going. And looks like 6 is going to be running away.
Oh, no. Yeah, you know, 6 throwing the white flag. Just going to go ahead and have 2 of his teammates taken out completely. He says, Team Falcons had a great game in the last one, but this one, they looks like they're just trying to scrounge as many points as they can get.
I'm going to be real. I actually like iKURD taking the fight as aggressively as they do, because when you're in a south position like this on this kind of circle, good luck finding a good spot in this circle. So go for elimination points. Try and kind of bail yourself out in a game as brutally as possible against the others.
Yeah, 100%, especially considering that they're only 13th on the leaderboards. They definitely got to start getting fired up as well, as we see Yokohama Donuts starting to get into play here. Starting to pressure Young on Galacticos. Oh my gosh.
He's on 1 health.
So close. Barely surviving here, and I think, yeah, they're going to go ahead and make a rotation away from this one.
Definitely. Get out of there. Get out of dodge. Got to be careful as we're about to have that circle pop. Where are we going to go? Unfortunately, Galacticos is done. And okay, we go to where I thought might be the case. This is a brutal location. We're going to see now D plus Kia rendezvous where I was kind of anticipating them, but there are going to be other teams trying to move on this. Sometimes you can be here too early. Sometimes you get multiple teams crashing at the same time, and then you get eliminated, unfortunately. But as shots come in here, Calci going down, that is brutal as well. Infinity's going to the road in the dip. That's also a very strong position of power.
Oh, they're going to be set up pretty, and you can see D plus Kia are in a power position. Now it's time to start standing up and putting on that fire. Gets some points. Kitsune trying to drive away as Ray Z catches him outside the vehicle. Gladiators in an all-out war against S2G.
I've got to commend the players on their fortitude throughout the day. It's been a long day, clearly, and the teams are not kind of falling into the trap of the craziness of a game 6, because sometimes teams are tired, sometimes teams are having a hard time. Teams are really fortified here, so impressive fights are still taking in what has been quite the day.
I'll tell you what, you know, in quite a day, when it gets long and it gets tough, all you got to do is have your coach whisper in your ear, $1 million.
Oh, yeah, that might do it.
Oh, man, that'll get you going right now. Let's see right now if McHugh can. He gets taken out. Matic, MCG just gets taken out with the reload. And now Gladiators take advantage of it. Here comes the Molotovs. It's really up to Razy to make a huge play, but that use of utility, he's in big trouble.
It's the kind of clash we thought we were going to see in the European Championship, but SUG didn't even get there, and Gladiators mauls S2G on this side. It's an important one, though, because trying to leapfrog into this into this circle is difficult here, and they're going to have Vampires ahead of them.
Well, luckily for them, they were able to do it right on time, and it looks like they're going to get everybody up. DRS Gaming take it out in 15th place. They did get some eliminations, so that's going to kind of help them out a little bit, but definitely not the spot that they wanted to be in. Vampire Esports still alive. What did you see?
If you're watching the map at the moment, we're seeing actually AGONxIX actually moving in against a 2-2 split now of Infinity. They had the road. I'm not sure about this 2-2 split. I think the east location for Infinity is a little bit too high prio for then eventually the crunch down to come to hold a 2-2 split like this. It's a very bold play here.
100%. I mean, I think if you're Infinity IQ, it's time to get in a hurry and try to meet up with your other teammates here, because this 2-2 split, it's working for now, but I guarantee you, Stage 5, it's going to be tough.
AGONxIX were they were sending it to there, and then they realized people were there, and they were scared away. If they'd have realized it was just 2, I feel like they would have been far more forceful, but they've moved all the way to the north on some extreme retreat.
100%, and that's so tough, especially when you get in a really dire position and you're so desperate on the leaderboard, you start second-guessing yourself. We're starting to see a battle here with an Alpha7 and Aton Esports, and Alpha7 are going to take out Aton. They were not able to get it started here today.
Yep, Alpha7 looking great here in defense. But now Gladiators have perched up underneath Vampires. They are good at leapfrogging. However, I don't know if this is going to be the exact play that they want, because they're in nade range. So there's a potential that Gladiators could go down very quickly if Vampire has some util.
See if they do or if they don't. Sem9 is eliminated. That's 12 teams remaining in this final game of this All-Stars group stage. Yeah, they definitely have to get going.
Infinity needs... Okay, they're all going to be rendezvousing down on this east side. They have to get together as fast as possible, and they're actually making a very important move here.
Yeah, so let's see. They are actually finally able to group up with their teammates, and this is the team that are in one of the powerhouse positions in this circle, so we could definitely see that towards end time. But right now, we're only going to look at Gladiators versus Vampire Esports, two of the top teams in this lobby. And Matic, he seems to have those nades locked and loaded. Vampire Stone does get knocked, but it looks like you see the smoke.
Ravenclaw.
Yeah, coming out huge. And oh yeah, Ravenclaw's off angle could prove problematic.
This is very important for him not to get knocked, but also open things up here for Vampire. Yes, they have the man advantage. It's a spray through, but actually, from the distance here, D+ Kier is able to put the boot in against Kitsune. He overextends a little bit, trying to deal with the off angle, and gets knocked from another team.
Oh, Kitsune, like literally a dagger in his back.
This is huge.
Oh, this is so huge. Ravenclaw with this angle is starting to take Gladiators apart, and that was literally the shot heard across the world.
Now this is super interesting because Vampire actually, whilst they're still in this fight, Maxek is doing huge work here with the FLK, pulling out the M4 to try and get it. Goes for a C-swap, does not work out, and that's him down. Vampire will recover from this. I wanted to talk about, though, they didn't use util to make this happen. They didn't use frag grenades or anything like that, so they went for the off angle instead to try and shut it down. I'm wondering if they're holding it for the very late game where it is ultra powerful.
Yeah, that's absolutely could happen. And Vampire, very fortunate to be able to get that done when they did, because they're going to have all 4 players res and a nice reset in the bank here. Let's take a look at AGONxIX. i8 as they take on FaZe. Vintor, he is so stuck in that shack. Yeah, he's on fire. Burn, baby, burn.
Rough for FaZe because, again, they retreated back from what was that initial 2-2 split from Infinity that they could have probably blasted down on, but now they find themselves in the north here. As we have a few cheeky solos here and there, it's just Donuts as well as Falcons trying to play it slowly on the east side of this, but wherever this circle goes, the road down the middle is, oh my god, important. It's ultra important. So if we go west or east, those teams are going to have to make some very difficult transitions.
And I love the way Vampire pushes this. You can see them leapfrogging little by little, covering each other's angles. No blind rotations from this squad. And we could see them, just slowly trying to make it across the road down in the center of this zone and just use that little valley to their advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, Tony K on the ramp, getting shot in his back. Yeah, he go ahead and jump right off that.
So all importantly, actually, these two ramps that were added a long time ago to Miramar actually provide quite a lot of cover for this location. It's a deceptive amount of cover that they actually provide, along with the dip down into the road. It's one of the best positions in this circle, but where are we going really will tell us how much more valuable it will be. They've actually got two up on the high ground as well. That's quite bold.
Yeah, looking to try to get as much intel as they can. Yeah, zone centers right on up as expected from these players. So Vampire in a solid position. Mazexis all the way in the south side are going to have to push up. Bigetron, been pretty quiet so far. Not one elimination to their name, but this could be their time to shine. Let's take a look at this replay. As Carrillo, that pre-nade was disgusting.
Yeah, he got a double on that one coming out of Impala, and considering that teams are kind of up against it when they're coming out of Impala, they have a little bit of a, kind of a timer above their heads. So to take advantage of that, the panic that is going to set in those moments, very impressive.
Absolutely huge. All right, now let's see what Bigetron could get done here. The Red Villains looking to come into the final act and cause some havoc as we take a look at the rest of the squads. Taking a look at Mazexis, only team here representing North America. Not having the best start so far, but we've seen some signs of life here and there from them.
Mazexis and iKURD have been fortunate that the south of this road has been in play for as long as it has, because trying to make those transitions is scary, as we now see some repositions, some shuffling. You can still see them holding on as D plus Kia over on this west side of this compound, but now it's out. So that makes it hard, as these two teams were bound to clash eventually.
Hacks with a huge shot there, but gets knocked in return, and Unknown is really close here, so iKURD definitely have the advantage. As you even see U-High from Bigetron picking up some points on the side, and iKURD able to get the res off.
Not bad, not bad. There are still guns trained on him, though. Here comes the reinforcements to try and make it work. It's a bold play, Cotton, but it's going to work on out here as they get taken out in turn. That's a really nice push, but they don't realize lurking below is Unknown.
Bye-bye. Inactive, eating that nade. Unknown just waiting for him, and that was a little bit of a revenge nade right there. Two of his players taken out because of him. And Inactive, he's going to get outside of the shack, possibly hoping for his teammate to get a res off, and he might just be able to do it.
We haven't seen it yet, but how good is BTR's car for where they are right now? They've been able to send it through to the middle, but it's not exactly the most defended location. So I'm hoping they have a few more vehicles to provide them a little bit of cover in that middle spot. But we'll see as time goes on, once it pops up.
Oh, yeah. We're going to start seeing Bigetron turn things up so far. Yeah, no eliminations yet, but they are just all about that position. And let's take a look at Falcon Esports, their final player in the smoke, and somehow every single nade has missed him so far. This Molotov is going to be hurt. It's going to hurt, though.
It's the two solos. The two solos going head-to-head here, or nade to nade, whatever it may be. Actually, it's just a single person's nade. Let's be real.
It's nade to shimmy right now.
Run away.
That's right. Six, just full lay-down mode. Now he's like, now he finally throws another smoke out. He's like, yeah, take some of this action. He's got a DBS, though. Battle back and forth. It's UMP is the victor here this time.
Sometimes it go be that way. Yeah.
Be like that.
Sometimes that happens. Naoto saving things here for Donuts. Meanwhile, okay, so BTR has not only their vehicles, but also a little bit of a shack to work with. As iKURD here, just peeking on over, actually, and trying to get some cheeky pot shots off, but not to be the case.
Yeah, Bigetron, they're in a good position so far, but it is a little bit scary because all eyes are on them.
It's open, yeah.
Yeah, next zone does pop, and I believe Bigetron is barely into this one. So they're going to be able to survive for a little bit longer, but having to leave that position is going to be so tough.
There's a few eventualities here. Technically, Vampire could still continue to hold and play that kind of roadside. I'm still very impressed that they're able to hold the split on the high ground as well. You can see the shots coming in from AGONxI8. Sorry, I've done the same as you. AGONxI8, as we do, trying to look on over against them from a kind of a long-range position, but not to be the case. BTR, hay bales abound. You can see here the trucks, very important.
Oh, what a shot! Literally, X marched the spot right there as U-High takes down Unknown. Now we're gonna start seeing some push. D plus Kia pushing up onto Vampire. Oh, tried to catch him slipping, but Vampire split. Just 2 on point.
A very, very bold move again here by D plus Kia, and it's not going to work out. Fabian up on the ramp as well, trying to get some overlook on what's going on. Vampire is actually falling to all of these shots and also being pushed into I8, meaning they're being completely sandwiched and taken out.
D plus Kia turning things around so quickly. And now, like you mentioned, that's just Ravenclaw up left for Vampire. So you know what?
Deep in the circle.
They were focused too far in the zone. They didn't watch their backs.
I do think their split cost them there. As I was I thought it was quite bold having two up on the high ground and splitting out as far as they did. Now there's so many threats around Ravenclaw. I don't know how you make this work.
Yeah, that's what we talk about so much. Those splits are so good when you have a lot of space to work with, but when things get tough, if a team, full pushes you, that number advantage, man, no matter how good you are, it's tough to deal with.
BTR is actually rotating up north here to try and dislodge D plus Kia. And actually, they're going to take Fabian straight away. They see the car moving in the distance as well. Going for the second spray on towards him. Trying to shut it down. Here comes BTR completely reinforcing, but the spray's not enough for D plus.
Oh my gosh, Genfoss is not able to hit those shots with that Scar. Missing him little by little, but the rest of his team is there to assist him.
There's no way. There's no way Forrest is going to be able to make this work. He has to back off, surely. But even then, you're bound to be eliminated eventually.
Got to try to make a play here. He's got the nade in his hand. Oh, the low toss! Puts him down to 1 HP. He somehow survives that. Yeah, this is one more nade. All it takes. That was an eviction notice, and there it is served.
And we could get down to a 4v4 here. BTR in the north, which are going to be very open to an eventually Infinity, who had the 2-2 split across both of these locations, eventually regrouped like we were hoping they would, and have been holding down that location strong. The only problem is that Infinity has the snake next to them and then has to move first.
Let's see who's going to make that move right here. Let's see. TR looking to get another one of those thick chicken dinners. Infinity IQ looking to put their name on the board here. They do have the northern side of this circle, and they are looking down as Infinity IQ are out of this zone and have to push up.
They are, and how many vehicles do they have to work with? It looks like 2 in the distance at the moment.
Looking for an angle.
They need to find something. They need to try and find an off angle, but Phallic is actually going to start things on Infinity IQ. This is huge for Bigetron in the end.
Oh, they can go and just third party this like crazy, and you can just see Phallic has definitely made the weight of this rotation that much heavier for Infinity IQ.
There he goes through, sees him as well. Actually saw his head pop up there. So you're going to try and molly this out, and he now has a real timer against him. Almost caught by that. So close. Tries to go for it. Will he go for a flush? Will he go for a quick flush?
Got him! Phallic wants that point. Does he get it? He doesn't! Oh, I believe he just might.
I think he bled out.
With the blues. Oh,
no, it's stolen.
It was stolen. Bigetron saying, we want all these points. This is looking like it is in the bag. Bigetron Esports about to pull out this huge chicken dinner.
Bigetron Red Villains about to abduct a second chicken dinner on the day here, as looking at how they're able to deal with this, moving on up against it. Infinity's trying to play it out, but it's not going to be enough. The blue pushes out. It's Bigetron Red Villains here with the 2-piece for the day.
Take it to the bank. Another huge victory for them. 19 total points as that was the end of the final game here today. The sparks are flying. I mean, what more could you ask for?
I think what stood out to me was not entirely the gunplay, it was the decision-making on where they were going to make the moves happen. When they moved to those hay bales and created the car fort that I was mentioning that was not on, you couldn't see it for a little while, but it was very, very important. You have to be mindful about how many angles those hay bales have open to them. So creating the car fort, important. Making the move north against D plus Kia, also very important to seize a position of strength.
You know, that was a textbook showing of just how position is everything. Bigetron was so quiet in that early game. 0 eliminations for almost the totality of that match. Just hunting down that perfect position like you talked about, and then once they got it locked down, they stood up, started putting in that work, and got the chicken dinner.
I think what's really so impressive to me is the fact that, honestly, there are the compounds that I was talking about. The D plus Kia compound on the west, the Infinity position on the east, and also the road position on the north. Those 3 positions are absolutely 9.9 times out of 10. That's where I'm going in this circle. I would almost never go to the BTR position and make it work. It is difficult to make that spot work.
Hey, that's why they're the villains, baby, right? They get it done when it is needed. And you know what? One thing that comes to mind, it makes me think, you know, what happens if Vampire didn't split in their position. If they stuck together, that could have been brutal. But hey, you know what? Hindsight is 2020.
I have to agree. I have to agree with you. The two up on the high ground, it's quite the extension you're making when you do that. You're trying to control that east side to alleviate any pressure that the two in the trench might feel. But yeah, when you're split like that, you can't reinforce against the BTR, the D+ push and then the BTR push.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you got to do. You got to make sure you cover your back before you start focusing on that next position in zone. But I mean, heck, who are we to judge when you got that many points on the board? So a huge day, obviously, for Vampire Esports. Bigetron coming up there right at the end because you got to close that gap. Second place, third place, big differences in money going down the line, and you definitely want to get that golden ticket for that first place prize.
A great overlook here for GenForce to be able to shut this thing down, and unfortunately for Infinity in the distance, only working with their kind of remaining vehicles, some tractors, things like that, really doesn't give you enough cover against the eventual. We're going to shoot out your feet here.
That's right. Gotta give, you know, popping the toes right there at the end. That's how you get it done. I mean, these angles, these peaks, these guys, this is a whole nother level right here. So here in the All-Star group stage, we can just see our buddy coming on out. Let's see what he has to say.
The PUBG Mobile World Invitational All-Star Stage is over. Thank you so much to everyone who took part in creating this competition, to the players, to the talent, to production, for building all of this. You have all been absolutely brilliant, but especially to those of you at home, the fans, for watching and supporting your favorite teams throughout. And please do continue to do so throughout this competition. We're going to be back here tomorrow at the same time. My name is Banks, and this is Atik. And let's head back over to the studio to round out the day.
ختام اليوم الأول ما أو عفوا لا صح كان ولا أروع في المباريات اللي شفناها 6 جولات عدت ما كانت سهلة وشفنا المباريات قديش كانت عظيمة وشفنا حتى برضو الفرق بأدائهم العالي وعرفنا برضو الفرق اللي متصدرين في المجموعات أو متصدرين بالنقاط الحين معنا ولكن باقي ما انحسبت بشكل كامل وباقي معنا المشوار باقي معنا الأبطال اللي راح ينتقلون معنا إلى البطولة الأساسية زي ما قلنا لكم قبل ونذكركم فيها أن ال6 مراكز الأولى راح يكملون مشوارهم الى البطوله الاساسيه لكن الحين نقدر نقول يعطيكم الف عافيه على تواجدكم وعلى دعمكم راح ننتقل باذن الله الى الاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم في تفاصيل اكثر وترتيب الفرق كيف صار ونحلل برضو المباريات بشكل تفاصيل اكثر كان معكم مقدمكم عتيق وبرضو كان معكم مقدمكم بانكس مقدمكم برضو باللغه الانجليزيه لكن الحين راح نختم لكم هذا اليوم ننتقل لكم على طول على الاستوديو.
One of those responses was a lot longer than the other, so we're going to be clubbing it up here in the post-show for the day. Well, BTR, you know, we talked a lot of smack about it at the start of the day, but they shut us up quite well here, guys.
I love being proven wrong, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, BTR, if you can do that again tomorrow, I would love to see it continue right now. We saw some plays from Lepar. Yuhai has been, I would say, currently the top player for the team. He's been setting the team up for really good moments. And I think it was mentioned during the cast, the timing of their moves to go to the hay bales, to go for the third party, to push on to D+ after they engaged versus Vampire, all of that, the timing was so good that then enabled them to get that win.
I mean, even the timing of just being able to go from passive to aggressive, we heard Kalara say it too, best. They took so long throughout the match of not getting any elims that at one point they were like, you know what, let's go for it. And they were in such a great position that they were able to get that win. And to kind of go back to the win that they ended up getting in Erangel, very similar styles there that they did for them to be able to get that chicken dinner.
Okay, well, you know what, BTR, like, I think they are, again, as we said at the start of the day, right, one of the teams with the most pressure on them, living under the shadow of the twins, Bigetron Red Aliens. I mean, Ryzen, we still have yet to see him play today, but it seems like he might not even need to here if BTR can continue this pace. I'm actually really curious to see where they are in overalls, which I don't think is coming up just yet, but they should have been able to propel themselves quite forward again, considering the sponge we had towards the top. But let's take a look at the match rankings here and see how many points they got, as well as some of these other teams. There's still a couple of names in there we did spot, especially Vampire having a slight little bounce back.
Yeah, Infinity IQ able to get himself some nice points this time around. Though the team I want to focus on the most actually is D+ Kia. I loved their position they had into the fields. Of course, you have one really strong compound that's mentioned many times when the circle tends to go in this kind of spot. They had a 2-2 split. The instant, I really mean the instant the circle popped, instant regrouped and started lasering down teams around them. Unfortunately, because they're very far, they can't confirm the elims, but the damage must be really high for D+.
And also for D+, yeah, that's back-to-back good performances in Miramar. And we're going to be keeping an eye on them for tomorrow as well. If they can continue to do that in Miramar, that's going to be 4 matches that they can perform really well. It's going to allow them to at least maintain a top 5 situation, right, where they can actually strike and maybe go to the main event.
Main event, that is still quite a few days away. Well, 2 more days away, unfortunately, but this is starting to set up some teams extremely well.
Yep.
I did want to talk about 2 teams in particular. I was mentioning to you, Max, that we had like a Vampire GG standoff. Actually happened towards the northwest side around stage 5. And actually, Gladiators decided to just kind of like leapfrog Vampire, but it didn't seem to matter. Vampire was still able to fight from that position and take Gladiators down.
Yeah, actually, because as you said, Gladiators leapfrog the position of Vampire, but then Ravenclaw, which is the off-angle guy, it seems, for Vampire. Every time a player from Vampire is going to go for the off-angle, pretty much, the Ravenclaw special, we'll have to find a name for it that rhymes, but he just got the off-angle, and at that point, Gladiators are pinched in that dip. They can't do anything out of it. So Ravenclaw is able to set up the team for success many times throughout today, and Gladiators couldn't do anything.
Sorry, I'm looking at, because you said we'll find something that rhymes. I'm like, is it called the Matic Special?
The Matic Classic.
Matic Classic. That doesn't rhyme.
Matic Classic.
Classic Matic?
Kinda.
I guess it kind of does, yeah. We'll let you think of it.
We'll work on it.
Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll brainstorm something.
It was surprising, though, that GG decided to just kind of gatekeep him right after they leapfrog him. I thought they were going to maybe go towards the circle, and they decided to just hold off and try to get on that fight, and it completely backfired there with Vampire Esports.
Which I can understand. If you do clear Vampire Esports, you get access to a little bit of a not really, like, kind of a Ridge. You get access to a Ridge, which is really strong when you have teams against you like D+ on the other side. Are you going to be having teams like BTR, far in the distance, Infinity IQ? So if you do clear Vampire, you are able to get information for pretty much free and think of your next move. But the fact that they lose the fight, then, well, they're dead.
Yeah.
Of course, this post-match is brought to you by STC Play, as well as we're breaking down the last game. And, you know, D+, that was the team that I had predicted to win. And you were saying, like, yeah, pretty good chance they could do so. And then the zone was like, Jason, let's not listen to you and go away from them. And unfortunately, it just became too much for them in the end. But I don't remember actually the 2 teams you had predicted.
I have Vampire.
Oh, I8, yeah, but that didn't go.
Yeah, I mean, we all kind of got in there, right? Okay. We all kind of got something in this one. But what's your takeaways for the day before we take a look at our overalls and kind of wrap things up? What's your takeaway? Strength of the teams? How you feeling about this whole thing?
And of course, got Vampire, right? But I would say, as you stated already for D+ Kia, that comeback towards the end, we wanted to see this team do really well. I want to see if we can see more from Donuts Varel in particular, but that D+ Kia has initiated that comeback. I want to see if that can translate in day 2 and hopefully for a spot for them to qualify in the main event.
Mine has to be positioning. I mean, going from Vampire wins, the way they were able to position themselves in a great spot, and then same with BTR, it comes down to the way they position themselves for those final circles. And I think a lot of teams are going to go back and look at it and be like, you know what, we actually don't have to get eliminations early on. Let's try to just keep all our 4 players alive. Let's get a good position and then start either third-partying or start fragging out. That, so far, it's pretty much what won 4 out of the 6 matches today.
Yeah, actually one other team I'd like to bring up at the end here is DRS, that we said was very macro-focused, very focused on getting into the late game, but not really focusing on eliminations. We have seen a slow but steady shift throughout the day, which I do appreciate, and I want to see that continue throughout the next 2 days here in the qualification phase.
I want to continue to see it too, but then it's kind of starting to backfire, right? They can't find that perfect marriage. They either really perform really well in placement points, and the elims kind of hinder, and then vice versa here towards the end, DRS started being that aggressive that we wanted to see, right? But then the placement points started backfiring there too.
Yeah, they're still looking really strong, but I think it's just taking time to make that adaptation. We can't expect all of these changes to be made on one day, so tomorrow
that's why I'm excited
to find that great kind of equilibrium.
I mean, even today we saw some great adjustments from some teams already, so can't wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow after get a lot of time there to go bot review.
Well, speaking of tomorrow, we'll get there just shortly, but before we get there, when I bring us up into our save of the day, brought to you by Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. And I'm actually curious what it is, because we don't know what it is just yet, but I'm curious on what's going to be going down here and who's going to be saving who. Keep in mind, going into the main event, this is going to be important because it could win you money.
You're talking.
Yeah, we only got the res. Actually, that was huge because the fact that they got themselves the res, they're able to take the fight after that versus D+, and also keep the 1 player away from iKURD, and then the off angle, boom, takes him down. Then full focus onto D+. No way you lose that chicken dinner.
Okay, yeah.
I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that.
I think it's a good
But
pick.
at first, I wasn't sure where it was going with, but that was a nice play.
You got the res, but you got all the limbs after.
Yeah. That's what
Let me
I
do
know.
the job.
It wasn't saving. Well, it was saving his teammate that saved the day, because then him and his teammate just like
yeah, start spraying.
Yeah. And then he started blasting. I think we have MVPs. I think we have overalls. I want to go to one of these here because I want to see like where the teams fit. Not yet.
Oh,
maybe. Do you want to see it?
Yes.
Do you want to be host?
Take a guess.
I don't know if we're on MVP yet or overalls.
Okay.
Okay. So I heard MVP. So I guess you can give us your predictions.
Stoned.
No, okay. Fair enough.
Stone.
Tixi was second top fragger before this previous game. I think that's changed a little bit.
He did slow down though.
It's not enough.
He slowed down there at the end. Yeah.
But I think we're in agreement that Stone should be there.
I think after the first 2 matches, Stone had like 10 illims, and then after that, you can see the slowdown of Vampire Esports starting to affect it. But the good turnaround of that was that we started seeing some of the other players from Vampire Esports also within those top leaderboards, right?
Yeah, I think we had Tony Clay, Tony Clay, Tony Clay, Tony K,
Tony Clay and his brother Tony
Tell
K.
me more, Bob Ross.
Tony K and Schwetz. Started to do well.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's take a look at our MVP brought to you by Kidia, because I am curious who it's going to be as well.
What?
How can you go against
I'm so sorry.
the Tixi supremacy?
Okay.
You forgot about his damage. He was far ahead of everyone in damage.
Blasting. Yeah, okay.
That's
Tixi
a lot of
supremacy, I
illims.
want to see in the chat right now. Like, he has been shredding it towards the end of the day in particular. He's been doing so well. I still thought Stoned was going to be up there, but I guess that damage at the end was there to just push him up on first place.
What's impressive to me is like not just damage, that he's actually being able to convert all that damage into 2 illims per match. That's impressive. Also, not as impressive survival time. I do want to see that a little bit higher, because imagine if he's in those end game situations, right? Being able to put up at least 2 illims. I can see that going up even more.
The team as a whole does tend to make it to the late game, but it's not always the same player. So it does reduce it quite a bit.
Yeah, true. What about overalls, though? I want to get into that as soon as possible because, again, we've seen a lot of movement. We've seen a lot of soaking when it comes towards the top of the leaderboards. You could probably expect Vampire to still be there, but we're... Ooh. Actually, okay, it's a lot closer than I thought it would be. You see Bigetron getting into 3rd place at 50 points. That's actually fantastic to see. But even Team Falcons, considering they've had 1 win today, they've actually been kind of sneaking under the radar here, able to get themselves up to 44.
Yeah, nice marriage of eliminations and placement points here. 44 points so far for
That's
them.
what I say.
Yeah. On the second page, some teams. Do we still want to see more of, like your S2Gs, especially Donuts Farrell? I want to see a step up from them. But
Sem9 too. I want to see more of Sem9.
After that first Irangle where they performed so well on the Eastern Bridge, I thought that would continue, but it was just a flash in a pan, it seems.
Yep. And S2G as well. Yeah. I mean, what was it, 25 points?
As expected, yeah.
At least if tomorrow, if they come in, they get a win, it's technically close enough that they can put themselves into contention. I mean, it is just day 1, right? We won't be saying that tomorrow, but it is just day 1.
One bad day, okay, fair enough. If you start to get a second bad day, the top 6 is going to start running away with
Aton Esports and the Sexes, looking at them.
Okay.
That's all I'm leaving it at.
Now, here's the question for you. What was the clutch of the day?
Oh,
we got a clutch of the day.
Oh.
I would say Revo on Trifecta.
Oh, yeah.
When he was solo versus Aton. I think that could be it. Yeah, Revo. That's it.
Yeah, I can see that one.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the Colonel's clutch of the day here. Our most clutch play from the day, as the title does say. And it's actually be Silas. Okay, this is where he mows down like a 1v4 versus D+, right?
Oh,
yeah, I did
we forgot about
actually.
this.
Yeah. They couldn't do anything. That was finger
Well, we only
licking
saw
good.
2 of them, but I promise you,
it was 4.
He got 4 in the end, right?
Yeah.
We got baited.
That was a good clutch, to be fair, considering there was no way to get across that bridge eventually because Sem9 were waiting.
Yeah, it helped out Sim9 actually quite a lot. They just had to wait it out and no fights would really come in their way, so they just started playing the northeastern edge and ended up getting himself a nice podium finish at the very end.
I know, talking about Sem9 though, I kind of want to go back now and just
rewatch that
kind of
game,
watch what happened with them, because they just haven't been the same. After that, I felt like they just disappeared. We haven't really talked about them until just now.
We do want to see
We're agreeing. We're agreeing.
I'm hoping they're going to come back after today and see, okay, that one game worked out great. Why? And just try and figure that out and hopefully be more consistent throughout tomorrow, because outside of that one game, I mean, yeah, as you said, I can't recall one
That's the only
standout game.
Yeah.
So they didn't make in like top 5s throughout those following 5 matches.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, the day is not done for the players, right? They have to go back. They They got a VOD review. They got to look at what they did wrong, look at what they did right, look at what the other teams were doing as well, and try to figure out how they can adapt to that and look at the rotational pass, because they still have 2 days left. If they're not in the top 6, well, they're currently looking at not being in the main event. I think it's technically top 7 if Alpha7 get themselves into the top 6, but their journey's not done. Our journey's not done. We still have more action coming your way, but that's going to end it for today. We'll be back tomorrow at the exact same time here for day 2 of the All-Star event, here live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Laugh it off. I can see it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your hooks, got your right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. Line sinker, follow the leader. Sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, can't stand. Got you desperate, got you wondering where I'm at. If I'll call you again. Got you sitting pretty in the palm of my hand. Got you busy, got you missing me, can't stand. Got you chasing, got you wondering where I'm at. Hook, line, sinker, got that. See it in your eyes, I can feel you watching. Got your thoughts, got your right where I know I want you. Play the switch, I'm a mystery, but you love it. I'm sinker, follow the leader. rewrite our history. Aton's on my side, drawing the front line. You wanna save face, came to the wrong place. You raise a white flag,